Welcome to Major League Quidditch Day 2. It's semifinals and finals. That is it today. But I don't want to sell it short. We've got four of the best teams in the nation. The first game of the day is going to be San Antonio, New York. Once again, this is a best of three, but I am honored. Joined today by Jack McGovern. I'm Reed Marchman. We're going to be your commentators on the cast, and we are getting to Brooms Up now.
Yeah, this is going to be a great day. I can't wait to see what our teams have in store for us.
Yeah, and just a bit of roster news. For San Antonio, Ryan Naraki is going to be out this game, today at least, with an injury. But joining the team today, we've got TJ Martinez coming in, as well as Bailey Fields, who both did not play yesterday.
Yeah, Bailey Fields is a huge addition for the Soldados. They can play the way they want to with her on the field.
Yeah. Ooh, a bit of contact in the middle of the field and a bludger just flying out to the other side. And we've got a lot of contests for this quaffle. And New York's going to come up with it. We got a pass across the field. Peter Lawrence, they screaming on the other side of the field, catching that quaffle and shooting it through the hoop. I mean, New York loves to get out to a fast start.
Yeah.
They've done it every game every game they played.
Yeah.
This championship, with the exception of that first game against Charlotte, and they're doing it again today.
Right, so aggressive from JC Arancibia, the keeper,
Yeah.
or the chaser from New York, number 88. I love the boldness of driving right on Brooms Up.
Yep. And now San Antonio looking to create a little counterattack. Ren Lieber, driving in but just getting stuffed at the hoops.
Jackson has been such a shot stopper
Yeah.
all season, just swallows that shot.
I mean, it's something John Jackson did at Harvard. He then took it to Rochester, doing the same things, and now doing it here for New York. Big addition for the team.
Absolutely. He, I believe, has been their leading goal scorer this season with 33 goals.
Yep. In the regular season, not even counting yesterday. But let's see, New York, they, in preparation for this tournament, have been working a lot with their beaters. You see them as one of the best teams at doing such, but it's more about the chasing and the passing accuracy that has been a big focus. A lot of missed balls they felt like in the regular season, and they are shoring up some of those errant passes.
Yeah, and roster news for New York, Lindsay Morella is out for game one. Molly Potter is starting.
Aaron Siva takes a shot there but misses, but keep going.
Yeah, Molly Potter is ready to step into these minutes. She's played huge games for NYU, for the Warriors, and now she's playing in the Major League Quidditch Championship semifinals.
Yeah, getting some Final Four experience at NYU herself, and moving into this season just with a lot of confidence. As we get Frank Minson getting bludger control for his team, and then not retaining it due to the hustle of De La Fuente on the other side. Taylor Tracy going to be clearing a lane. Reber driving, baiting the bludger, gets a pass to the backside. Luke gets tackled. Langlanay going down to Peter Lawrence.
Yeah, that's a big tackle from Lawrence, and Devin Lee was right there to pick up, to clean up the play. Lee has been everywhere, and the Titans are holding bludger control early on against one of the best beating teams in the league.
And Lawrence, one of the more sure tacklers on the team, super confident stepping out. They never hesitate on that backside closing, and it pays off in spades there. Pass going to the right side, no good. Bobbled on the pass. That's what we were talking about. A big focus of theirs coming in. Ren, off to the right side. Langlanay getting into the middle of the defense. The bludger's going to glance off of a teammate, a bit of friendly fire. He's going to be able to keep control. And Kite on the side is kicking the ball, trying to get it to a teammate after a bobble pass, and is going to turn that over.
Yeah, there's a lot of beater action there. I think the refs are talking about whether a bludger was propelled back towards the pitch by the New York sideline.
Bit of sloppy execution I would say, in the first outside of that first possession by New York.
Yeah.
With that clean pass across
Right.
to Peter Lawrence. I mean, it has been a couple drop passes, a couple bobbled catches, and I mean these defenses, the effort is there. So if you're not cleanly catching that pass, you're probably going to be turning that ball over.
Yeah, I think San Antonio is not used to playing without bludger control. They often hold it for long periods of the game. So
Yeah.
this is a change for them early.
Yeah.
Although they now have regained both bludgers for their team.
Yeah, and partly due to the fact that Frank Benson's just having an incredible tournament, really stepping into a huge impact role for this team as Langlenet drives around. Gets the ball to Melkite. She's able to scoop it up off the ground and score.
That's a great reaction from Melkite. The pass was low. She picked it up off the ground and put it through the hoop.
I mentioned the lack of execution, but just a big pickup there, no pun intended, for Melkite to get that ball off the ground and put it through.
Yeah,
Not
sometimes
an easy,
it's about the recovery.
Yeah, exactly. You've got that broom obstructing some of that catching ability, and whenever you've got to go past your hips to make that catch, it is so difficult sometimes. Jason Rosenberg looking to escort John Jackson down the pitch with the bludger. Going to get pressure by Chris De La Fuente. As the ball's going to be not quite reset, but maybe, okay, yes, reset definitely.
Yeah,
after
New York,
the pressure.
one of their trademarks is a possession-based offense.
Yeah.
They're extremely skilled at keeping control of the quaffle, even when their beaters lose a couple exchanges. So no surprise to see them there retain possession.
Yeah, and I think nobody's more comfortable at doing that than like the New Yorks and the Austins of the team. And that's a drive. The shot's going to be a little bit low, but John Jackson gets a recovery. He's going to shoot it high, and now if we split the difference, we might actually get a score there. And no, it's a beat by Taylor Tracy. Brooke Willett's going to pick up the quaffle and get this offensive possession started for San Antonio.
Yeah, it's good to get to the loose ball from Brooke Willett. And this is more like it from the San Antonio Soldados beaters, Taylor Tracy and Chris De La Fuente, who are starting to ease into the game and take control of the pitch.
Yeah, Austin Viejo now subbing in. I mean, I think we overuse the term spark plug, but I mean, this guy is just lightning in a bottle in a sense. He will get you started immediately, and we're seeing it right there. Quick cut to the right side. He's going to take a shovel shot right through the right hoop. The defense almost falling asleep, and that's the kind of change of pace he brings.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's their best offensive player on the pitch today, with league-leading scorer Miguel Esparza away from the team this weekend.
And he really does love coming off the bench and being that change of pace player. It thrives on the the later ends of the first line for the opposing team, and then getting out on tired legs.
Yeah, he just attacks relentlessly.
Yep. And New York with their second line here. Parada now ball carrying. He's getting around the left side. He's going to get closed off. The hoop's not going to be there. Driving in, but he's going to get bobbled. A great strip by the San Antonio defense. More of a team effort there. Up to 3 players there. Brooke Willett cutting off the shot, and 2 others just able to create contact.
Yeah, and we should note that it looks like Lindsay Morella is back on the pitch for the Titans, number 34.
Okay.
She was not here at the start of the game as the teams were warming up. Did not start for the team, but is now playing. Good to see her back.
Yeah. Haley Rutledge in at defense for San Antonio. Mohagog with the quaffle, looking to get past the defense. Is going to get a pass real high, and that's going to be a complete.
Oh, that's so pretty from Hagag and Crawford.
Yeah.
I've seen that a million times. The windmill from Hagag, finding Crawford, who's always in the right place at the right time, and worked through a defender to get the goal.
Yeah, and San Antonio, after seeing a quaffle go through the air like that, just this high arcing pass, I mean, they love eating those up, but I mean, it was just Crawford's hustle that gets to the ball first.
Yeah, and the drive from Hagag.
I mean, just beautiful. Connor McIntyre now in for San Antonio. De La Fuente escorting him, making sure Mo Hagag can't pressure too much. Rosenberg with the bludger defense, and that's an easy swat. Got Mohagog driving in, left side. We've seen this before. Spin move, but McIntyre's going to be able to keep it. A backwards pass is actually accurate. Parada's going to be able to get it in. A shovel pass, Taylor Crawford.
Yeah, really nifty move from Hagag to save possession with a backhand pass in the direction of Parada. It's like he has eyes in the back of his head, knows where his teammates are. That's what you get when you have such an experienced line out on the pitch like the Titans do right now.
Yeah. Rosenberg and Ayala Silver.
Yeah, they've been a good combination for the Titans. Exciting to see them holding bludger control right now.
Yeah, and Rosenberg getting a great opportunity there. The shot is going to deflect off the bottom of the hoop. Acevedo's got to break a tackle and get another shot off, and it's good.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. Austin Viejo takes risks, whether it's shooting, driving. He's such a multi-skilled offensive player, making an impact early on.
Confidence, right? I think he bleeds confidence, and it's infectious to the team. I mean, and when he gets an early shot like that, I think we're going to see a lot more.
Oh, definitely.
Rosenberg tossing the bludger back, looking to harass a San Antonio defense. Oh, beat opportunity. Taylor Crawford's going to drive in on no bludgers, and he's going to be successful.
Oh.
Through three?
Yeah, and Jason Rosenberg really did his part in distracting the San Antonio Beaters. The 1.5 isn't a strategy we see as much these days, but we've seen Jason Rosenberg employ it all season long. Has an effect right there in clearing the lane for Crawford.
And that's a hat trick for Crawford so early in this game.
Yeah, we're only at 40-30, and Taylor Crawford has 30 of the points.
TJ Martinez to Craig Garrison. Ooh, a bit of a bobble pass. McIntyre able to control it. Craig Garrison, McIntyre throwing maybe an ill-advised pass almost right at the New York beater.
Yeah, Rachel Ayala Silver was all over that. Now she's leading the fast break as Parada shoots and scores.
I mean, and this is transition offense that obviously New York is comfortable with because of how much they play with their beaters and how willing the beaters are to advance down the field and be that escort.
Yeah.
But I mean, San Antonio just trying to find footing, and they're having a couple shots fall in, but I think more sound defense and a better offensive mindset to keep control of the quaffle, maybe a little more conserved, can help them a lot.
Yeah, New York is looking a lot better than they looked to start the day yesterday against Charlotte when they unexpectedly dropped a match.
Wow, and a cross-field pass was not picked up by the beaters thanks to the pressure of the San Antonio beaters themselves. Is going to be completed. Martinez able to get around the defender and throw it in.
Yeah, that's TJ Martinez, who's not with the team yesterday.
Yeah.
Great to see him here today for a couple of big matches for the San Antonio franchise.
Yep. And just like that, we're 5-4. New York got off to a slow start yesterday, hoping to not repeat that. Looking for a 2-0 because of the confidence that they bring in, and that's another goal for this offense. But
yeah, and Parada working in tight spaces on the wing. Usually that's the domain of a Taylor Crawford or maybe a JC Arancibia, but Parada slotting into that space and scoring a goal.
Yeah. Another pass. Viejo, we mentioned the confidence that we might see a lot more shots like that. That was one of those that just didn't fall for him.
Yeah, I think Mike Lee got in the way. Lee is an aggressive defensive player, brings a lot of physicality for the Titans.
Parada subbing out now. John Jackson coming back in. Devin Lee looking to pressure, not able to get the block off. John Jackson having to block one.
Look at what Kylie McBride
yeah.
is doing right now. Along with Bailey Fields.
This is that beater confidence that San Antonio came with and the reason for it. Wynn's going to have to pass it back. McBride's going to be able to keep control. Is not going to get beat. And now the drive's coming through. Acevedo looking for one. Oh, the tackle's good. John Jackson with a clutch defense of the hoops there.
Yeah, Mike Lee couldn't quite bring Viejo down at the top of the key, but Jackson was able to knock him off the shot just enough to prevent the goal. Jackson is a really stout defender at the hoops, always willing to lay a hit. He's been a big difference maker for the Titans.
Yeah, and with Bailey Fields back in the rotation, I think we're going to see that patented 18-wheeler lineup that they told us about a lot more. They've got a ton of confidence in their beaters, and they love the matchup and the different look that it's able to give so many of these teams.
Yeah, this is not something that you see often in Quidditch, but it's really exciting to see the San Antonio franchise employing it with such great effect here at Major League Quidditch Championships.
Yeah. The only hang-up for me personally is just that as well as it worked against Indianapolis, I don't think that they're going to find the same height advantages at Chaser that they did back then, because New York comes in as one of the rangiest teams out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they've caused problems for teams all season long with their height around the hoops. The passes that are open against some of the smaller teams are not open against New York. They'll pick those off.
All right, San Antonio is going to regain control of the quaffle. Austin Viejo at the center of the field with Luke Langlanet flanking on the left. TJ Martinez to his right and Tim Wynn behind. Langlanet going to be able to get the quaffle on the left side. Looking for Martinez, finds Wynn on the backside. Oh, the pass is too high. This is a great cut by Wynn, but Langlanet not able to get the ball into the right spot.
Yeah, Devin Lee is all over that pass. Just beat out 3 San Antonio players. Great to see what he is doing early on in his first games with the Titans this season.
Yeah, would have had to be a perfect exchange to get that ball off before the beat.
Yeah.
So, although not unheard of for the San Antonio squad, a tall order to ask against such a stout defense. But with bludger control, San Antonio is confident.
Yeah, great job by Bailey Fields there to retain bludger control and beat out Fiona Weishart, who is pressuring her. Devin Lee is causing problems now.
And Bailey Fields able to keep John Jackson at bay with that bludger. San Antonio feels, I mean, Melkite was talking about that they have the best beating squad in the nation. And a catch by 3 catches in a row. Lee and McBride just trading bludgers back and forth. We've got a discussion, possible possession of 2 bludgers, and they agree it was a clean play. It was just awesome display of skill.
Yeah, although New York is not going to come away with bludger control.
Ooh. McBride's going to stumble behind the hoops looking for the bludger. John Jackson still waiting. Patience of this New York team and qualities of a great team, I think. Just valuing every possession. As McBride is going to lose, or sorry, Bailey Fields is going to lose her bludger. Now you'll see New York really pressure this defense. Oh, and thrown right back. Fields going to keep hers. Now San Antonio has bludger control again. And Fields is going to get that. Now they've got pressure. They're going to press this New York offense. They've got ammunition at this point, a free bludger on the ground.
Bludgers are just flying everywhere right now.
Quaffle's on the ground. Luke Langlanet is going to be the first one to get to it. He's going to go around the left side. He's going to juke back inside. Oh, he stepped out of bounds.
I think they're just going to bring Langlanet back here. And, and
they're calling it a legal
the
reset.
Yeah.
Yep.
Out of bounds.
Okay,
procedure.
he pointed to the it looked like he was pointing out of bounds, and I couldn't. Oh, man. Okay, Langlanet moving to the middle of the field. Deflected by Morella. Easy deflection. That's what we were talking about. The closing speed of the defense, the height and the reach that they've got. I mean, those passes are not easy.
Yeah, and what an outstanding play from Lindsay Morella. Underestimate her at your own peril. She's going to make a difference on defense.
Absolutely, yeah. All right. Jackson bringing the ball up. Frank Minson now in at beater with the bludger. Oh, passing it off now. Excuse me. All right, Fox receiving the ball and passing it back. Once again, patient offense. There's criticism that it's called slow, but I just consider it methodical. You don't take any opportunity less than a favorable one. And New York really does make sure that every possession counts.
Yeah, if you think about how Spain won the World Cup in soccer back in 2010, you know, they employed the tiki-taka possession style of play, and
Yeah.
I think you see something similar from New York sometimes.
Yep. If you're higher efficiency and you have the same amount of possessions, you're gonna come out on top. And that's what they love to do. John Jackson, another shot over the hoops. Just not on target today.
Yeah, the shot's a little bit off. I think David Fox thought it might have gone through, but I think we saw a different angle from up here in the booth.
Yeah, definitely a bit over. And now we're going to get a line change for San Antonio as we go. Or the finishings of a line change. Jay Stewart on the close end. With Avila now flanking and a drive in. The beat's going to be friendly fire, so McBride's going to be able to go in. And that's a great goal. No, beat before. They call beat before. No good. TJ's going to maintain possession. And technically a reset, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. That was Phil Kane, I believe, cleaning up the play.
Yeah.
And preventing the goal.
McIntyre passing to TJ. McBride and Bailey Fields kind of pincering this New York defense. All right, great tackle. McIntyre is able to keep Quaffle possession. He's going to pass it back to Avila. Avila driving towards the middle of the field. He's got the shot. No good. Under the hoop.
Yeah, that was a more patient offensive possession from San Antonio, perhaps trying to hit New York back with some of their own medicine, but unable to convert.
Yeah, still having bludger control, though.
Yeah. Oh, this has just been an absolutely outstanding shift from Bailey Fields and Kylie McBride, showing why they have so much confidence in this 18-wheeler lineup.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to see a lot of minutes from these two in this 3-game series. All right, Taylor Crawford back in the game. Passing that ball behind to Mo Hagag.
Hagag in tons of space. San Antonio scrambling to close it.
Big contact. Parada not able to get the shot, falling backwards. Maybe looking for a defenseless receiver call, but not going to get it from the refs.
Yeah, the bodies were flying, and it looked like Parada's body was still in the air, but it might have been more of incidental contact.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Lieber on the close side. You got McIntyre and Jay Stewart. Oh, my apologies. Matthew Blackwood. I didn't even see the sub. Not sure what the call is. McBride talking with the refs. Possibly a throwback to hoops of the bludger that might have been illegal. I just see a back motion of the hand.
Yeah, New York has bludger control right now. Jason Rosenberg is holding a bludger behind his back. Another is at the feet of Rachel Ayala Silver, although Bailey Fields is armed with the third bludger right by her.
Parada's looking to transition out. That's a lie. Mo Hagag looking to transition now, and Bailey Fields is going to have to launch this 25 yards.
Yeah, I wonder if she's just going to make a play for bludger control here.
That would be a good change-up. I think the score is so low, like a low percentage defense. Maybe, you take the beat on the beater, throw yours back, and get the second one, so that whenever McBride does re-interplay, it'll be. Wait, what? Now we're back into a bit more of a decision. And Bailey Fields opting for the they're both beat. Never mind, Bailey Fields gonna have a bludger.
And I love when the Titans run. They're more known for the possession style offense, but with the bludgers behind the play, Michael Parada makes a great decision to take off, and Mohagog runs in his lane on the break, and Parada finds him.
McBride now subbing out. Bailey Field still with the bludger.
Yeah, just an incredible shift from McBride and Fields. Like, I can't say enough how impressive their performance was.
Yeah, opting out. We've parked the 18-wheeler in the station, and Chris De La Fuente.
Yeah. Yeah, and the challenge just keeps on coming for the New York Beaters with De La Fuente in the game, and yet they've withstood it. They're holding bludger control right now. Yeah, and San Antonio is going to talk about this one as the score is now at 80-40. We're starting to get to a place where San Antonio is a little bit uncomfortable. They didn't catch either snitch against Indianapolis yesterday, I believe. So while their luck could change easily today, they're going to be facing a difficult seeker in New York in Kellen Cupid. The Titans have some other options too, so they don't want to let this game get away, especially with how well their beaters have played.
Yep, and once we resume the game, it will be last possession with only 5 seconds left in pre-snitch play.
Yeah, so the Soldados are going to want to make this last possession count after getting hit for a couple quick goals by Hagag and Parada.
And if you ask me, more important than that goal during this final 5 seconds would be to regain that bludger control right before snitch on pitch.
Yeah, it's a good point. Whichever team can establish the bubble around the snitch has a much better chance at securing the 35 points that you get when you catch the snitch in Major League Quidditch.
Yeah, I almost see it as a you sacrifice, one goal to ensure that you've got a better opportunity not only to score during snitch on pitch, but to also have more shots at the snitch, which is 3 goals in and of itself. So.
Yeah. Our snitch today is John Smutney, who has been a high-performing snitch in the East Division this season, playing
really only finding kryptonite in Ryan Davis against Charlotte.
Yeah, who of course is the best seeker in the league.
If the stats don't lie.
Stats don't lie.
Absolutely. Very confident, obviously, in his own skills and very excited. I mean, he's put in a ton of time this tournament for sure, and getting to see him on day 2 is really fun and exciting for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The starting seeker for New York is Kellen Cupid. For Indianapolis, the starting seeker is, I'm not quite sure. I think it could be, Maya Heinbaum for the Soldados.
Maya coming in as a experienced seeker. She's been doing it for a long time. She did it at Texas State for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what she can do on the snitch, but it seems like San Antonio is going to focus their energies on the Quaffle game, as Chris De La Fuente right now stays with the Quaffle carrier.
And we were likely incorrect about the last possession. The possession is over, and we currently have snitch on pitch, obviously. So De La Fuente gonna have to run really far back, and Taylor Tracy just picked up the loose bludger. Heimbach B, Taylor Tracy B, drive by Reber, and a turnover at the hoops. Another high shot, not able to go through, and Parada looking to transition, finding a hat trick of his own possibly, and he does.
What a move from Parada, juking around the defenders on the front foot, taking it himself, all the way to the hoops.
The San Antonio Beaters a little disjointed with the seeker play, not able to work together to try to get control. De La Fuente going to get beat on his way back, and the Quaffle's going to go to the other side, and it's another turnover for San Antonio. They're going to need to clean things up if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is a sloppy start from the Soldados, and they're giving the Titans a chance to run at them and run up the score, as Crawford shows no signs of letting up.
I asked for a cleanup, and we're actually starting to see it. Taylor Tracy turning it on the beater end. John Jackson, though, is going to be able to drive. Gets pressure. Craig Garrison's going to be on the tackle, but it's a good shot.
Yeah, there's the shot from John Jackson, struggling to hit early on, and now he's finding the teardrop floater on the top hoop.
Yep, and Iannucci now joining the seeker rotation for New York. A fast sub trying to make sure that legs are real fresh for this team. And that's a good goal.
Yeah, Viejo hits them right back on the other end, showing that the Soldados can also play at this game. But the Titans are now only 4 goals away from winning. The set score is 140.
And that might be it.
Yeah, they would still need one more goal, but this is a huge pull from Vinny Iannucci. Oh, and this is exactly what New York wanted here in Game 1 of Day 2 in Elkridge, Maryland. They wanted a quick snitch on pitch game and an easy way out of what could be a difficult series with San Antonio once the Soldados regroup.
Has to throw this bludger back to Taylor Tracy, who is running off the field. This defensive possession, I mean, John Jackson's looking right at De La Fuente. Bailey Fields having to come in now. And De La Fuente is going to have to get this ball to Fields, and he's just going to trade. John Jackson's driving on no bludgers. Pass to the left side. Taylor Tracy, or sorry, Taylor Crawford is going to be able to seal this game. I mean, De La Fuente not getting that bludger back to defense is going to be the deciding play there. New York's going to go up 1-0.
Yeah, and that was a statement performance from the New York Titans and a statement goal from Taylor Crawford, his 5th of the game. This is exactly how New York wants to be playing. They were taking their time on offense during the prior to the seeker floor, and then with the snitch on pitch, they were running fast at the San Antonio Soldados, causing problems for their defense, making them uncomfortable. They held bludger control for a large portion of the game, even against some difficult San Antonio beater lineups, and just an all-around team performance with Vinny Iannucci catching the snitch too.
Yeah, I mean, really not a lot to be, critical of on the
No.
New York side. It was a bit sloppy early, but just like yesterday, it was just kind of settling into the game.
Yeah.
Although it took a whole game for New York to kind
Yeah.
of get that against Charlotte, against San Antonio, a bit quicker.
Yeah.
On the recovery. Although Viejo created a bit of momentum by himself on this team, just not enough to really overcome the line after line assault and the threats that New York was able to throw at San Antonio.
Yeah, if San Antonio is going to come back and take Game 2 to force a deciding match, I think Viejo is going to continue to have to make an impact on the offensive end, and I think the San Antonio Beaters, in addition to winning their exchanges, are going to have to control some more space, cover some more ground quickly, and they're going to have to find ways to adjust to some of the passing that New York was doing that was causing them to kind of scramble at times in their rotations.
Well, I mean, that's exactly it, right? It's just a matter of, are we good? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, throw us out.
And that's all we have time for here right now. Our producer Nick Jablonski is telling us. So we'll be back here for our next game, which is Austin and Boston, with Ethan Sturm and Noah Schwartz.
Just had a few sound troubles. We just finished the first game with New York versus San Antonio. New York taking that game and feeling pretty confident, especially in their play going down the stretch. And we'll talk about that first before we get into the Austin-Boston matchup that we're going to be seeing. But as a spectator, what kind of were you checking out as far as the game, and what caught your eye?
Yeah, it was great to be in the bleachers for a change, and it's really been a beautiful morning here at Troy Park.
Yeah.
A little bit of overcast, cutting a little of that sun, which has been wonderful. But yeah, I mean, talking about the game, you talked about New York having a lot to be excited about. I thought their offense was really clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah.
In terms of how it was moving around the ball. I mean, it wasn't necessarily that San Antonio wasn't physical. It was more so just that, they always had the next pass. They always had the open player, and they were able to create goal after goal after that. San Antonio just didn't seem to have the answers there. That said, I think the beating game was more interesting, and I think that even in a loss, the performance that Kylie McBride and Bailey Fields put out on that pitch was phenomenal.
Huge.
And was the only reason San Antonio was in that game.
Couldn't agree more. That was easily their best lineup, in my opinion. They just they had control for well over a majority of the time that they were out on the pitch together. And I think if they could do that all game, they absolutely would. But asking somebody to, play 30-plus minutes in a game is just impossible, especially even at this level.
Yeah.
Where, you've just got athletes after athletes with legs for days.
Yeah, I don't even know if this has been mentioned on the stream yet, but Kylie did tweak her ankle about a week ago.
Yeah.
Anytime she's on a sideline, it's very clear that she tweaked her ankle, which is extra incredible that every time she puts in a 10-minute shift, you can't tell it at all. I noticed a little bit towards the end of that shift. It was catching up with her a little bit more. But, the exchange she was taking off of Devin Lee, honestly, the exchanges both of them were taking off Devin Lee. There's nothing surprising here, right? This is a pair of Team USA beaters who've been performing at a very high level for a very long time. But still, to kind of see them doing it on a big stage is always great to see.
Getting to talk with Melkite, I mentioned that after getting off the phone with her, I was like, she's just such a confident person and had a lot of impact for the team as far as play is concerned. But she's got so much confidence in this beating core, mentioning that in her mind it's the best beating core in the nation, and it's I can't blame her. You take a big injury with Ryan Naraki going out, and you still keep control of Bludgers against New York, which is a heavily co-favorite is a good way to put it in this tournament, and that's her confidence justified, right?
Yep. Yeah, Mel Kite also, to her credit, a beautiful finish early in that game.
Right
from
on
the
the
ground.
feet,
Yeah, not an easy control at all. But that was one of, unfortunately, the few incisive passes that were effective from San Antonio, and I think that's where they really fell a little bit short.
Yeah.
The movement was there. You could see the offense, and San Antonio has always had a really beautiful flowing offense. The cuts were there, and the passes were just a little off time and time again, which is good. That is something that, you can clean up. Your passes can get a little cleaner. First day in the morning. One thing I did notice, I feel like from both teams, there's a pretty thick layer of dew on the ground when we got here this morning.
Yes.
It did feel like a lot of quaffles and bludgers were slipping out of hand, so we'll see as the sun comes out a little bit more, as everything dries off. Maybe those passes will get a little bit tighter.
Yeah. John Jackson missed his first 3 shots before finally getting one.
JC missed his first as well. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And, we saw Washington yesterday against Austin in the quarterfinals miss a lot of shots in that first game against them. And then game 2, it was a completely different story. It was an extremely tight game. The shots were falling. Things were going through. And that's the kind of improvement I think we could see from San Antonio as well, who, McIntyre wasn't able to play up to the level that I know that he expects himself to be at. Austin Viejo was kind of a bright spot for that team, but they have so many other contributors. Brooke Willett is another just huge threat on the outside for the chaser core of that team. And so, all of these players getting kind of back into the gameplay that they know they can hit, that's what's going to close the gap for San Antonio.
Yeah, I thought Luke Langley also looked over frustrated out
for
there
sure.
at times. He threw a pass with Snitch on pitch that I could see him communicating with the sideline after. It just wasn't particularly happy with himself.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they clean up. New York, though, did clean things up as the game went on. They did get Lindsay Morello back halfway through the game after she had been, to my understanding, in the ER being checked out earlier this morning. Seemed to recover. Obviously, Molly Potter filled those shoes well in her absence.
Yeah.
But New York does kind of have that fluidity in their lines, and when JC, who's been so hot lately, didn't have the hot hand this morning, they adjusted. Taylor Crawford came through big. Michael Prada had a couple good shifts in that game too, and it is kind of always next player up for New York, and that's what it's going to need to be as they go deeper and deeper.
Yeah, Prada had a hat trick. Taylor Crawford, I think, had 5 goals on the game. Just crazy.
Yeah.
But now let's look forward. We got Austin and Boston. I know you and Noah Schwartz are going to be casting that, which is always a pleasure. I mean, y'all got a lot of action together yesterday, but you haven't necessarily gotten to see Austin at least live thus far. But I mean, nobody I feel like knows Boston better than you. So, talk about him.
Yeah, I mean, Nick unfortunately had to listen to me watching the Washington Austin game last night. So I appreciate him going through that journey with me. Boston showed up yesterday against Minneapolis with one of the more impressive performances we've seen from them all season. It's been a very slow season. For them, obviously, the 2 series losses, 1 to Washington, 1 to New York, just something we've never seen from this Boston core before. The beating game is the thing that is very fluid on that sideline right now. The kind of new revelation that they were looking at was bringing this combination of Serena Montero alongside Max Havlin. They've been the ones starting, and they're specifically – these are both engage heavy beaters, and they're specifically having Montero play up top, take the initial engages, and have Max Havlin act off of her. And so – let me give you a little bit of background, right?
Yeah.
So, Pan American Games 2019, Lulu Zhu cannot come and play for Team USA. She had other commitments.
Right.
Max Havlin ends up pairing up with Hallie Pace. Again, 2 very engage-heavy beaters. And they kind of had trouble throughout this weekend working things out, and they kind of settled on that as well, where Max would play off of Hallie. And I think that's the same thing that Serena and Max are now going to look to do. Yeah. Of course, Hallie is on the other side of the pitch, and I'm sure Austin and you are expecting big things out of Hallie.
I mean, she was already big yesterday, stepping into a role that historically Austin has felt like, the beater play was something that they've got to make up for. I think this year they've never been more confident in their beater play than they are now. And they've gone through historically elite beaters such as Molly Linsing even on this team. But to mention, to say that they're confident is an understatement. They obviously have a lot to back that up. They performed extremely well in Game 1 against Washington, but in Game 2, they were kind of exposed. The defense kind of a couple holes that Washington was able to exploit, maybe thanks to a bit of a strategic delay that allowed for possibly a little more understanding of how to break that Austin defense. I know that they likely had a long conversation about how to shore up some of those holes, but I mean, talking about it is one thing, and actually executing those improvements is a totally different one. So if Boston's able to do some similar things to Austin that Washington did, I like Boston as a team in a matchup better than I like Washington against this Austin core.
Yeah,
because the beating play is at a higher level. Washington's beaters impressed me so much this weekend, but I mean, I don't think anybody's going to question that Boston might be the best beating team in the East. So the matchup there feels a little I say beaters are the ultimate equalizer on a team. If you've got great beaters, I think everything else can kind of fall in place, and Boston definitely has that opportunity.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the beaters. There's one other kind of, I don't know if matchup's the right word, but a hinge point I think is really interesting. These first lines, you've got Jake Archibald and Augie Monroe doing the ball carrying.
Yeah.
Everybody in the world knows what you're going to get out of Jake Archibald and Augie Monroe. And I say everyone in the world because they've been the Team USA ball carriers for a very long time at this point.
Correct.
But the second lines, you have 2 very young players. They're both U.S. Developmental Academy players.
Yeah.
You have JJ ball handling and you have Ian Skura ball handling.
Yeah.
Both of them at times this season have looked absolutely unstoppable and at times have looked a little in over their heads.
Yeah.
I think in Game 2 of that Washington game, JJ started looking a little over his head.
Yes.
And Skura, though he looked good yesterday, in the New York series occasionally did the same. Which of them is going to come out and kind of play at the high end of their performance or the low end of their performance, I think could be a huge factor in who wins the series.
Yeah, I was scared you were going to ask me who, because, I mean, there's no way to know. I've got a coin. I could probably flip that if you would like, and it would be a bit better of an analysis than I could give. But you're right. I talk about polarizing players, because they will absolutely carry a team, even though, I mean, you mentioned Team USA after Team USA after Team USA play on either of these teams. Sometimes those are the ones, the JJs and the Skuras are going to be the ones that actually create that difference. If we see, a 4-goal or 4-assist game from either of those, that's who's going to win that game.
Yeah.
You know, it's Skura kind of picking up that slack in the second line, or JJ picking up that slack in the second line. That's going to create that difference. That's the pull away point for so many of these games. I mean, how many times do you see more than a 3-goal lead in the first line, especially in the semifinals? Almost never.
Yep.
So that secondary line, that 5 minutes or so that they get a shot at really putting some distance on, that's where I want to see the favorite pull away, whoever that might be for that series. So
well, we set it up for you. We're about to come into action. 10 o'clock start time on the cards here in Troy Park. Boston versus Austin. We'll be right back. We hope you stay tuned in. A rematch of the 2016, 2018, and 2019 MLQ Championship Finals. Boston versus Austin here in a few minutes. The semifinals of the 2021 MLQ Championship here in Troy Park in Howard County, Maryland. I'm Ethan Sturm with Noah Schwartz. Noah, 2 years ago almost to the day, we sat in the booth and watched an incredible final series play out between these two franchises. It was a rematch of the year before that. We know we will not be getting a finals rematch. Only one of these two teams can make the finals. We've got a great one in store for you today. How excited are you, Noah?
It's so exciting. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting. I mean, it will be one of the most exciting series of this entire tournament. These two teams, incredibly prideful franchises, not just great, but prideful, as I think any great franchise has to be. And this is going to, I mean, this is the match that you come to see when you want to watch the best of the best play.
Yeah, and speaking of the best, Austin has added Jackson Johnson to their starting lineup. He's going to start alongside Cole Travis in the beater game. Augie Monroe keeping Aaron McBride, Sam Hamowitz, and Casey Irwin rounding out the Quaffle game. On the Boston side, Teddy Costa, Ryan Fenning, Jake Archibald, and Grace Dast, two the Quaffle players. Jake Archibald wearing the green headband. Zach Doyle runs brooms up and will almost surely immediately sub out for Max Havlin. Serena Montero running alongside him. And it was that new Max Havlin, Serena Montero look that was the revelation on day one for Boston. How will it hold up against one of the best beating cores in the
revelation?
world?
They weren't challenged in day one. Let's be honest about that. We'll see what a test from really incredible Austin beaters looks like and how it holds up today. That's going to be the real answer to the question.
Sam Ham running brooms up, and Boston does not even try. Teddy Costa has seen what can happen on a – yep. So we're going to see what the call is. Canto is going to give a yellow card. So Cole Travis with a kick is going straight to the box here, and it's going to be a big opportunity right out of the gates here for Boston.
Yeah, that's a big card right away, and we'll see if Ryan Fenning can capitalize. He was the one that was pretty unstoppable yesterday. We said against a Minneapolis team that didn't quite look up to the physicality this Austin team is going to bring.
Yeah, it's not going to be as easy of a road. Ryan Fenning does have possession of the ball, but does go to Archibald. The offense does tend to run through Archibald in the set, or Dastu. Dastu is being ushered in by Serena Montero, and Zach Doyle is actually still in the game alongside her. We'll be playing this possession out.
And Fenning really was the bright spot in the Boston offense yesterday, and we'll see if he can continue that today.
Costa did not play with this first line yesterday against Minneapolis, has rejoined the line at least for the time being. Dastu goes back to Costa, a lot of space. We've seen Costa cork some shots from distance. This one, though, just a pass all the way back up to Archibald. Austin is sitting in a zone defense here. It's almost a bit of a Baylor zone. 3 players to a hoop. They said they'd break this out.
That pass is going to be long for Fenning, who's going to recover it, have 2 players on him. It's going to go wide to Costa. Unable to get. That's a quick turnover from Boston.
Yeah, and I mean, Fenning had all the space
really
in the world.
Nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be ready for how you break down a Baylor wall. We happen to be sitting next to one of the experts of the Baylor wall, a longtime Baylor player in Reed Marchman. The way to attack the Baylor wall is from the sides. It is an incisive cut along the hoops and then finding a pass to a cutter once it has to adjust it. Max Havlin's in the game and pressing high immediately. The entire penalty has been served, and we do get some subbing in the Quaffle game. I believe it's Mia Munoz who just subbed in. Cole Travis takes an exchange with Serena Montero, and now all the bludgers are with Boston. Can Austin do what their specialty is and keep it in the offensive zone and not use their reset? It looks like they're going to be able to because Andrew Axtell's gone all the way back behind the hoops and just pushes it back out to Josh Andrews.
Yeah, and Havlin went to go step and missed a quick beat out there, leaving Serena Montero to take care of the work behind. I'm surprised that Austin didn't try and attack Montero with the bludger.
I apologize. That was Casey Beavers who subbed in, not Mia Munoz here. The 0 on the Austin jerseys always throws me. It has an extra little dot in the middle of it. Big exchange there in the beater game. Max Havlin continues to dominate, and that is finally the reset used by Austin. Even they couldn't hold up to the pressure of Montero and Havlin.
And Havlin, we saw yesterday that Havlin was taking the back beater position, the free beater. This time Havlin stepped up and took the engaged beater spot. Now it's Montero stepping up to the engaged beater spot.
Axtell with the ball in the wing, back to Monroe. Montero back up top, facing off with Travis and Beavers. We thought maybe we'd see some Jackson Johnson early. We're not going to see him quite yet. No rush here from Austin. They're waiting for the exchange. It's just going to be a tap beat on Teddy Costa. Serena Montero steps high to it. Havlin calls her back. A lot of communications on the Boston side.
And now it's Costa stepping up to point on Monroe. Ball goes behind.
Josh Andrews has the ball behind.
Irwin
Swings
free on
across
the
to Irwin.
wing.
Yep.
Fenning going to step out.
Yeah, Fenning's going to make a big hit there. That is what Fenning is on this line to do on the defensive side. Havlin makes a long beat on Andrews. Can they press? Cole Travis does get a beat, but Casey Beavers is able to create a no-budget situation. Augustine Monroe trying to drive by Costa, gets through the tackle, finishes through the middle hoop, and Augie Monroe has the first goal of the game.
Yeah, really patient possession there from Austin.
And that's what you're going to get 100% of the time out of Austin. They're going to wait for their opportunity. They are the experts at using field space. They will use every inch of this field to avoid taking their reset. The fact that they avoided the reset the first time they were pressed allowed them to use it the second time they were pressed, which then allowed them to get finally the exchange they needed to get bludger control and the goal. 10-0 Austin.
And we saw how good Boston was against Minneapolis, pressing the ball high, particularly with their point defenders. It's a tougher task against Austin. If they can find that same pressure, it might be able to speed Austin up enough to create turnovers.
Austin is literally shifting through different defensive sets as Cole Travis wins an exchange there with Max Havlin. Aaron McCready is subbed into the game. Jake Archibald's going to have to – no, sorry, Ryan Fenning's not using the reset yet. Grace Dastu tries to keep it in, and Fenning is going to beat Irwin to the ball and just recover. Beater's back in the play, and everything will reset. McCready has not played a ton for the team this season. Obviously, injuries abounding in the Boston Beater game has required some adjustments. Patience here from Boston, who have not used their reset. We're already 5 minutes into this one. Austin has scored on their only offensive possession. Boston has failed to score on their only offensive
And that's
possession.
Tyler Beckman taking the ball on the wing. If ever there was a player to try and speed up into a turnover on this chaser line for Boston, it would be Beckman, who does turn the ball over.
Austin's going the other way. It is Augustine Monroe over to Andrew Axtell, an easy finish there. And, you know, the worst pass you can make in Quidditch is the one that gets picked off right by the hoop, so the team can immediately go the other way. Tyler Beckman tried to throw a very incisive pass into his own defense, and it was just never going to get there.
Yeah, and if there's a weak league ball handling on this line right now, it is Beckman, and he's the one when the ball's in his hands, Austin should try and speed up to create turnovers.
Yep. Bludger control is now with Jackson Johnson alongside Casey Beavers. Archibald has the ball on the wing. Johnson presses high. It's now Havlin versus Johnson, the two Team USA beaters, two of the very best in the world. Beckman goes back to Archibald. Johnson wins the exchange, beats out McCready. No, she had her fist up. Archibald back to Beckman. Beckman now looking to drive against the zone. Launches long. No harm, no foul. No, it is actually going to go over the hard boundary. Augustine Monroe's going to be first to the ball. He wants to run off this, though. Max Havlin is back, and I imagine Austin will just slow things down. Beckman, 2 straight unforced turnovers.
Yep. And that's what you worry about when that ball gets swung over there to Beckman. And part of their seeking core, not as experienced as a chaser.
Howie Pace now in the game alongside Jackson Johnson. Monroe has the ball up top. Back out to Axtell. Axtell now looking to drive. Nobody's stepped yet. Fenning with the late step. Axtell shoots high. That will be the reset used. Of course, with bludger control, it's less of a concern, though. I think Max Havlin is trying to get it back. No, he's just able to get the one bludger. No reset used. Yep. Andrew Axtell with the ball. Driving through. Gets by Dastu. And we need to see some physicality. We get a little bit out of Beckman, but it's too little too late as Axtell's easily able to lay it off to Josh Andrews. 3-0 Austin. It has been extremely one-sided here early.
Yeah, and we saw that first possession. Austin was able to get bludger control very quickly. Well, after a patient possession, and hasn't ceded it since.
Yep. And now Max Havlin will get his third beating partner of the game with Leanne Dillman coming in. They did manage to get bludger control in that exchange. That is obviously very important. But now it's going to be up to Boston to actually hold this bludger control through what are likely going to be some long Austin possessions. We're getting more of the Baylor zone out of Austin. And Fenning's just trying to drive right through it. He does fling one over the top to Archibald, but Axtell steps up high. Back across to Costa. It's these long passes. Oh, Casey Irwin gets faked out of her shoes, but Teddy Costa decides not to try to drive off of it and flips it back to Grace Dastu. Dastu in no rush to run the offense. A very, very compressed Austin defense. I believe all 6 players are within 5 yards of each other. Havlin beats Howie Pace. He's looking to create up some... He beats Casey Irwin to try to create space for Jake Archibald, and the ball gets skied over his head. Max Havlin did everything right, but once again an unforced turnover from this Boston offense. You saw the idea. It was all set up. They're just not executing.
Yeah, and like you said, this Austin team is so compressed around their hoops right now, and they're a big physical team as well. It's going to be hard to find a way through there.
And Max Havlin did lose bludger control for his troubles there. Now it's a double press onto Havlin. No bludger situation. Erin McBride does what she does best, cuts hard to the hoop, finishes off 40-0 Austin. Archibald's looking to run against it. There are no bludgers back as of yet. Archibald skies one to Costa. Costa trying to take on JJ. Floats one back across. These Boston passes just have too much air under them.
Yeah, and there's nobody in particular there to receive the ball. Even if they did receive the ball, it's a bad area. We're gonna see a yellow card here. What looks like on
Ryan Fenning. Teddy Costa, one of the team's speaking captains, looking to figure things out here. I did see the card go up a second time. I assume they're not also carding Costa, but if he said something a little rude to Andrew Cantor, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be an offensive
yellow card
here for
from behind.
Boston.
1 minute.
We talked about this yesterday. In the half court, that's been the struggle. They need to get out. They need to run. They haven't been able to do so yet. These Austin beaters doing a good job of keeping parity with the Boston beaters to force Boston into the half court.
Yeah, and like we said, it does seem like they have some ideas, right? But you can't beat zones if your passes aren't on. And we saw passes be a little bit off in the first game as well from both teams. We mentioned there is some dew on the ground, but I mean these passes are miles off.
And as well, going into bad spaces. Yep. Going to areas that just aren't dangerous enough.
Luis Sanchez has the ball. Second line in now. Samham looks to fire one past Archibald. Can't do it, and Erin McBride isn't able to quite track that one down. Leanne Dummin, meanwhile, is trying to win in the bludger game, but JJ with the swat. Yeah. The Austin Beaters are not only dominating, but now they're getting help from their chasers. It was Josh J.J. Johnson, who was running back to hoops, saw that Leanne Dummin was trying to reset and said no. We actually saw Grace Dastu do that yesterday for Boston against Minneapolis. And then on top of that, Howie Pace just closes things up with a beautiful catch. I'm also wondering at what point Boston tries a second line, right? If your first line's not working, I mean, we've seen plenty of good things out of their second line. Why aren't we at least seeing it? We are almost 10 minutes into this game.
A good point. A different look from this team could be exactly what they need.
Archibald with the ball up top, swings over to Dastu. Back to a traditional cavalry wall here from Austin. Leanne Dummin wins an exchange with Howie Pace. We're not sure if it's going to be bludger control. Doesn't mean a no bludger opportunity. Costa brings the ball around. Archibald is looking at the wide hoop. Teddy Costa decides to make a wide run set. Hits an incisive cut here from Greenhouse. Greenhouse over to Dastu. Dastu spins, but had no angle on the shot.
Yeah, poor positioning. Good positioning from Gastu, but not good enough. Got a little too flat with the hoop. Lost her spot, lost her space a little bit, and just unable to put it through.
And now it's a no budget situation. Point beaters are being beaten out of the play, and J.J. Johnson cannot finish. Me and Reed were talking before you got here about how whether it's going to be J.J. Johnson or Ian Skur stepping up could be really decisive in this game. First look for J.J. goes a little awry.
Yeah, Johnson just on that spin move lost the hoop and unable to find it again once his head got turned around.
A clean grab there from Max having to take bludger control, and now he's looking to press high on Howie Pace. That exchange, he doesn't win, but does force a brief no bludger situation. But again, the offense isn't ready to capitalize. And how can they be? You got to expect some tired legs. This has been an 11-minute shift now for Archibald, Costa, and Dastu.
And we talk about it all the time. When you're pressing, and it works the same thing with the offense, you can't go it alone. The team has to work together. The beaters can't get too far ahead of the chasers. Chasers can't get too far ahead of the beaters.
Yep. 4 goals from 4 different Austin players has been the scoring so far. Boston still looking to get on the board. We do finally start to see the second line coming in. Ian Skur does a mid-possession change with Archibald, and Harry Greenhouse is already in the game. Teddy Costa launches one through the zone there. Didn't seem to be particularly concerning, but it's about to be concerning for Boston because Samham has started the break, finishes it off to JJ, and it is 5-0 Austin.
Another bad turnover, another bad shot leading to a bad turnover in a bad position. And Boston's going to take a timeout here, and they need one badly.
Yeah, I mean, how could they not at this point? I don't even know what to say in terms of what adjustments can be made because we haven't even seen much from Boston yet, right? We still haven't seen their second line try an offensive possession. I mean, obviously they need to be doing something more against these zones, but their beaters are at least being competitive. It's not like their beaters are getting blown off the pitch. They're just not doing anything offensively.
I haven't seen the Boston ball carriers try and challenge the Austin point defenders. That has to be the first point of emphasis here. We're a team that wants to run. We have to run on everybody. Our half-court sets has left us down 5-0. Ryan Fenning, Jake Archibald, you have to get out in space and take these point defenders on one-on-one. At least try.
Yeah. But that's what Austin does. They compact. They say, hey, we're not going to give you a point defender to take on. We're just going to sit all the way back into our beaters. And at that point, your passes need to be start being on. And that's what hasn't been on. We saw the 2 really bad passes from Beckman early in the game. That last one from Costa that set up the Sam Ham fast break. That's the kind of thing that needs to change here.
Need to find a transition game. Yep. Boston needs to try a transition game.
And then that comes back to, well, how much of a transition game can you get 11 minutes into a shift for your Quaffle players? We'll see if Costa finally comes off the pitch here after the goal. It's 5-0 in favor of Austin. It has been a dominant start from the co-favorites in this tournament. New York
champions.
Yep. New York seems to be the team that might be waiting for them in the finals. And they're putting on a statement on this same pitch. Max Havlin's way down the pitch again. Tate K is now subbed in the game for the first time. Oh, Max Havlin gets the better of K there. No, K has the response. These beater games have been so fun to watch this morning. Skura with the ball up top. Back to Costa. Costa's still in the game. Morgan Bertram's now subbed in for Das too. Skura with the ball up top. Ball control has stayed with the combination of pace and K. Max Havlin tries some beats on a keeper. That's going to be to no avail. Austin did talk about how they were going to let some of their point defenders wear the green headbands in these zones to avoid that extra tap beat. Skura across to Bertram. And back to Skura. Skura working on Sanchez. Does get around, but does end up laying it off to Greenhouse. Tate K wins an exchange with Havlin. Costa has the ball, does have some space to work, does get by Sanchez, gets high into the lane, and finally Boston is on the board, and it's with some actual movement and some attempts to actually take on a point defender.
Yeah, and a really good play there from Costa to shake a point defender and find a hole. A nice little mid-range shot. Well taken there from Boston.
Yeah, and the beating pair now of Havlin and Arjona at least able to create enough chaos to allow someone to finally hit the lane. And in the lane, Austin is not the best shot blocking team, and Costa is able to get the job done there. Ball is far across to Marty Bermudez, who just subbed in, and back up to Sammy Garza. Casey Beavers now playing her second position of the game at Chaser. Young UT product. Augie Monroe is now in at Chaser as well. Bermudez is the one wearing the green headband. He shakes Bertram. He's into the lane. His pass goes across. Garza over to Beavers. Beavers working on Skura. She hits one off the T-piece. Costa's considering running. I think they're definitely going to run. No, they slow it down.
Yeah, that was exactly the situation where I think Boston needs to look to take off.
Yep.
Austin's beater looking for the ball, looking back at the play, kind of caught in between. That's a chance for them to get out and force some bad decisions from Austin.
Yeah, some miscommunications on the sublines here. We do get Montero and DeMuth coming in the beater game. Harry Greenhouse has it far behind, swings over to Skura, who goes back to Costa. Back to that Baylor zone defense out of Austin. Morgan Bertram to Costa. This is the one zone that's going to be hard to shoot on. The only hoop that might be open is the middle one. Skura is looking. He drives all the way into Sammy Garza, and Boston, just like that, has a 20-0 run to get back in the game.
Yeah, a really good play there from Skura. You were talking a little bit before. You're saying which of those second line ball handlers can really make the difference. Skura there showing why he is on the USA developmental team.
Yeah, why there's been so much hype about him. I believe Augie Monroe just stepped across the line. Not sure if there was a call, if the reset was used. You do have to have your entire body behind for it to count as a reset, so he might have been towing the line. Monroe over to Garza. DeMuth playing his first minutes in the game after what was probably about a 13-minute shift there from Max Havlin.
And a little confusion here about the rotations from Boston. We'll see if it comes back to haunt them later in the possession.
Boston's also now playing their own version of a 2-2 zone. Definitely a little bit more extended than the zones Austin's been playing in this game. Tate K takes a beat off of Serena Montero, but Montero's able to just recover. Oh, a big tackle here from Costa. Augie's beat, and Ian Skura has the ball. Ian Skura's looking to run. Tate K is way behind the play. Skura fakes twice, puts it through. 2 in a row for Skura. It is 5-3.
And that's and Boston, we're seeing more of what they were able to do in that game against Minneapolis. When those point defenders are able to slow up the initial attacker, they start winning possessions and forcing turnovers.
Yeah. And where was Skura for the first 13 minutes of this game? Because he is making an instant impact out there.
It's certainly more decisive and looks more comfortable with contact than Archibald has in the first half of this game.
A quick sublines here. Austin was not liking what they were getting at there. It's now J.J. Johnson back in the game. Sanchez alongside him, and Sam Ham on the far side with Beaver still working behind. Kay and Claire Costanza now the beating pair. Still facing bludger control from Montero and DeMuth. They've done a good job of keeping it by sitting deep and inviting pressure. Austin's not that team who, if you're sitting deep, is just going to start ripping mid-range shots. They're going to be patient, and I think Serena Montero and Tom DeMuth are understanding that. JJ now has the ball up top. Montero is using the space she has in the zone, knowing that she is the one further away from Kay to push out of it. Kay now makes a beat on Greenhouse, actually. Oh, and that's going to allow a cut, and that is a really nicely developed play there out of Austin. It's Sam Ham to JJ for the goal, and they finally break the 3-0 run for Boston.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Austin to continue to work against this Boston zone.
Kay looking for a call, not going to get it, so it's going to be budget control with Boston. Claire Costanza is now all alone in the defensive zone. Back to a 2-2 zone out of Austin. Oh, they're just shifting their zones on the fly, and they're going to end up in the Baylor zone. Skura has scored on this once. Greenhouse back to Bertram. Bertram invites the contact. She can't make that one fall. Skura, though, will be the first one to it, protected by the bludger control of his beaters. Probably going to wait for Greenhouse to come back in the play. He was beat out. We're about 17 minutes into this one. 6-3 Austin, semifinal 2, game 1 here. It's best 2 out of 3. 5-0 run to start from Austin, answered by a 3-0 run from Boston, and Austin has the last goal.
A little pick there.
Yeah. But, I mean, against the Baylor zone, nobody really cares that much about the picks being run 10 feet away from hoops. Bertram makes an incisive cut to draw some pressure, gets over to Skura.
Nice
Did Skura
play
get
there
beat
from
before?
Skura.
No, yeah, it is going to be Claire Costanza who makes the big beat and stops the goal.
Yeah, but nice play there from Skura to get control of the ball, quickly and find the hoops. Just beat a little bit before. That's a good look there from Boston though, and shows more encouraging signs for their.
The fact of the matter is they're getting shots more so than they were early in the game. Sure, not every single one's going to go, but at least the opportunities are there.
Right.
Sanchez with the ball on top, working on Greenhouse. New beaters in for Austin. It's going to be Eddie Molina there who eats a beat. But I believe it's going to be Allie Pace who's be able to track down budget control. JJ gets it across to Irwin. I think Irwin just got tripped up in the turf there.
Yeah, it's
rare mistake out of Irwin.
Yeah, the pass was low, bouncing, and Irwin just couldn't find her footing.
Yep.
Better pass there from Johnson, probably create something.
And Boston's keeping budget control. DeMuth is going to come out for Havlin. I would not be surprised if this is the last time Havlin is out of this semifinal. Costa still with the ball. Costa also has not been out of the semifinal very much. Fenning back in. Definitely the player that Boston wants in these snitch on pitch situations.
Yeah, Fenning hasn't been able to get going yet.
Yeah.
It's really been Skura that's been carrying the offensive load. I'd like to see Fenning with a ball and if Fenning can be just as incisive as Skura has been, it's going to be good things for Boston.
Yep. Costa trying to work here on Sanchez. Does end up just flipping it off to Skura. Bludger control is with Boston against this Baylor zone.
Skura here directing traffic.
The bounce pass to Fenning. Sanchez is beat out, but it's not really about beating out that point defender. It's about what is going to be the plan after that. Here it's going to be Fenning driving in and just throwing it across to Skura. Skura's looking to drive, gets everybody off their feet. Skura has a hat trick.
Oh, we're seeing really nice things from Skura. And you say that beating out that point defender isn't as important, and you're right. But beating out the point defender is what allows Boston to create the initial attack, and off that is where you're going to see all the action come from. Making sure that you get around that first point defender is so critical in attacking the rest of the zone.
Yeah.
It exposes the belly of that zone.
Yeah. When we talked about with head coach Greg Bento in the week leading up to this game, he was talking about Ian Skura being a player that plays off of his emotions. He is so hype on that sideline right now and has every reason to be. He is basically single-handedly bringing this back in this game. To be fair, also a ton of credit to their beaters. I thought Tom DeMuth and Serena Montero in a huge spot for two young beaters really showed up in this one.
Yeah. As Boston's rested bludger control and has been able to keep it since around the time Dillman and Havlin had checked back in, this game has been totally different.
Yep. Yeah.
And have been able to keep it through longer possessions from Austin.
Yeah. And it's good to see, Boston making those adjustments, finding better ways to attack these zones, because they did look lost early in the game. Their attacking options just weren't working literally at all.
This is by far the best this team has looked in the half court all tournament, all weekend.
Yeah. And at some point you kind of wonder, I mean, is Austin inviting this ability to improvise and create in the half court by playing this Baylor zone? I mean, that's allowing every player to catch the ball freely and then look to work. A player like Ian Skura, super creative player, is very happy to get balls back behind the hoops and have 5 steps to decide what he's going to do with the ball.
And we're so used to Austin having this physicality advantage. But players like Fenning and Skura aren't scared of that physicality either and are looking to get to the hoops, invite contact, and finish through it.
Yeah. So we're going to be here on Pitch 1 all day for both our semifinals and finals matches. After this one, we will flip back for San Antonio versus New York. And that series is currently a 1-0 New York lead. New York, a really dominant scoreline. I think it was fair to New York, but also I think the game was a little bit closer and just kind of absolutely got out of control in the post-20-minute mark.
Yeah, New York looked like the bigger, faster, more physical team, and that's going to have to change if San Antonio wants to get back into this series.
For sure. Definitely weird to be talking about Quidditch and talking about how the 2 East teams have been putting a little bit more of the physicality out than the 2 South teams.
The speed from this Austin team has really been the difference, I think, and why they've still got the lead.
Yep. So Sanchez is going to get the offense started here.
Yeah, we're closing in on 20 minutes, and Austin's going to have a decision if they want to try and make this the last possession. I think they will with how patient they've been previously.
Yep, they go to their snitch on pitch beating pair of Cole Travis and Augie Monroe, arguably the best snitch on pitch beating pair in the sport. They're up against Montero and Havlin, who are trying to keep bludger control. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire Austin possession is just about trying to get bludger control. No rush here out of JJ and Sanchez. Augie Monroe was beat out of the play, but no press out of Boston. 6-4 the score. Austin leads a 5-0 run answered by a 4-1 run from Boston. Sanchez in no rush. The scoreboard we have access to is not an official scoreboard, so we're not sure if we've exactly got 20 minutes. No, actually, Andrew Canto just signaled that we've reached 20 minutes. So last position of the quarter.
And as you said, look for it to be a long one as Austin really tries to work to get bludger control.
Yeah. Sanchez.
We're going to have to see Boston find a press here if they're going to want to get the ball back.
Yeah, Montero gets tangled up by Augie Monroe.
Well,
he gets
pass
beat.
gets lofted up, and that might be Boston might be able to jump on this one.
Yeah, Costa. Oh, they get a beautiful wrap there on McBride. Ball goes out of bounds. I assume it's going to be called off McBride, but we'll wait for the call. Max Havlin. So Augie Monroe made a beat on Montero, and then Havlin and Cole Travis, made a tackle on Montero, and then Havlin and Cole Travis were facing off, and Havlin, without ever leaving his eyes from Travis, made a quick tap beat on Monroe and took Monroe out of the play while giving Travis no options to make the beat. Meanwhile, the Quaffle players, as you mentioned, make a couple big physical plays off of a bit of an iffy pass from Austin. So it's going to be called knocked out on the tackle, which means the ball will still be with Austin, which means the possession continues.
Yeah, a bit of a break there for Austin. The ball is bouncing around everywhere. If it hits the wrong player on the way out, they weren't going to have a chance to get bludger control, but now they are.
Sanchez is able to hold off the reset, keeping it in the offensive zone. Directly after taking possession, you can reset without it being counted as a reset, so it wouldn't have ultimately mattered, but still good footwork there from Sanchez, who goes over to J.J. Johnson. Costa wraps.
Yeah, nice engagement there from Costa to try and force the issue a little bit.
JJ in the lane. Oh, he finds Casey Irwin. And these 2 young ball carriers putting on a show for us here. JJ, I believe, now has 2 goals, 2 assists. Skura has 3 goals. And it's going to be 7-4 Austin going into the 20-minute mark. And now it all comes down to seeking. A catch for Austin is going to be pretty much decisive. I don't see Boston having a way to get back from what would be a 6-goal deficit. But if Boston catches, we are back to level pegging going down the stretch.
Yeah, and just a really good look there from Johnson to find Irwin cutting. And it caught Boston a little unawares. They were able to maintain bludger control, but at a pretty high cost.
Yeah. So now we will see if the Boston seeking core can keep delivering. They had 2 nice catches yesterday, I believe one by Greenhouse and one by Beckman. But obviously, there's a lot to be said for this Austin core and the way they catch a ton of snitches as well, headed up by Josh Andrews, who's been resting on the sideline for a long time. I think only played that 1 shift way at the beginning of the game. He's ready to make his mark as well, all against a very talented snitch in Matt Cooper.
Yeah, and Andrews has caught some big snitches in some big situations, but so has Harry Greenhouse.
Yeah.
So has Beckman.
Yeah, Beckman, the decisive winner. It put them over the set score in Game 2 of the 2019 MLQ Championships. Josh Andrews has plenty of USQ winning catches. Ironically enough, Harry Greenhouse had never won any American championship with a catch of his own. The only one he has was the World Cup win in 2018. But this catch would be very big, even if it doesn't mean a championship. If you want a fun piece of trivia as we're about to get started, Jake Archibald has more championship-winning catches for the Boston franchise than Harry Greenhouse.
And that'll win you a bet in a bar.
Yes, for sure. So we are about to get started. As you mentioned, Bloodshed Control is with Boston. Boston has Fenning and Skura out there. I think those are the hard hitters you really want to be playing your blunt force play with Snitch on pitch.
And they've just looked more comfortable with and through contact. The two most comfortable on this Boston team, and that's what really made the difference and why they're still in it.
Yep.
Austin was looking to run away with it. He's only scored 2 goals since Boston's gone on that run.
Yep. Meanwhile, it is Sanchez, Johnson, Irwin, and McBride as the group for Austin. We do see some subs here. Archibald and Dasty are going to sub back in, so Skura is back out of the game. First shot at the Snitch is going to be Greenhouse's. No, now it's going to be Andrews. Some exchanges in the beater game. And everything gets cleaned up there by Leanne Dillman, one of the very best at Snitch on pitch beating. I guess I'm saying that about all the beaters, but that just goes to show how strong these beater cores are.
And Fenning with the ball now for Boston.
Greenhouse getting a ton of time. Did shoot behind Cooper there briefly. He's well protected by his beaters.
Dasty with the ball now for Boston.
Yeah,
just
Boston's
not
not
a ball handler.
Boston doesn't seem in a rush to try to score a goal because they are the ones getting all the time. Leanne Dillman makes another great beat on Augustine Monroe. This is going to be Andrew's first chance. His dive does not get particularly close.
Right.
Fetting, you know he wants to drive. Oh, he misses a shot there, but Doyle, another hard hitter from this team, comes in. He tries to get by McBride, goes out to Archibald.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Doyle try and turn the corner there.
Yep, I 100% agree. Oh, it is a catch. Beckman, his very first try. He continues to deliver for this Boston team. We might be all knotted up at 7 here.
And
Beckman, the young star of this Seeking game.
Yeah, and if it's good, what a huge catch it would mean for Beckman and for their confidence going forward.
Yeah. But like you said, kind of a missed opportunity in the Quaffle game. I really think Boston might have been able to get one there and been a little bit closer, had that extra edge. They were being very passive as they waited. Though I think Doyle, it looks like, was probably going to get a free goal immediately after off this restart unless Aaron McBride makes a heck of a stop.
Yeah, it would be an incredibly impressive stop for anybody here. To
Boston, catch is good. We are all knotted up here in game 1 of this semifinal.
What a huge catch from Beckman. So much confidence to make that catch so early. You love these seekers from this Boston team.
Yeah. But also credit to their beaters, right? Max Hav and Leanne Dillman have not played a ton of minutes together in their career. Mario Nasta and Leanne Dillman were always the pair in the beater game. But it's really Leanne Dillman that is regularly the star of these situations. She is so good at snitch on pitch beating. They get the way better of Augie Monroe and Cole Travis, and it was really Harry Greenhouse and then Tyra Beckman that were getting all the looks.
Yeah, so good at communication and so good with her feet. Moves so well on the pitch, and that's really what makes the difference with snitch on pitch. A beater that can really move and communicate. It's what she's best at.
Yep. So it doesn't seem like they know exactly where Luis Sanchez is supposed to be on the pitch. They finally do put him back. Like we said, it's going to take a Herculean effort for Aaron McBride to stop this. I would personally go with the Nick Jablonski strategy, which is you jump high and you just let the physical contact carry you back through the hoop and hope the hoop falls down. We'll see if that's the route she goes.
Shout out producer Nick. And we'll see if Doyle chooses to shoot on this first hoop. He's got Fenning on the far hoop. He can try and come through the center.
Yeah, I don't love the pass idea. I think things get way more complicated that way. Just absorb the contact from McBride and put it through. Yep,
nice
that's exactly what he does. He goes two-handed, make sure he secures control of the ball, takes the swipe from McBride, fires it through. Boston has their first lead of the game at 85-70.
And just a huge swing here in the game. Boston, I'd like to see Skura come back into this game here.
Yeah, for sure. He has been the difference maker on offense. This first line, that's technically the first goal that the Boston first line has scored, and it's from someone who didn't play with the first line for the entirety of the game. Doyle does get beat out now by Travis. Travis also hadn't been in the game for a long time.
And interesting here that Johnson's wearing the green headband. We've seen this Austin team go with their point defenders having the green headband. It's interesting to see if Johnson will end up being the point defender on this team.
Sanchez slowing it down. Sanchez has run a very long shift. I wonder if Austin's trying to get back to more of their first line. I assume Augie Monroe is going to come right back in the Quaffle game. Andrew Axtell is now back in the game, and Casey Irwin as well.
And Dillman and Havlin's still out there with bludger control for Boston.
Yep. And when are we going to see Jackson Johnson, who I think has maybe played 3 or 4 minutes in this game?
Yeah, we haven't seen much of him. Axtell back out there for Austin as well.
Yep. Axel was a good contributor in his first shift for sure. Obviously, Team USA player, always strong. Travis and Havlin have a no-fault exchange around the keeper zone. No, I think there actually might be a call coming now. There was a lot of talk, to be sure. Head ref Andrew Canto, a stalwart figure on the pitch, discussing things with AR, and he's going to blue card Zach Doyle. I assume it's going to be a swat. That's usually the blue card that comes out in a non-contact situation like this. Now the conversation extends a little bit. 85-70 here the score in semifinal 2. We are playing to 130. The star quaffle players have been the young ball handlers, Skura and Johnson, but it's a lot been about the beater game and who's been able to keep bludger control.
Undoubtedly, and that's obviously going to be a big part of the rest of this series as well.
Yep. Axtell with the ball in the wing. Leanne Dillman has the freedom to press him a little bit higher, but he just swings it back across. Dastu's marking him, and he just goes back to Sanchez. They're really waiting to make a play for bludger control. No, they're not. I completely lied. Sanchez finds Johnson, and he matches up Skura with his own hat trick, and we're not up at 8.
Yeah, great play and great body control there from Johnson to come around the corner, find the hoop, and make a quick decision with the ball.
We get Montero and DeMuth subbing back in. I thought Havlin might go the rest of the game. He's going to make way for DeMuth. And as you were saying, the other question is when are we going to get Maury and Skura?
Yeah, that's been where this Boston offense has come from. I think we need to see Skura in sooner rather than later.
Dastu with the ball on the wing. Cole Travis has wrapped up DeMuth, but to no harm. And another long, lofty pass that allows Hallie Pace to clean things up. And now she's looking to make a play. And now Austin is looking to drive. It's Axel working on Fenning. Fenning is a tough one to get by, though, so he's just going to pull it back and go to Irwin. Bludger control, when all was said and done, did stay with the young pair from Boston. But here it is, Jackson Johnson back in the game, and for the first time not matching up with Max Havlin. Or Leanne Dillman, for that matter.
And we'll see what Johnson can do against this pair in particular.
Yep, and he is beating away. And Sanchez swings it across to Irwin, who goes to Axel. And Fenning.
Nice play there
yeah, but I
Fenning.
think he was beat. I think, yeah. So, and that might even be a card for playing through that beat.
Yeah. The ball should reset here. They're probably going to have to move Fenning. Well, Fenning, obviously.
Fenning's going to be off the rim,
obviously the offender. Some of these Boston players also Jake Archibald moved after the play was called dead. Yeah. We'll see if the refs reposition him. They certainly will reposition Axtell.
So Fenning's going to be off broom. Axel's going to have the ball and be standing and obviously being on broom. All of the bludgers are out of the play. No, sorry, Jackson Johnson has one. Oh, JJ just comes down over the top of Doyle but can't finish. And then Fenning gets his revenge for the tackle he didn't get the first time around. And I think we might be waiting for a call elsewhere on the play. Things have gotten very fiery on the pitch now that we're in a just playing to a set score situation.
Yeah, next team to score 5 goals is going to win this one. And we're really seeing it out there on the field. This first game is so critical in this 3-game series.
There has never been a 3-game series between Boston and Austin that has gone to a third game. While the decisions have been split, it has always been a 2-0 series.
52 Boston from behind, 1 minute.
On Tom.
Yep, so illegal contact there on Jackson. And the goal is getting to the point of pretty free, I feel like, for Austin. JJ looks pretty unmarked, and he makes a nice cut to the near hoop. Easy goal. Power play goal. Austin with a 2-0 run right out of the snitch grab plus goal, and they now lead 9-8.
And Austin with bludger control again, obviously, after the beater foul.
Yep. Tyra Beckman back in the game, so it seems more commitment to this first line rather than an exchange to the second line. Austin back in their Baylor zone. No, Casey Irwin's kind of stepping out of it. Just kind of the shifting hybrids we've seen from them in the zone. Hallie Pace makes a big beat there, and then Jackson Johnson makes a big beat as well.
These Austin beaters are just making the difference in this game right now, and Boston's going to have to switch up this beater pair.
Havlin needs to be on the pitch if Jackson and Haley are. It's that simple. Beautiful pass in transition. Augie Monroe across to Andrew Axtell, and Austin is back up 20.
And Jackson Johnson guarding the shift out from the beaters.
Oh, and he caught the beat as well. Yeah. Tom, after failing to make that beat, just immediately subs out for Max Havlin. There's no option here. Nobody else can play against this pair. It's arguably the best pair in the world.
No.
It is going to be Dillman and Max Havlin. So it is nothing but veteran presence now. Axel gets beat off the far hoop. They wanted to try to make that pass to Athena Mayer, who's just subbed in for the first time. Leanne Dillman's calling for it. Fenning can't quite get to her. The timing's finally there. Perfectly executed out of Boston. And that's what we like to see.
Yeah. And great positioning there by Mayer to give herself a shot at the hoops.
Yeah.
And a really quick release.
And what Fenning did is he threw it before Leanne Dillman even made the beat, so there was no time for Axel to get back into the play. Axel now has the ball on the far side. It's 10-9, game to 13. Fenning's going to meet him out there. It's a pass back to Monroe, and they set back into the 2-2 zone. It's a 2-2 zone where Fenning just always goes to make the hit once it passes back.
And the biggest mistake I think Boston has made has not even been the beater pair problems. It's been they haven't gone back to Skura yet.
Yeah, Axel finally slips away from a Fenning tackle, but he's too far from the hoops to operate.
And Beckman's is going to be the point defender here on Monroe.
Yeah, Irwin's forced to beat out, so now Havlin's going to try to press Augustine Monroe into a corner, but he has Josh Andrews all the way across the pitch. Archibald steps out, but to no avail.
Yeah, quick step out there, slow to play down from Austin. Yep. Nice defensive play there from the keeper.
Havlin wins an exchange with pace.
And has bludgeon control back with Dillman.
Yep.
This Boston team settling in now.
But look at all the space that Austin is taking in order to not even use a reset off of these presses. It is excellent, excellent, just a lesson in ball control. And Jackson Johnson, there's 3 exchanges there. The difference is that Max Havlin has a hoop to touch in on, and Johnson doesn't. Havlin now pushes out, does beat Axtell. Andrews has the ball up top. Havlin's looking to press. He's going to have to make that beat on Andrews as well before he goes for Monroe. And by then, Jackson Johnson's back in the play. Oh, it's Beckman who actually forces the reset by just knocking it out of his hands. Well done there from Beckman with the hand check.
Yeah, he looked beat there, but a quick slap away of the ball. Really good presence there from the
It's those seeker hands, right?
Yeah, really good presence there from Beckman.
Axel with the ball on the wing. 10-9 the score. He looks to rip a shot, and it's no avail, but Josh Andrews is there, which might have been why he took it. Andrews misses as well, but now it's Monroe looking to drive. Oh, and Archibald has the save. 3 straight mid-range shots from Austin don't go.
And Archibald slowing it down as subs get taken by Boston.
Yep. None of these beaters seem to be in any rush to sub out of this game, even though a lot of the chasers are. I mean, this is their moment, right? This is what they live for, this matchup with each other.
And Dillman doing good work clearing out some of the Austin chasers.
Archibald now staying in with Greenhouse and Costa. We're still waiting on that switch to Skura. Baylor zone, and this is how Boston's going to keep attacking. It's going to be Archibald bobbles the pass, and now it's going the other way. Augustine Monroe has time. It's going to be an advantage.
Nice beat there from Max.
But it is going to come back because Teddy Costa with the illegal slide in that play.
And a nice little 1-2 there a nice little give and go there from Archibald to Greenhouse, who bobbled the ball on the way back. Would have had an open hoop right in front of him. Struggles a lot in this first game from Archibald.
I have to say, we saw Boston looking so lost against zones for a lot of the season, and they actually seem to have some ideas in this game. It's just sometimes been that the execution's been a little off. Oh, Athena Mayer just stripped Casey Irwin. The young Tufts player come up with a huge play. Can they go in transition? Now it's Boston slowing it back down. They have no bludger help. They do have bludger control, though, out of that exchange. And we know the look that they're going to want to show. Actually, Boston's just being very patient here and comfortable. They have to kill the Teddy Costa penalty still. Hard to beat a zone with only 3 quaffle players.
Absolutely. Make sure you get full strength before you start engaging.
And, of course, time is not a factor in the game at this point. Goal score is the only thing that matters. Greenhouse to Archibald. Max Havlin opened him up, and it's the Boston Beaters who were pushed so deep into their defensive zone that Max Havlin and Leanne Dillman were having their way. We are not up at 10. 1-3 takes the first game of the semifinal.
We've seen such an incredible game so far, and it really has been that Boston's found ideas in the half court, and when they haven't executed all of them, but when they have, they've kept it close.
We see Davis Rowe entering the game for the first time. Fresh legs so important this deep into the game. A lot of the top-line quaffle players have played.
Nobody's going to step to him quick enough.
Davis Rowe, completely fresh, floats one across to McBride, and she puts it through. 11-10 in favor of Austin. Jake Archibald wants to run. There's no bludgers. Gets by JJ. He's in the open field. Athena Mayer trying to give him space. JJ falls back into the play and knocks it down.
And uncharacteristic turnovers here from Archibald.
Yeah, and now it's just chaos on the pitch after so much control. Sanchez looks for the mid-range shot. Can't get to go. JJ has the ball. Dillman's going to step out to him, and now I think Austin will slow it down in the half court.
And you talked about those fresh legs. Rowe able to, on the last possession, able to catch the ball on the short wing. He's going to take a quick sub here. Looked really good in that possession. Interesting that they decided to sub so quickly.
Possibly he picked up a knock somewhere along the way. JJ with the ball up top. They need 2 goals. Boston needs 3. Samham now back in the game on the wing as well. Goes across to Sanchez. Sanchez has some space to work in behind Cole Travis.
That same short corner.
Floats it to Samham. Samham pushes it across, and I think Samham is going to be caught beat before the swat, which will be a turnover. Samham looks quite unhappy on the far side.
Yeah, it's been a lot. We've seen a lot of floated passes from Boston. That was one of the first floated passes we've seen from Austin, and a quick turnover.
Boston slows
Archibald
it down.
taking another long shift, just like in game 1.
Yeah. Still in game 1 here, Noah. First half of the game. It feels like a series at this point. I'll be honest with you. The amounts of ebbs and flows, you are 100% right.
And as we talk about it, we finally see Skura come back into the game. I think that's a really good decision to close this one out for Boston.
Yep. So it's the full second line, or at least the second line we've seen from them at least this weekend. Costa, Greenhouse, Skura, and Athena Mayer.
And they did make that beater substitution. It's now going to be Montero. It's now going to be Montero and Demuth.
Skura slows it down up to Costa. Costa across to Mayer. Ball control is there. They can sub them in because they're not up against that Jackson Johnson Howie pace pair anymore. Skura looks to drive the lane, does back it out. When are these beaters going to feel comfortable getting a little closer into the zone in the way their top line did?
Demuth does try an attack there.
Yep, and Costa's now looking to work. Sanchez gets a wrap. No, he gets through him. Now he's trying to get by Samham. His mid-range shot goes wide. Not the kind of really high-quality look we've been seeing from Boston on these possessions.
And Costa has had an up and down weekend, especially shooting the ball.
Yeah. Howie Pace drops Serena Montero. Oh, and then Cole Travis with a hard beat on Demuth. It's a no-budget situation. JJ slips by Costa, gets over to McBride. McBride with the body control to go over Skura, and we'll wait for the call.
Really good play there by McBride to catch with 2 hands, take the hit, and finish through contact.
McBride spent so many years kind of in Casey Irwin's shadow, but her abilities on the offensive end are second to none. Her body control and her ability to play with the ball in hand.
It looks like there was a yellow card on Montero. Not going to serve any time because of the goal.
Question is, will there be a bludger turnover? I'll be honest. I'm kind of surprised that Max Havlin didn't just want to see this game through till the end at this point.
Me too. The couple of things I've been surprised by Boston are how dominant the Austin beaters have looked with Montero and Demuth in the game for Boston, and how much better Skura has been in this first game than Archibald. I think a combination of Skura and the trio of Skura, Havlin, and Dillman are Boston's best chance in this game and continuing forward in the series.
Yep. So Austin now up 12-10. They need 1 more goal. Boston still needs 3. A goal on this possession is basically a necessity to start bringing things closer, but bloodshed control is probably just as important. Not going to be easy to get it off of Travis and Pace.
Skura looks for Mayer. Mayer shoots. That's not
and it's just immediately answered there by a great beat. And now there's no bludgers back. Here it is. J.J. Johnson looking to put away game 1. Tries to put a move on Greenhouse. Gets by. Skura steps high. It's across to McBride. She controls. She can't get it to go. Samham has the ball. Working on Skura. Takes a stiff arm. Skura stays in front. Samham hits the mid-range shot. And Austin wins game 1, 130-105.
An incredible game. That was as good as a game 1 can get. Yeah. Austin looked dominant at times. Boston had its answer. Austin looked dominant at times. Boston had its answer. And ultimately, Austin able to pull away as the beaters shifted.
Yeah. It was a matter of matchups, I really think, through the whole game, because there were hot hands both in the beater game and the quaffle game on both teams, and it was those players who were making the difference, and when they were subbing out, when those teams would go into more lulls.
Can't say enough about Aaron McBride down the stretch either. Yep. Was really able to put away possessions and do good things for Austin on the offensive end.
Yeah, for sure. So that is going to do it here for game 1 of our second semifinal. We will be back very soon because that game went pretty long, so we have to be coming up near 11 o'clock for New York and San Antonio. San Antonio playing with their tournament lives on the line, taking on a Titans team that is looking to make their first final since the very first year of Major League Quidditch. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Noah Schwartz. Our spotter for the game, Reed Marchman, will be back on air soon, and our producer, Nick Jablonski. We hope you stay tuned.
Back from the break and back on the pitch. We've got New York and San Antonio, Game 2. New York winning Game 1. I'm Reed Marchman on the cast, joined by Jack McGovern. Jack, after the first game, we talked about the beater play of San Antonio. That 18-wheeler lineup was working extremely well for them, but it's only sustainable for so long due to some of the injuries that they've received. Luckily, though, Bailey Fields rejoining the team today has made a huge impact.
Yeah, I think that's right. It was effective for the minutes, but I'm excited to see what else San Antonio can offer here to present a challenge to New York strategically. The win in Game 1 for New York was calm, cool, and collected as they come. And there were some sloppy moments towards the beginning, but they really eased their way into the game and gave one of their better performances of the season, I think. Yeah, and for San Antonio, I think if some of their shots can fall, maybe it's a closer game, and the energy of that close game can maintain, some of that heightened level of play. Yeah, energy is everything as we're getting into day 2 of a national tournament. Yeah, Melkite said that. I mean, this team feeds off of that. They play to that energy. And so not only the players on the field have an impact on that, but the sideline is always going crazy, getting hyped for big plays, catch of a beater, a assist from a driving player. I mean, it's like every bit of the game is it is like an extreme example of just hype incarnate for this sideline. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're going to see the same enthusiasm from the New York sideline with their "How strong, too strong" chant, if you can hear on the broadcast as we wait out an early stoppage with New York possessing the quaffle. I'm excited to see how these teams perform in Game 2. So New York won quaffle in Game 1. They get it again in Game 2, even less contested. San Antonio is going to hold on to that bludger. And New York has control of bludgers and quaffle right now. John Jackson just trying to create any sort of pressure here. He's going to pass it behind. I mean, just like last game, exactly the same way. Peter Lawrence is the first scorer on the team. John Jackson, the assister on the play. I mean, it's a carbon copy. Yeah, New York is attacking the space behind the hoops very effectively. They've done that all season, but I think it's been especially deadly against San Antonio because of how they set up their zone defense and how their beaters scramble behind the hoops to address the player behind the hoop. The rotations are working in New York's favor right now. Yeah, Lawrence feeling themselves a little bit with a little dance on the point defense. But I love it. Yeah. I mean, getting that early goal is just so big. I mean, we talked about the San Antonio energy, but New York thriving on it too. Langlanay, we look to have a big game, but I mean, an immediate turnover is not the way he's looking to start. Yeah, you can't try to pass through John Jackson. Yeah, and right back the other way. I mean, it doesn't even have to be said. Once you pick that ball off, we saw it in the Austin-Boston game, right around the hoops. It's a fast break with a big emphasis on fast. Yeah, and look what Devin Lee just did. He was the reason that John Jackson was able to go up the pitch. He tied up Tyler Tracy. He had all the bludgers and then kept bludger control for the Titans as San Antonio is under severe distress right now. And we were praising San Antonio's beater play, but thus far, I mean, New York is the one that is kind of controlling that narrative. Yeah, and with Devin Lee in the game, they are one of the best beating cores around. And now we get Langlanay back on track. The shot is going to go through. If we see one or two of those early, just like Austin Viejo that we mentioned last time, we're probably going to see a few more shots out of him. Yeah, Langlanay is another one of those players who just bring another level of athleticism for the Soldados, an ability to beat their chaser defenders one-on-one that makes them super dangerous for the Soldados. Yeah, also a Team USA player, Langlanay. Mentioned that Cody Marshall, one of his biggest fans, raving about the fact that Langlanay had a 50-pound dumbbell mailed to his house in preparation for that World Cup competition. Got to be prepared. Yeah, absolutely. Is that shot good? No, it drops off the bottom of the hoop, but Morella able to clean up that pass, which is not easy. It's a deflected ball down into the ground. You pick it up off the bounce and immediately shoot it before anybody can get in the air. Amazing anticipation to know that Aaron Sebia was going to rip a shot as San Antonio comes back on the other end and scores. What a response.
Lieber just screaming down the field, passing it to Jenna Adams, able to finish the goal.
Yeah, the Soldados are holding bludger control right now with Taylor Tracy and Jess Markle. I have to imagine they were key in creating the no bludgers opportunity there.
Yeah, in day one, Jess Markle just key for the San Antonio team. I mean, she put in crazy amounts of minutes. I would argue probably more minutes than anybody else on the team at the time.
Yeah.
In the absence of Bailey Field, she had a lot of minutes to really overtake.
Yeah, Jason Rosenberg now working as Markle is going to miss a beat.
And another misbeat from Taylor Tracy. That's going to get Aaron Seba an easy drive in.
And a hoop was knocked down as Aaron Seba was getting ready to fire that one into the heavens. I think the refs are going to discuss this one. And Aaron Seba behind the hoops just adds another element to the New York Titans. You saw him dodge a beat there.
Yep.
So he is just so hard to defend, whether you're sending a chaser or a beater behind the hoops. He can make you miss.
Yeah. And for somebody of that size to have that amount of quickness, that's why he's so dangerous on the pitch.
Yeah, New York has so many weapons. It's been really interesting to see how they've deployed some of their bigger players off ball, behind the hoops, in the spaces on the wings. Typically, you see bigger players carrying the ball maybe up top. I think New York is doing a really interesting job of moving them around the pitch and putting them in dangerous positions.
All right, play resumes. Taylor Tracy with the bludger on defense. Whereas New York with control.
Yeah, Rosenberg was able to recover bludger control with his partner, Rachel Ayala Silver, on the missed beat from Markle.
And you'll see Ayala Silver on the bottom of your screen working into the defense, giving Rosenberg that chance to beat Tracy. An opening, but Tracy able to recover after a tag in. And that's going to be an out-of-bounds turnover for San Antonio, or for New York in San Antonio's favor.
Yeah, great job from Austin Viejo to force Aaron Seba out of bounds there. Awareness of where the sidelines are. Players have been struggling a whole weekend with knowing exactly where the out-of-bounds lines are, and defenders now are realizing that they can take advantage of that a little bit.
Yeah, and you're seeing some of that sideline celebration hype from Craig Garrison giving Austin a little high five for the play. All right, 2-3 is the score. All right, Luke Langlanay on the drive. The pass is going to be low, but it's going to be picked up. Still a possession to be made. Rosenberg able to clean up, though.
Yeah, Rosenberg was everywhere there, winning the exchange and then cleaning up the play on defense along with Rachel Ayala Silver.
And New York, settling back into that offense, they had somewhat of a slow start. I think both teams are executing much better in the first couple minutes of this game. Yada, looking for the pass, does get it. Taylor Crawford on the backside. Back again. This time Mohagag is the one who receives it. Oh, gets stuffed at the hoops. A great defensive play. Is that Avila on the defense?
Yeah, hoops flying everywhere.
Again, more. And now one more drive. Taylor Crawford. We've got an injured player on the field, though. They do stop play.
Yeah, I like to see the sportsmanship from New York there.
Yeah, Mohagag on the ground. And excuse me, Austin Viejo was the one on the block. What is it? Oh, yeah.
I think you might have been right the first time. I think it is Hagag.
Oh no, Hagag on the ground. Yeah.
I thought it was Viejo too.
No. Viejo got the block. Was able to get the block on defense.
Yeah, Hagag receiving some attention.
and getting some water out to some of the other players. I know Mo coming into the day, nursing a small injury from yesterday. To say these players are coming in fresh after, I mean, a brutal quarterfinals for almost everybody would be a blatant lie. Bumps and bruises, you're going to be accruing those, as the day goes on. And the deeper we go into this tournament, from semifinals into the finals even, I mean, it's almost less about your the skill level is going to be so high and equal. It's how well you took care of yourself coming in as well.
Yeah, and remember, New York is the only semifinalist who played 3 games yesterday. Yeah. They, of course, lost Game 1 to Charlotte, who really gave them their best punch in the opening round of the series. And New York has made the road more difficult for themselves by not rising to the challenge early on. They're carrying 1 extra game compared to all the rest of the teams.
Yeah, good to see Mohgog get up off the ground, favoring his right knee. San Antonio probably appreciative of the break, though, with some of the injuries that they've received. The depth chart definitely gets pressured there, and any sort of rest like that can be a good rest. Offensively, New York still has the quaffle. That was a lie. as we turned the ball over. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right.
No, we've got and it is. Yeah, Victor Meltzer subbing in for Mohgog with the quaffle. And the score. Yep, just a quick dump pass. I mean, not a lot you can do defensively whenever they are almost half a foot away. But San Antonio now finding themselves down 2. Still not out of it by any means. I think the first step, though, is they will be looking for bludger control. Taylor Tracy going to be working together.
Yeah, you're seeing a mark defense from the Titans right now. They're going to be tough to break down. Yeah,
Markle able to get control now. Or sorry, excuse me. There's Bailey Fields. And the shot. Austin Viejo. Now we've got things going.
Yeah, Viejo was able to beat Meltzer one-on-one with a nice spin move and then locate the hoops for the shot. Very well played from the San Antonio keeper.
Bailey Fields and Tracy able to maintain control now. On defense, it's going to be a lot easier to defend against this New York attack that has been utilizing the backside of the hoops a lot. Prada bringing the ball up. Taylor Crawford on the right side. Morella on the left. Meltzer behind the hoops. Crawford getting the ball on the right. The shot opportunity, and he's going to score. Just so much confidence.
Yeah, Crawford is on fire right now. 5 goals in the first game, 1 here now.
Austin Viejo on the transition, not able to replicate the same results that Crawford had on the other end. Shot's going to go down and out, and New York now with an opportunity to really take control of this game. Up 2, going up 3 could be huge. Ooh, nice little split kick dodge. The wrap up and the turnover. That's good for San Antonio.
Yeah, a bit of a heat check for Taylor Crawford there. Swallowed up by the San Antonio defense, who are now sending chasers more quickly back behind the hoops, realizing what New York is trying to do.
And let's see. I mean, San Antonio with control. The offense should be better. But a ill-advised pass straight to the defending keeper is just not the way you're going to do it.
Yeah, that was just not the kind of patient possession that we're used from seeing from San Antonio in the half court. I would like to see them try to get out on the break a little bit because I think they could make a difference there.
All right, Rosenberg going to work. Lone bludger for New York. Parada. Tracy able to create something, and the block is good enough. That's a turnover, and no bludgers going the other way for at least 5 seconds. Okay, Rosenberg is going to get a favorable roll from that bludger.
Yeah, so just not quick enough from San Antonio. I know the quaffle went out of bounds, but they should be on the sideline demanding the ball as soon as possible and ready to run.
Although with a roll like that Bludger was going for New York, I don't think the fast break would have been too easy, honestly. Tracy able to get the beat. Langlanet on the drive is passing it off to Avila. Avila in the middle has clearance, and Parada is able to just Avila didn't even get the ball out of his hands. Parada just put a hands right up there and just, essentially stole it.
Yeah, nice defensive play from Parada. Not usually known for his defense in the same way as a John Jackson or a David Fox, but a timely hand there in the way of the San Antonio chaser.
In San Antonio, I think needing that goal from this line, haven't been able to do as much, but the beater play has been stellar. It's just New York now, they sold out essentially on that play, losing control, hoping to get the goal for the investment, but gets nothing out of it. Bailey Fields, though, is going to be able to get a bludger back. No, Josh Mansfield's going to give that back to New York. A throw after beat.
Yeah, you're seeing Fiona Weishart and Jason Rosenberg in the game at beater for the Titans, holding bludger control.
Yeah, Peter Lawrence now going to the backside. They are the youngest player on this New York roster today at 22 years old. All right, the drive. John Jackson now with a little bit of an opening, but San Antonio gets up on their feet pretty quickly, and they're going to be patient.
Rosenberg just lost bludger control to Bailey Fields. A little bit too aggressive. Can't play that way on a Team USA vet like Bailey Fields.
Yep, and Fields able to retain one. Yeah, Tracy gets the other, and that's a turnover. Going the other way, San Antonio, as Melkite subs out, and Kylie McBride comes in, we are shifting into that 18-wheeler set.
Yeah, here it comes.
Pulling out of the station. We've got the horn blaring, right?
Yeah.
And Luke Langlanet hoping to make a few kids on the passing road pretty happy.
Right.
All right, patient play. Waiting for Bailey Fields and Kylie McBride to create somewhat of an opening with the beater pressure. Here's the opportunity. McBride waiting for Rosenberg to turn his back. This is it? No, she pulls back just in time. Rosenberg turning at a crucial moment. Devin Lee, the supporting beater there. Trying to keep Bailey Fields away. Like Nave. Faking the pump fake shot. It's Viejo calling for a pick. Maybe a pass. Wrapped up, though. Great defense. Asking for beater help. Or even chase, or is Kylie McBride's going to throw one bludger back. The quaffle's going to go all the way back to the hoops, but nobody's eligible there.
Yeah, Austin Viejo was just swallowed up by Mike Lee, who continues to make an impact defensively for the Titans. He's been large with the stop there.
And John Alvarez just not tagged in time to be an eligible receiver on the backside, maybe. And they will be conferring to make sure that that is the right call. Absolutely an opportunity, but just, New York defense, the physicality that they are bringing. It's the East team that has that physical edge this game. That's what the difference was there.
Yeah, Reed, I know you're from the Southwest, and most people might expect that the Southwest to have
they're
the
soft
most physicality.
They're soft.
And the East teams to not. But, yeah, I think you're right. You're seeing the New York team come out with a little bit more of an edge today.
No, I really do hope that we would have buried that assumption long ago. We are years past any sort of gap in physicality among teams. Yeah. It's at the top level. Everybody is going to have that physical presence. Right. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, the kind of physical nature that we're seeing out of this New York team.
For sure.
Okay, still conferring on the call. 5-3 New York. And do you mind giving me the time?
Yeah, we're at 11 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, viewers, you can see the times, but if you haven't noticed, we cannot always. Requires me to lean over and ask my producer, Nick Jablonski.
So San Antonio down 2. I think if they can get into Snitch on pitch play within 2 points or within 2 goals, I think that's going to be just a huge morale boost, especially if they were the last ones to score before that stoppage. Obviously, bludger control at Snitch on pitch feels like the most important thing. In the Austin-Boston series, I mean, Boston had 8 tries at the Snitch before Austin really even got 1 and was able to come away with it simply because they had bludger control at 20 minutes. So if San Antonio can do that, if they can get a goal or 2 here, as we close down, the final half of this first 20 minutes, then that is enough for me to believe in this San Antonio team.
Yeah, I'd love to see them get a couple quick looks on the counterattack. Just, the New York defense is hard to break down.
Yeah.
They're hard to pass around. They don't give you many open windows. So if they can use their beaters to maybe press defensively and then force a turnover, I think that would be key for them in terms of staying in range with New York.
Mm-hmm. For sure. In New York, this series has done an incredible job on the back of a falling Devin Lee to get bludgers back to his hoops. But
what an acrobatic play.
Right,
It's so fun to watch.
You fall to look good on the way up, right?
This is
another stumble. John Jackson able to get the ball off to Morella, and she's going to score.
Yeah, Lee briefly created a no-bludger situation, and Fields wasn't able to recover in time for the quaffle, although now she is able to regain both bludgers for herself and her partner, Kylie McBride.
San Antonio, obviously not happy about giving up the goal, but with an offensive possession where you do have both of these bludgers, they are much more confident here. Bailey Fields, Kylie McBride, just such a dynamic duo. And a poor shot, honestly. I don't even think that it was necessarily an open hoop. Obviously, the block's going to come through. But, I mean, sure, you keep bludger control, but you got to put points on the board.
Yeah, McIntyre just not quite recognizing how quick John Jackson can cover all 3 hoops at keeper. He is a defender to be feared.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, good beat by Bailey Fields. No, they call no beat, but she is going to retain 1. The immunity call was not valid, but not called by the refs. Frank Minson able to keep 1 at the very least. Bailey Fields tagging up on the left hoop. John Jackson with the quaffle. Frank Minson escorting. All right, the pass is going to go behind. We got the shot, but it's going to roll off the top of the hoop.
Mike Lee falling away from the hoop. The fadeaway off the back foot. Bold shot.
Yeah, and it's going to be a throw after beat. I almost called it out, but we had a lot of action in the quaffle game. But McBride's going to go to the box. That is going to be a bludger turnover back to the New York hoops due to the fact that Devin Lee is ineligible at the moment. And a timeout for San Antonio. So with the possession now, Devin Lee running back to his hoops to pick up this bludger. New York, I don't think San Antonio has a bludger in hand. They could pressure immediately, or they could wait for Devin Lee to help escort this team down the field with both bludgers for New York.
Yeah, this is a big possession for the Titans coming out of the timeout. I think San Antonio is talking over how to stop New York on the power play. They would like to not go down 4 goals, or if they do go down 4 goals, have a plan to attack and make sure they can respond quickly because a little mini run from New York, especially against the 18-wheeler lineup from San Antonio that they like so much, would be a gut punch to the Soldados' hopes.
And we haven't seen any fast breaks out of San Antonio, and that's really because New York has been so solid as far as ensuring that if they do invest any bludger or beater pressure into the offensive set, they always have an opportunity to get back on defense before San Antonio has a chance to get down the field.
Right.
Really, the only moment that I can remember came out of a Ren Lieber type run where it was just a bobbled pass on the from right to left that kind of fizzled out as far as potential in the play. So if San Antonio can force New York to invest a little more heavily, make some even trades closer to your hoops, maybe you do get that fast break back the other way.
Yeah, that's a great point because it's such a big part of their identity. It was a big part of their identity in 2019 when they upset Indianapolis in the quarterfinals and played well in the semifinals too. It was a big part of their identity during the regular season this year. And I would like to see them try to get back to it, and I think you laid out well how they could go about doing that.
Yeah, and Bailey Fields does have a bludger, so John Jackson happy to wait for Devin Lee to come and join Frank Minson as a beater duo to clear a lane here. Morella flanking on the left side. Mike Lee on the right. And John Jackson just trying to feel it out. Gets to the right side. A little havoc by Devin Lee, but Fields is going to recover. Jackson now slowing it down. Morella looking on that left side hoop. If it is vacated at all, she is going to step in and score. And now we get it on the other side. Oh, a quick turn and score from behind? I mean, locating the hoop, one thing, of course, but making sure that the defender is not able to block that shot is just kind of posting up backwards through the hoop.
Yeah, and Bailey Fields did well there to hold off Devin Lee for a little bit while her partner, Kylie McBride, was serving time in the penalty box. But she just couldn't hold off any longer against one of the best beaters in the sport.
Yeah, and Peter Lawrence, I mean, I already mentioned just the skill set that they've got around the hoops is phenomenal. All right, the drive, but the tackle's going to be great by Mike Lee.
Yeah, another huge wrap from Lee, although the referees are going to assess him a yellow card as Lee can't believe it, wraps his hands around his head.
Yeah, McIntyre now with an opportunity. He is staring at Frank Minson, who's holding a bludger. Morella to Frank's left. And John Jackson, who's just been an absolute menace, a black hole around this hoop.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Jay Stewart working in the middle of the field. Unsure if they called the reset to it being the first action after the play, but I'm going to operate on the fact that it was. McIntyre with a long shot does not drop through the top hoop. Jay Stewart not able to clean it up. Morella is the one who comes away with the ball.
Great job by Mel Kite to draw the beater in. I believe it was Minson, and create a no-bludger opportunity for her team, which McIntyre was not able to convert with the teardrop. Would have liked to see him take a few more steps, get a little bit closer, or use one of his passing options that were running with him. Still, Mel Kite with a great example of how a chaser can create a no-bludger opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. A big veteran experience, honestly, or a veteran-type play out of Mel Kite, who is so comfortable ball carrying for the San Antonio team. My Heimbaugh trying to make New York work for their beater influence on the offensive end.
Yeah, and Kite mentioned, actually, that one of the things that San Antonio was working on was trying to beat the press.
Yeah.
And she did it very effectively there herself.
Yep. Rosenberg, excuse me, getting in. I am mixed up I am losing it, I think. Heimbaugh and Rosenberg. There we go. That's a beater duo, across the nation. That would be tough, honestly, to say.
Yeah, we would need to break out the tongue twisters pre-game read.
Well, see, if we do end up with that New York-Austin final, John Jackson getting beat by Jackson Johnson will be my bane.
Yeah, you've been waiting all day for that, and we haven't even gotten to the series yet.
I am not looking forward to it. I am not. I am going to mess that up so much. All right, McIntyre on the drive. Now we get the fast break offense, and he's going to be able to score this time. It is good. He gets the ball off right before the beat. Very crucial, and San Antonio needs to ride this momentum that they've got now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I've wanted to see from San Antonio. I didn't quite catch how the beater game played out.
Ayala Silver on the ground with the bludger.
Yeah.
Or contesting the bludger of Maya Heimbaugh.
Yeah, there was
Oh,
enough
Ren
chaos.
Lieber, thank you. Thank you. I missed the substitution. They've got such similar running styles. I mean, they both just fly down the field so effortlessly.
Yeah, really fun players to watch
Yeah.
all around today, honestly.
All the San Antonio fans just furious, I think. My apologies. Yeah, that's 4 cards for the New York side. Frank Minson. I mean, 3 beaters for my Yellow Silver now. I mean, this is what's keeping San Antonio even close in this game. They are down 3 currently, but, I mean, without those cards, it's a different game, and San Antonio happy to let them just take themselves out of the game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You can bring the physicality, but you have to be careful that you stay and follow the rules because if you start getting cards, it's going to hurt your team.
All right, Maya pressing. Heimbaugh getting bludger control now. And Mike Lee and Morella are the primary ball carriers while John Jackson is able to tag back in. San Antonio's press. Just trying to find some opportunity, maybe a bad pass or a bobbled catch, and that might create the opportunity. But you have to take what you can get.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're going to want to try to kill the penalty to Rachel Ayala Silver.
Yeah.
That's why John Jackson is working so slowly on the wing.
Yeah, and you'd love to see De La Fuente and Heimbaugh really pressure with these
Yeah,
bludgers.
that's a
They
good point.
can't lose control,
Right.
given the fact that New York only has 1 beater, but now Ayala Silver is back almost as if she never left.
Right, yeah, this was a fast break opportunity for San Antonio to force a turnover, but they weren't able to capitalize.
And then we get the trade. New York is the one dictating the pace of the play, not San Antonio. That's a big problem.
Yeah, New York has to be really happy with how that sequence just played out.
San Antonio still has control, but my Heimbaugh might have to hustle to beat this. Does not get there. Ayala Silver is the one to recover. San Antonio only has 1 bludger. Jay Stewart trying to create some havoc, and Morella might be picking up a card for some contact. Rosenberg trading with De La Fuente. Now San Antonio's got bludger control with a card coming. No. Ref drops the hand. No card coming.
Yeah, I think head referee Ricky Nelson is just going to issue a warning to Lindsay Morella for some contact that was issued after the tackle as Morella kind of shook off her defender, Jay Stewart.
Yeah. Acevedo back on the pitch. On the heels of De La Fuente and between Maya Heimbaugh as well. Ooh, a risky beat, but it works out. Rosenberg's going to go down as well. Michael Lee there to create something. And now a good shake here. A big play. Oh, the whistle's going to go right before the shot. You have to think that's against New York then.
Yeah, I think John Jackson was beat and couldn't quite get out of the way. Ended up setting a screen effectively for his teammate, Vinny Iannucci.
Yeah.
And the refs are going to turn the quaffle over to San Antonio. I think that's the right call.
Yep. And now the fast break. Langlanet. Bludger's coming through. He's going to not break 1 tackle. Michael Lee, another big tackle for this New York defense. Acevedo's going to be able to pick that one up around Morella. The block coming through.
Yeah.
Quaffle's going to go out of bounds. Viejo's going to be the one to recover. Reinterplay. Langlanet on the right side. Recovery. Melkite driving, throwing, scoring on the top hoop. Big energy from this San Antonio side now.
Yeah, Melkite from distance. That's something she told us she's been working on. Shooters got to shoot, hey?
I mean, if you're putting it in like that, absolutely.
Through a tackle from John Jackson. That is not easy to take and stay on target. The New York is bringing the physicality, but San Antonio knows how to handle it.
I mean, that was the loudest this championship field crowd has been all day. That was a huge play for Melkite. All right, New York trying to stop this San Antonio newly minted momentum here, and that's not going to happen. A one-handed grab from Lieber.
Yeah, and we're at the 20-minute mark now. That was the last offensive possession of the first half. So we're heading into Snitch on pitch now.
I said if they can get within 2
Yep.
and score the final goal for that first 20 minutes, they're going to feel really good about this play, and I'm pretty sure they've got bludger control.
Yeah. And coming right after a play by one of their emotional leaders, one of their strategic leaders, Melkite, with just an outstanding display of individual brilliance on the shot. San Antonio has to feel really good right now. Maybe that's the spark for them to make a comeback here in Game 2.
And Noah Schwartz with, like, the fact of the day here, the fact that this 5-7 score in this San Antonio New York game is exactly the same as that Charlotte New York game, and we could be seeing maybe a repeat performance and possible collapse of at least one game here for New York and another 3-game series possibility.
Yeah, New York was winning against Charlotte. Charlotte, of course, had league-leading seeker Ryan Davis in for them. San Antonio has been going to John Alvarez, I believe, and he's gotten a hand around the waist a couple times and gotten close.
Yeah.
Although I believe San Antonio is yet to catch at this tournament.
Yeah.
I believe Indianapolis caught twice yesterday in losses, and New York caught in Game 1 with Vinny Iannucci, hoping to ride the hot hand here in Game 3.
And Alvarez comes in as, in the regular season, this tied for second in most snitch catches on the regular season. So it's not to say that Alvarez can't make it happen. He's shown time and time again that he can. Now, it's just putting it all together, a great quaffle performance, a bit of card trouble from New York, and a snitch catch for San Antonio. Those are the recipes to get them this win here.
Yeah, it looks like San Antonio is actually going to send in Jay Stewart as seeker. He's played a lot of seeker minutes for them. And for New York, Peter Lawrence is going to start with the yellow headband. They are going to give their best shot at the snitch.
And Jay Stewart, just one catch behind Alvarez on that list. So this is not too much of a drop off, if any, at all. And Jay Stewart, such a young player coming in from the UTSA program, has been a absolute star for them and at the college level. And just the fact that we've seen as much of an impact from him already, I mean, he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, and it looks like the substitution of Lawrence was a decoy as Kellen Cupid, the usual New York starting seeker, comes into the game now. Opposite Stewart.
Yeah.
What a catch by Devin Lee.
And a pass from Lieber is going to get bobbled and dropped on the other end. Parada is going to be the one fast breaking to the other side. Melkite not able to slow him down, and that's going to be an easy score for New York. Momentum out of play now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're back to New York feeling good.
Yeah, outstanding recognition from Parada from the defensive keeper zone. This is what he does best, taking the quaffle the other way, running fast, getting the goal when New York needs him to.
Yep, and Devin Lee trying to get a little cute with the kick beat. Taylor Tracy not going to be shaken by that, and it's a push in the back that's going to be another off broom for these beaters of New York, and a big tackle against Melkite. Taylor Crawford bringing her down.
Yeah,
a little slow to get up. She's going to take a sub. After such a huge goal, you have to hope that she is able to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. She means so much to them, the San Antonio team. And good to see her walking off on her own power.
Yeah. Maybe just needing a breather here.
Yeah.
In for the substitution, though, Jenna Adams, also with a goal this game. Possible handoff coming. Nope. Retreat, Jenna Adams gets the ball off to Reber. Reber going to the left side. Driving to the left side just way faster than anybody on New York out there. I mean, that's San Antonio, the speed that I want to see out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. If San Antonio is going to stay in this game, they're going to have to use their speed to make New York players miss.
Big jump dodge from Lee, but then he gets pickpocketed essentially by De La Fuente. Minson's going to be able to chase down that bludger from De La Fuente as he gets a little bit lazy. And, dismount before snitch catch. No good. Lawrence is going to be able to drive in, and that shot is getting called no good by the San Antonio sideline. Possibly a little bit biased, but Lawrence felt like that one was good.
Yeah, and just outstanding beater play right now over the past minute or so. Chris De La Fuente made a catch on Devin Lee, and then on an attempted throwback, Frank Minson runs like half the length of the pitch to track down the bludger and beat De La Fuente in a foot race. This is just supremely entertaining right now.
Yeah, and to clarify, that was a no-good goal. San Antonio correct on this one. And it's still a 2-goal game. San Antonio only down 2. A snitch catch is going to not only close that gap, but give them a lead of their own. And possibly a run out of bounds for San Antonio to turn this ball over.
Yeah, that's a really key turnover. And you saw the
Yeah.
New York sideline respond.
Yeah.
Anytime in a no-bludger situation, your chaser defense can force a turnover, you
Yeah.
have to be really happy.
Rutledge is the one stepping out there. John Jackson passing backwards. Crawford looking to drive. Able to get there and score, just ducking under the defense, watching the hands fly by.
Yeah, Crawford is just so hard to take down. He works so well in tight spaces with his low center of gravity and his nose for the hoops.
Yep.
Love to see him getting on the board.
Alvarez
for the New
getting
York
just
Titans.
a ton of solo time with this snitch. San Antonio feeling really good. They've got bludger control, but on the quaffle end, it's going to be a big tackle by Lawrence. They've been so good and have had such a big impact. First goal, or scoring the first goals of each of these first 2 games, and with the big physicality on the other end, they are just so key for this team.
And San Antonio has just established a really tight bubble right now as Alvarez is so close to our snitch, Tyler Trudeau, head coach of the Washington Admirals.
Yep, and John Jackson driving, but thinking better of it, waiting for the rest of his team. And Crawford with another goal? Yeah.
I think so. I missed it.
Yeah, the angle for me was just terrible, but it absolutely goes through. The head ref calls it good. Another goal for Taylor Crawford, their leading scorer in the semifinals by a long shot.
And Vinny Iannucci is taking a shift in at seeker now,
It's
although
good to
he's
see,
beat
yeah.
quickly by the San Antonio pair of Tyra Tracy and Chris De La Fuente.
Those fresh legs could be so huge, and Austin Viejo capitalizing on the other end. We're seeing a lot of quaffle goals now. We're getting really close to a point where this snitch catch might end the game by itself.
Yeah, a New York snitch catch would end the game. The set score is 130. And Craig Garrison has
over
a
the top.
snitch pull.
He reaches over the top with these long arms, almost a Reed Richards impersonation, extending that reach beyond. And Tyler Trudeau, not a small person.
No.
That's a big back to go down to get that snitch.
No, but Craig Garrison using his own height. Garrison, one of the most experienced players on the San Antonio roster, one of the earliest UTSA programs from which the San Antonio Soldados pull heavily from. He's an assistant coach for this team. This would be a huge pull for him, though.
I mean, Craig is just hoping, literally praying at this point, that they call this good. Any sort of infraction as far as holding the snitch or anything might pull that off. But, I mean, obviously, Craig is going to lobby for that catch.
Yeah.
In San Antonio, just feeling that energy.
Yeah.
Even if it's not called good, I think that they are just so invested into this game. They are truly energized by what's happening here.
For sure now. It would be his Garrison's first catch of the season, and it would be San Antonio's first catch of MLQ Championship here in Howard County, Maryland.
I mean, what a time to get it, though.
Yeah. Could not have come at a better time.
Yeah. On the edge of my seat, literally, waiting here. If anything, just to see the players a bit better. But San Antonio has had control the whole time. They call the snitch grab no good.
Yeah, a long discussion from the referees.
Yeah.
You had to think that was not good for the Soldados, although Garrison, with the momentum feeling the momentum from his sideline from the fans,
Oh
is
my
going to take
goodness.
another go.
And CJ Jr. catching the bludger here from Taylor Tracy, going to get control. De La Fuente kneeing that one back, and that could be San Antonio with control, but Craig Garrison trying to get another stab at it. The beater play is going to be a little bit absent. John Jackson on the other end trying to create a bit more of a buffer. Morella's going to catch that pass and score. That's a good shot. New York, all they need to do is catch a snitch.
Yeah, and the pair of CJ Jr. and Jason Rosenberg are going to recover bludger control, but Rosenberg loses it right back to Chris De La Fuente.
2 more goals for New York. That's a win. 1 snitch catch, and that's a win.
Right.
San Antonio feeling the pressure. CJ Jr. not getting beat there and able to keep his bludger. Kellen Cupid now grabbing.
Yeah, this is the first extended time for Cupid with a snitch.
All right, one more drive here. Lawrence going through in almost uncontested.
Yeah.
They are just, I mean, walking through the San Antonio defense.
And a big two-handed slam with authority for
In
Lawrence.
New York now, 1 goal away. That's it. Oh, now, okay, now we have a game. Now we have a game.
New York needing only 1 goal left to reach the set score. San Antonio with possession and a snitch sock in the hand of Jay Stewart. They would pull to down only 2 goals. They would need 3 goals to win.
Just what you needed from a young player like Jay Stewart. Big catch to bring San Antonio back into this game. 3 goals, you already said it, to win this game. Now that the Beaters can re-enter the quaffle play, San Antonio just hoping that that is going to be enough to stop this New York assault that has happened in the last 3 minutes.
Yes, Stewart rising to the occasion in his first MLQ championship.
All right, quaffle with San Antonio. The drive from McIntyre. Austin Viejo on the receiving end bobbles it. And John Jackson has to pull off the contact, so the behind the back is not called. Austin Viejo is going to capitalize on that and score.
That's a really big goal, and we have a 1-goal game now. Next goal wins for New York. 2 goals win for San Antonio. They have to get a stop here now.
CJ Jr. getting some huge minutes right now and
Yeah.
really playing up to the game. He was able to make a big catch to get control, give New York a couple, and Kellen Cupid a couple tries at the snitch, and now trying to get this bludger on the ground, racing, it appears, Bailey Fields to the bludger.
Yeah,
but
Junior is a vocal
substitution.
leader in the New York Titans beating core, even though he plays maybe less minutes than some of his teammates.
Yeah, Frank Minson subbing out now. We've got Lee coming in now for New York. And without bludger control, it is a little more difficult. But, we're going to get a call here on Leg Lene for a swatted bludger.
And this is textbook from Junior. He knows the rules better than anyone, and he knows when there's a swat on one of his bludgers.
Leg Lene escorting himself off the pitch, knowing the card is coming. And with the power play, New York, I wasn't too confident that they could score on the 2 bludger defense, but now there's a lot better chance. Chris De La Fuente catching the bludger. David Lee jump kicking, and that's going to be an opportunity. Taylor Crawford driving
There it
in.
is.
He's got to make this goal to go, and that's going to be game. New York takes it 2-0 on the final goal from Taylor Crawford, their leading scorer coming through clutch.
Yeah, and the New York Titans advanced to their first MLQ championship since 2015, the inaugural season of the league. This is the mountain that the New York Titans have been hoping to climb, and they're going to get a chance to compete for the Benepi Cup.
Such an amazing story. New York coming off a tight regular season, one of the toughest regions in the nation. I gotcha. But San Antonio, their weekend, their season is over. But what an incredible performance! What a gutsy performance from them.
That's exactly the right word because they were several players down.
Yeah.
They had Bailey Fields flying in today for the games. She made a big difference, allowed them to play some of their favorite lineups, and just made life really difficult for the New York Titans in the course of getting to the finals. New York has been well tested. You mentioned the regular season. They face stiff competition in the East Division, with the Washington Admirals and the Boston Forge giving them tight series, as well as the Charlotte Aviators, both in the regular season and in earlier yesterday in the quarterfinals. So they've been tested. They're now going to play the winner of Boston and Austin, two teams that they know well.
Yeah, and Austin looking for the 2-0. Austin, once again, sorry, Nick Jablonski letting me know the game time, but Austin going to be going for that 2-0. Boston looking to even the score. I'm kind of personally hoping for a 3-game series, but be sure to join us in 10 minutes for the Austin-Boston game.
Yeah, it's going to be Ethan Sturm and Noah Schwartz on the call.
Yeah, see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the championship pitch here in Howard County at Troy Park. Game 2 of a intense series between the Boston Forge and the Austin Outlaws, a rematch of the 2019 MLQ Championship final. The Austin Outlaws taking the first game, Boston grabbing the Snitch, briefly taking the lead, but calm, collected play by the Outlaws, seeing the day through. Now it is Boston with their season on the line, with their title defense on the line. I'm Ethan Sermon along with Noah Schwartz. Noah, what does Boston need to do to come away with this
We
one?
talked about this a little post-game, right? I think the triumvirate, I think they have to get to score quicker, and they've got to ride with Havlin and Dillman as long as they can in the beater game.
Yep. We're about to get brooms up. Sam Ham running against Teddy Costa. Last time Costa just pulled up, Sam Ham is one of the fastest brooms up runners in the game. Does so again, but this time Sam Ham has a full head of steam. Ryan Fenning goes for the wrap. Ryan Fenning with the huge tackle. And it's a big stop there from the young player out of Cal.
Yeah, you want to see Boston be more physical in this game. Oh, and the ball sneaks out to Erin McBride. She's going to get stopped, and Boston's going to jump on them. Nice physical start for Boston defensively here.
Yeah, they need to set the tone physically. They were probably the more physical team in game 1 as well, but it was early on where they struggled a bit in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin hung 5 goals on them very quickly in that first game. It's a nice start for Boston this game.
Yeah, and Boston's not messing around in the beater game. To be fair, neither is Austin. Jackson Johnson and Cole Travis playing against Max Havlin and Leanne Dillman. The Austin beaters currently with bloodshed control. Grace Tastu has the ball on the wing. The rest of the Quaffle game is Ryan Fenning, Jake Archibald, and Tyler Beckman. And the Quaffle game on the Austin side currently in a 2-2 zone is Augie Monroe, along with Aaron McBride, Casey Irwin, as well as Sam Hamowitz.
And we're going to look for Archibald to have a rebound game here. Really bad game from him in game 1. It was probably the difference in the game. Yeah. If he can have a good game, this Boston team can really turn this tide around.
Yeah. And I talked to him in between games. This line knows where they messed up. They knew the passes that they needed to not make. You can't give up free turnovers against the talent on this Austin side. They definitely have already looked more composed. Jake Archibald's exact words to me were, we knew that we could have just held the ball for 8 minutes and Austin wouldn't have done anything about it. You're already seeing that composure more so in this second game.
Now, Tyler Beckman out there on the wing. A few early turnovers from last game. We'll see. Now Boston works the ball around. Archibald misses the first shot. Fenning gets the rebound off the dash to miss.
But Jackson Johnson recovers, though. Tyler Beckman is going to come up with it. I think they're going to say that Fenning did propel it a bit after the beat. Either way, I don't think it would have mattered because there was a close-down beat there from Cole Travis that forced the turnover one way or another.
A better-looking possession there from Boston than early on in the last game. Archibald has to finish that first shot.
Yep. Bludger's on the ground. I think Leanne Dillman is going to come away with bludger control. So it is still step 1 accomplished there because bludger control has been the deciding factor throughout the series. It's been hard to come by. It's been hard to take off the opposing team, especially with the top of the echelon of beaters in the game with Hallie Pace now entering as well. So that is a win for Boston, even if the goal doesn't fall. Augie Monroe wearing the green headband this time around, bring it down. Josh Andrews in the game as well. Jackson Johnson wins a big exchange with Max Havlin, but then fails to make a beat on Leanne Dillman. Hard to see what's happening here. A lot of chaos. Andrew Axel's trying to get by Grace Dastu. It's Ryan Fenning stepping out, though, as well. He makes the wrap. Ryan Fenning's been the physicality for Boston all season and so far in this game. Now Beckman tries to do the same. It's a pass up to Augustine Monroe. Augustine Monroe swings it to Casey Irwin. Great ball movement, accentuated by the dominant beating play of Jackson Johnson, and Austin's on the board first again.
Yeah. Nicely, very physical there from Austin, able to play through the contact. Nice way to keep their heads. Really good swinging the ball. Just the quick passing game there really made the difference.
Yeah, Axtell to Monroe to Casey Irwin. Irwin and Axtell. Irwin and Monroe at this point have been playing with each other for so long. I mean, the eyes in the back of your head in terms of knowing where the other one is.
Absolutely.
Fenning with the ball on the wing here, trying to give their beater some chance to get bludger control.
And Fenning was the player on day 1 that was so huge for Boston. Didn't see a lot from him in game 1. It'd be interesting to see him try and drive a little bit more in game 2.
But in order to drive, you need to be able to get bludger control off of these beaters, and they're playing it so smart. Though I think Havlin did get bludger control there. And Dastu just uncorks one from mid-range. Huge goal there for Grace, and it all knotted up at 1.
Yeah, that's a great shot there from mid-range from Grace Tastu. Didn't know she had that one in there. Just rips a huge shot.
Yeah. Been a little up and down in the mid-range game from Dastu this season, but a big one there. And we've talked about Austin not being the best shot-blocking team. If Boston can get some of those to fall, it can be a real momentum shifter. Sun is finally out here at Troy Park this morning as Axtell tries to drive on Beckman. A lot of chaos in the bludger game, but what it's going to be is a high press. Augustine Monroe is beat out.
And we saw Boston have success with this high press, physicality at the point of attack on day one. Didn't see it as much when they were at the beginning of this game in game one.
But that's because you think about the difference in spatial awareness from their two opponents. Austin is the best in the world at that.
Not just spatial awareness. It sounds so ridiculous, but just being able to pass and catch these long throws really make a difference. And Boston more of a zone, not a mark. And Axel's going to drive. Axel's going to find a hoop. Axel's going to score.
Yeah, and I really like the adjustment Austin made there, and it's an adjustment that, as Max Haffman just tips it over Jackson Johnson to keep watching control. They were attacking a lot on Fenning's side of the zone, and Fenning would step out. Jake Archibald is not going to step out and make that same hit, so this time they attack down Archibald. Oh, Jackson Johnson has taken the ball right back off Max Havlin. Teddy Costa now in the game, has the ball on the far side. There's no beater that close. He tries to float one, but Josh Andrews has the response this time, and now there are bludgers everywhere. It's going to be a no-bludger drive here from Josh Andrews. Does Boston have the stop? Dastu's trying to close on him. He shoots the mid-range shot, and that is not the look Austin wants.
No, Austin really needs to be taking the ball through the hoop there. A little tentative there from Josh Andrews on his way down the pitch. Kind of tiptoed it.
Yeah, and nobody had really met him at point of contact yet when he chose to release that. Even if he wanted the mid-range shot, probably could have taken a couple more steps. Jackson Johnson off that big play against Havlin does get bludger control back for himself in pace. Serena Montero is now in the game alongside Havlin with Dillman subbing out. No other changes so far in the quaffle game. Augustine Monroe strips Ryan Fenning and is now going the other way. It is no bludgers. Grace Dastu is not going to get a hand on Monroe. 3-1 Austin early.
And so bad from Fenning there after the strip to just kind of jog back and not try and find a body to Monroe. Just lets him run all the way down the pitch for the goal.
Yeah. The first line from Boston continues to have no answers, and the question is, when are we going to see that second line? It took us 10 minutes to see it in game one.
Yeah, we've already seen 5 minutes here from line one, from the Boston line one. Down early again, 3-1.
Ball back to Costa. Costa has a lot of space to work. Tries to uncork one. No good. Not the best look. It's a long shot to make. And again, it doesn't give your beaters a chance to get back bludger control, though I think Havlin did get it somehow anyway.
Yeah, had Fenning cutting, might have been one of those situations where the pass works, the shot works, but it just hits the rim of the goal and neither goes through. Neither ends up happening.
Bludger control right back to Austin. Serena Montero losing an exchange with Jackson Johnson. And now it's Axel's time to work on the wing. Trying to get by Fenning. Fenning trying to keep the horizontal movement in front of him. Gets a wrap, but I think he's going to get called for a contact from behind.
I like the idea there to grab the arm first. Just the rest of the contact comes in from behind. And it looks like Fenning.
They're going to say neck contact.
And it's going to be yellow card for Fenning after that hit.
I believe a card in the second straight game now for Fenning on contact.
But like you said, Boston asking a lot for him to be aggressive, and that's the kind of card they're okay with him getting.
Yep. Costa's trying to make life miserable for Axtel, but I believe he'll have one passing option or another. Josh Andrews is out of the play. Augustine Monroe is pretty far away. Costa wants to tip any pass back to Monroe and force the ball to Casey Irwin where maybe he can crash. Instead, Casey Irwin's just going to walk it back, and now Austin will play the power play. Haley Pace again beats Serena Montero out of the play. Augustine Monroe hits the lane, puts it away. 4-1 Austin. This is looking a lot like game one.
Yeah, and the difference really has been the beating game. Since the sub out, Austin's had once again run over the second unit here of Boston's beaters.
Well, we were asking Austin where Jackson Johnson was in game one. In game two, there's no question he's played 7 straight minutes. He's played 7 straight dominant minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Havlin is the first to sub out and basically answering subs. I would not be surprised if Johnson just tracks Havlin all the way through this game.
And it's obviously working for Austin so far.
Yep, so it's going to be Casey Beavers and Cole Travis coming in. Also, second-line substitutions at least halfway for Boston and I think fully for Austin. Sam Hamowitz has the ball. J.J. Johnson is alongside him. And Luis Sanchez on the far side. Aaron McBride as well now in for Casey Irwin. A tie-up in the beater game. Tom DeMuth is able to make a beat. It is going to allow for a no-budget situation, but Johnson doesn't see a route through Costa quite yet. Now Greenhouse is going to step out, but is also watching the pass to Sam Ham. A very disciplined play there from Greenhouse. Doesn't allow the drive and dish. And Austin is going to have to waste a turnover, even though they didn't have that much pressure. They are able to get bludger control back. DeMuth now has the only bludger for Boston.
Yeah, bad centering pass there from Austin.
So one reset used. They got to keep in the offensive zone now. Harry Greenhouse was in for Fenning. That is the sub in the Quaffle game for Boston so far. Costa's beat out. DeMuth is beat twice. Oh, it's a ball over to Sam Ham. Sam Ham, a very uncharacteristic air, can't put the dunk through the middle hoop.
Just mistimed his jump a little bit, and on the release point got a little low and hit the bottom of the tee.
Yep. The rare hoop stuff.
Yeah, nice veteran play, by the way, from Cole Travis. Serena Montero trying to track the tap beat on the point defender. Takes time Cole Travis takes his time to readjust, turn his back to Montero to make the tap beat so that he has an easy repossession of the ball.
Yeah, so many tiny adjustments by these beaters at the highest level that sometimes you wonder how they're even processing at that speed during these moments. And it's just honestly reps. That's what it comes down to. So Grace Dastu had a little knock, did end up subbing out for Morgan Bertram, and Jake Archibald subs out as well. So now it is second line action for Boston. Ian Skura and Harry Greenhouse in alongside Costa and Bertram.
And this time it only took 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes for Skura to get in the game.
Yep. Skura has the ball up top with a lot of space to work. Montero throws a weak beat that's an easy catch for Cole Travis.
Skura looking for a shot. Lots of traffic with
beater's a little out of position here. And budget control did go to Boston in that exchange.
Yeah, and Costa kind of gets wrapped up and ends up going nowhere. And a lot of beats on Costa before he ends up stopping. We might get a card here for continuing after the beat.
Yeah, the problem is the Boston Beaters got budget control, but they got it by running very far to their own side of the pitch, which allowed Cole Travis to absolutely dominate the quaffle play.
And it's going to be a yellow card. It's going to be a yellow card for Austin, though, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a gift to Boston for sure because that was about to be a turnover the other way.
That's Luis Sanchez picking up the card, it looks like.
0, Austin, push from behind, 1 minute.
Every bludger is on the Boston side of the field. So now we see if anybody in Boston is ready to get big. They only have to get through 3 quaffle players. Harry Greenhouse is going to be the one with the ball. He has Morgan Bertram as a passing option, though. If Erin McBride wants, she can definitely step back to her. Skura is going to be running alongside the other side of the field. I think that's going to be the look. It's going to be Skura on a cut down the middle of the field here.
Yeah, it's going to give Austin quaffle players a time to get back in position. But Skura's going to have to go if he wants this.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them go a little faster. This is no budget situation. Skura working on Sam Ham, and he just throws it to Josh Johnson.
Yeah.
Greenhouse takes it back from him, though. Now the budget play is coming back in. Does Skura see it coming? No, he does not. He eats a beat from Cole Travis. Ball is on the ground. Teddy Costa has it. Kind of looked like an advantage call there briefly from Kanto, but I think he's going to let the play go, maybe just a back-to-hoops call.
Yeah, a really great play by Greenhouse to keep the play alive after a pretty poor decision from Ian Skura.
I just hate the pacing there. I would have liked to see them go quickly. Greenhouse is in the lane, now facing that one bludger with Cole Travis. Now it's a no-bludger situation again. Does Harry Greenhouse have an answer? He's looking for Bertram. The pass was wide. Erin McBride closes down in a hurry. Now Cole Travis is closing down as well. Now it's a no-bludger situation for Skura. He is working on Sam Ham, two of the most athletic players in the sport. Skura goes right by him, and Sam Ham's wrap keeps the ball out of the hoop.
Yeah. Sam Ham was able to, just at the last moment, trap Skura's arm next to his body so he wasn't able to extend for the finish.
Yeah, I think Skura might have had the middle hoop backhand flip at one point when he just had slipped by Sam Ham.
Had a step. Sam Ham, with that athleticism, as you said, able to close the space quickly.
That said, you can't complain about the guy going for the wide open far hoop. I'm not saying it was a bad decision. It was just a great play by Sam Ham.
Better recognition there from Skura to see the no-bludger situation.
Yep. Just over 10 minutes in now. It's 4-1 Austin. We're seeing a little bit more Davis Rowe. Played one of the shortest shifts I've ever seen in Game 1.
And played it very well.
Luis Sanchez has the ball on the left side. It's a beat on, I believe, Land Dillman. It's Eddie Hona back in the game.
Teddy Costa laying a nice tackle.
It is Land Dillman. Josh Johnson has the ball working on Harry Greenhouse. I don't think he's in a rush to move, though, as Land Dillman is planted in the middle of the zone.
And this is what we saw a little bit on day 1 from Boston. Really harrowing defense here at the point of attack.
And now it's a no-budget situation. Johnson goes over to a wide-open passing option. Once again, it is Davis Rowe getting on the scoreboard in a hurry, making the most of his opportunities.
Yeah. Boston there getting a little overextended. And it looks like we're going to have a weather delay with 8:59 left until Snitch comes on pitch.
Yeah, they're isolated thunderstorm cells all around the area. I don't think it'll be a long delay per se.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a lightning delay here. It was a quick one yesterday. Hopefully we'll be back in a hurry here today. What have you seen so far from Austin that they have this lead?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of bludger control, and it's been taking their opportunities. They've looked so disciplined in the routes they're running to score on offense. And you saw Boston start to get more confident, but Austin is not giving them that Baylor look anymore, right? Because it seemed like Boston had an answer for that Baylor look. Now we're seeing more 2-2 defenses, maybe even a little bit of mark. And Boston now has to come up with new ways to break down those defenses, and that's really the sign of a well-disciplined team, to kind of have all these things in your back pocket, knowing when your biggest games are coming.
And Boston hasn't gotten back to the Dillman-Havlin look yet, and that's really been when they've been out their best. And they were able to run up the score. They were able to pull the score back a little bit in that game one. After this lightning delay, I'd be interested to see if they go straight back to it. Although I think afterwards we'll also see Jackson Johnson be able to come back in the game immediately as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely works out for Boston, who does not have the beater depth they usually have, in that basically now Max Havlin and Leon Dillman are going to be able to start a game fresh here at 10 minutes in and just play another 10-minute game. I expect to see a lot of them. I hope to see this second line, though, kind of getting some reps. So we're going to send it to a break for a bit. We will keep you updated to the best of our abilities. Check all of our social medias as we kind of keep updating those times for you. We thank everybody for watching, and we hope you stay tuned. Weather has cleared out. Of course, we appreciate the help of our hosts here in Howard County, as well as our incredible organization for getting us through the occasional weather delay we've had. Somehow we've never actually had any rain fall on these pitches, but we've definitely had thunder and lightning in the area, and of course we want to keep all of our athletes safe. But we've got a lot more Quidditch to be played here. Austin and Boston playing in Game 2 of their semifinal. So far it's looked a lot like Game 1 with Austin jumping out to a lead. It was 5-0 in the first game. It is now 5-1 in the second game, about 11 minutes in. Noah, what is Boston going to need to do if they're going to force a Game 3 here in this one?
They're going to have to get a foothold in the beater game. Austin's beaters in Game 2 have just been absolutely dominant. The only goal for Boston so far coming on that Grace Dash to snipe from midfield, that's not going to be enough. The offense is going to have to get going. It's going to have to flow through some other players, but it all starts in the beating game for Boston. We're going to see a return to pitch here, and I expect quick subs into Havlin and Dillman. I also expect quick subs from Austin into Pace and Johnson.
Yeah, we talked so much about Jackson Johnson not playing a ton of minutes this regular season for Austin, this championships for Austin. That all changed in Game 2 here. We saw at least a 7 or 8 minute shift to kick off the game. Tate K is going to play now. Tom DeMuth is not going to immediately sub out of this game, but Max Havlin looks very ready to jump in. DeMuth and Dillman will start out. Tate K steps high and then rolls one back to Howie Pace, who's playing alongside. It's going to be Sammy Garza stepping up at point, and Ian Skur with the ball over to Morgan Bertram.
And again, the score's 5-1 here, Austin. We've got about 8.5 minutes until the Snitch comes back on pitch. So about 12.5 minutes into this game.
Skur has a lot of room here if he wants to take it. Tries to put one high. Did not have a tall target though in Greenhouse. It sails over. It's another waste of possession. And that's really been the story of the game. The beaters, it's gone back and forth. Sure, Austin's had the upper hand sometimes, but so has Boston. But it's really that Austin is making the most of the opportunities given, and Boston just isn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And Skur was a little bit more aggressive in that in Game 1. Look for him to try and get a little bit closer to the hoops.
A big beat by Tate K there on Tom DeMuth, but it's going to be, it is going to be bludger control for Austin and a loose bludger. Howie Pace is still alive. Oh, and just as we were talking about taking your opportunities, it's going to be a drop there from Casey Beavers on a nice pass from Mario Bermudez, and then Tom DeMuth with a rocket to clean up the play there on the defensive end. Finally, a missed opportunity from Austin, maybe a chance for Boston to get something going.
And Skur here with the ball. Austin was able to get bludger control back.
Yep. K and Pace now with bludger control. Another possession still here for Tom DeMuth. No sub in yet from Max Havlin. Costa with the ball up top. DeMuth not able to make a beat on K here, and there's a tie-up that way, and Dillman's going to win, but it's not going to matter. Bludger control still retained. Teddy Costa with the block of the Howie Pace beat, but the beat went right back to Pace. I'm surprised this is still live. I thought he got beat. He hasn't. It's still live. A shot from Greenhouse, maybe a pass, is knocked down, and it is going to be Austin ball.
Better there from Boston. We see some concepts working, but as you said earlier, some of these possessions, the concepts are working, and the execution just is what's been failing them.
Yeah. So now another chance for Austin to start extending things, and it's going to be a pass all the way back to Augie Monroe. This back across to Garza. No real aggressive step-outs from Boston. We've only really seen that when Ryan Fenning is on the pitch. Garza gets briefly into the lane, meets Harry Greenhouse, and then throws it back over to
Austin
Bermudez.
has no beaters right now. We'll see if Boston can find a press.
Oh, and there's the contact we've been waiting for. A big play there by Harry Greenhouse, and it's Leon Dillman who's there first with the beats, which means it should be – at this point, I think you have to give the ball to Boston, because even if there's a pileup, all the Boston players will resolve, so you shouldn't be hesitating on those Boston players any longer.
And so often at the bottom of that scrum, the player that gets beat will hold on to the ball because they'll be piled on. Right. But really, they need to release the ball, or it should be called play after beat.
Right, and obviously, head ref Andrew Canto is never going to get that call wrong, so it will be Boston ball. They also got bludger control through that exchange. Big opportunity here, but we need to see them doing a little bit more on the offensive end. And one of the things that's really tied them up is this change of defensive set. It's been more of that 2-2 than the Baylor zone this game from Austin. Bertram has the ball, taking your space in the lane, then just passes it off to Greenhouse.
And we're seeing very compressed chasers here from Boston up top as well.
Now the Baylor zone is back. And that's been those constant defensive shifts, just trying to keep Boston confused. TK goes high up on Leon Dillman to no avail. A tap beat gets him out of the play. Bermudez is beat. Skur is in the lane. And it's Casey Beavers flying through the air and knocking down that shot.
Yeah, and a poor decision there by Skur to try and shoot through this Baylor zone.
So no scoring since these teams returned from the weather break. We're about 15 minutes in here. Not much in the way of subs either. Shocking we have not seen, as you mentioned, those top-tier beaters. Helipes is back in the game.
Yeah, I think Boston missed a real opportunity here to kind of change the tide of the game. But they have had good bludgeon control. It really has been the chasing game that's put.
And that is just not going to be good enough from Boston as Garza runs right through the entire defense and hits that backhanded shot through the middle hoop to make it 6-1.
An easy goal there. Just stepping through the defense too easily. Somebody's going to have to step in and meet with force.
Yeah, and the first sub in the beater game is not going to be Havlin in. It's actually going to be Dillman out. Montero coming in now alongside DeMuth. They do have bludgeon control. Bertram with the ball. Still looking for a bit more on the offensive end. A high press there. A lot of effort from Garza, who hasn't played a ton of minutes in the series, but definitely high energy minutes when he's in there.
And Bermuda stepping up to replace him at the point.
Skura, much better pass this time to Costa. Costa gets the entire team to come with him and just pops one over. That was not the disciplined Baylor zone there from Austin.
Yeah, coming off those hoops allows space behind for the shot to go over and through.
Briefly looked like a 5-year-old soccer game, if you know what I'm talking about. So beater subs also on the Austin side, Eddie Molina coming into the game. Both teams are just kind of acting as though those 30 minutes didn't exist. They just seem to be continuing down their line shifts.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that. You would have expected with the weather delay that you have some fresher legs up top.
Yeah, Augie Monroe has the ball, does just end up swinging it over, and now it's going to be Bermuda's behind. Bermuda's still coming back from an injury, not playing as many minutes this weekend as he has in the past. Obviously, a longtime Team USA star. Monroe with the ball. Dodges a beat, now is looking to drive, and Teddy Costa gets the better of him. But what a pass. There is no answer here. There might be an answer right back on the other end. Howie Peace has no idea Eden Skura is coming, and what a great recognition play from Skura. Back-to-back on both ends there, goal into goal.
We hadn't really seen a break this entire series from Boston, and it's Skura with a really great decision there, recognizing that Pace didn't see him, runs right behind her, is able to put it through. That's the best decision I think we've seen Skura make all game.
Yeah, and it was Garza off the assist from Augie Monroe that scored the goal on the other end. 7-3 is now the score, almost 17 minutes into this game. Molina alongside Claire Costanza, now the beaters for Austin. Max Havlin finally re-entering the game for Boston. 2-2 zone here from Boston. A slow rotation on the pass back behind. Sam Ham now in the game, has the ball and then swings it back again. That was ripped there by Sanchez.
And a questionable decision-making process there from Costa. Turns the ball over in their own half. It looks like Boston is going to end up with the quaffle, but really lucky to come away with it.
Yeah, Montero there to clean it up. Free attempt here at bludgeon control, but Eddie Molina jumps over the beat from Max Havlin. Now they're going to engage on Claire Costanza instead. Beats both ways. Finally, Max Havlin is the first beater beat in that entire exchange, but bludgeon control, the bounces go the way of the Forge. Now a chance to cut it back to 3 here. Greenhouse with the ball in the wing. 2-2's been the score since we came back from the weather break, and that's what we've seen. The second line from Boston has hung even with Austin throughout the week, the series.
And that first game, they were definitely better, too.
Skura now bringing it up.
Yeah, Greenhouse with the ball in the wing. Not necessarily the best player, decision-making player with the ball in his hands, but it's really dangerous off the ball.
And Costa, again, ripping a long one. I'm not sure if it was a shot or a pass, but it's definitely been some iffy possessions or decision-making we've seen out of Costa.
That's been an all-weekend trend.
And now we're seeing some subbing out within the back to the first line. Ryan Fenning coming into the game, obviously a bruiser within this team.
And we're going to see the Fenning-Skura pair here, and I think that's going to be an interesting look for Boston to throw at Austin here, at the Outlaws.
Bringing up slowly here is Sanchez still in the game. Cole Travis is now subbed in as they go into a new look for Snitch on pitch beating against Havlin and Montero, who do have bludgeon control. Yep. J.J. Johnson now back in the game, first time since the weather delay. No rush here from Austin. The goal is definitely bludgeon control in this possession as they wind down into Snitch on pitch play, because the first time around, Max Havlin, Leanne Dillman dominated them around that snitch.
And that might perhaps be why we haven't seen why Dillman took a pretty quick sub after the weather delay.
Casey Irwin has the ball all the way behind. She's got Casey Beavers as an option behind, but instead it's going to float all the way back to J.J. Johnson. Teddy Costa looking to make something happen here. I think he disengaged. Might have been called some back contact.
Was worried about the high wrap.
Yep. Sanchez now over on Skura.
And now Skur with the green headband stepping out.
Molina makes a beat on Max Havlin. Max Havlin just easily walks back to his hoop.
Fenning is going to take control of the hoops defense.
Yeah.
Fenning now going to step out towards Casey Irwin.
Yeah, now the beaters are getting a little bit more spread. J.J. Johnson has the ball up top. Costa is marking him. Havlin is looking to press. Max Havlin throws a beat attempt at Johnson, which is going to allow them to have the only 2 pointers on the pitch, and Austin has to use the reset. It will be one possession that takes up the entire, probably I think last minute and 30 seconds there of the 20 minutes. So this will be Austin's last possession. They no longer have a reset.
Dillman using Austin's reset to sub in for Boston.
Yeah, cheeky little substitution opportunity there for Boston. Both teams are getting the look they want for Snitch on Peach beating now, as Austin is also going to sub a beater in the middle of this possession. Beavers gets wrapped high by Fenning, and it's a big tackle there from the Cal grad. Leanne Dillman cleans it up, and I think we have might have an injury stoppage, but it will also be the 20-minute mark. It's a tough tackle to take there for Beavers.
Yeah, Fenning throwing Beavers down with a lot of force there.
So we enter the 20-minute timeout. I believe at the 20-minute timeout in the first game, it was a 30-point margin. It's now a 40-point margin. But I think things are I think the trends of the game were very similar, where we had a very one-sided first shift and a much more even Boston favorite second shift.
Yeah. I think the differences in the two games was Austin was able to play better against that second line of the Forge, and that second line of the Forge didn't quite pull away as much, didn't quite pull the game back as much as they did the first time. But you're right, very similar themes that we've seen throughout this entire series.
I mean, I don't think they had as much bludger control as they did the first time. I think that was during during that first shift too, where Demuth and Montero even held bludger control for a while, and that was kind of when they were able to start getting some things going. We're still in this injury timeout, just so everybody knows. But then we will also be having the 20-minute timeout after that. Snitch for the game is going to be Justin Barnard. I believe Greenhouse. No, it was not. It was not Barnard that he had a quick catch on. I want to say Beckman caught Barnard earlier in the weekend. I'm not sure if Josh Andrews has a catch off of Barnard this weekend. But either way, I mean, the snitching has been high class all weekend, and there's going to be no easy outs, and a lot of it is going to come down to that beater play. What do you think, if anything, outside of simple stuff like winning your exchanges? I mean, what can Travis and Monroe look to do to maybe make more inroads on Dillman and Havlin around the snitch?
It's going to be really hard. I think Dillman moves so well with the ball in her hands and communicates so well with Havlin that it's going to be hard for them to do. But if anybody can do it, it will be the pair of Monroe and Travis. It will be the pair of Monroe and Travis. And if they can make the beater game less condensed, if they can spread the beater game out from the snitch, that's where they're going to be able to get rangy with it, and that'll be where their advantage is.
Yep. So just some scheduling things here. This is game 2 of our second semifinal. New York Titans have already punched their ticket back to the MLQ Championship final for the first time since 2015. If this game ends in an Austin win, we will be having closing ceremonies at 3 p.m., and then the finals will start at 3:30 p.m., and that'll be up on all of our social media channels as well. In the case of a Boston win, we're going to have to come back and play Game 3. That game was originally scheduled for 2 o'clock, would likely be slightly delayed at this point, given the combination of the weather delay, the injury stoppages, etc. You've been watching these two teams now for at least a few games. You followed basically New York's entire run. How do you think New York might be matching up against these two teams as we start to look ahead to a potential final?
I think New York has shown they can be a more physical team than Boston has been so far in this series, and I think it's gonna really come down to beater play. I think Boston has the edge in beater play over New York, but if New York's beaters can step up, nobody's sped up New York. Nobody's been able to make them play at a pace that they're uncomfortable with, and that's not really something Austin is going to look to do either. And so I like New York, if they can hang in the beater game, to run their sets and run their offense, and they've been efficient with it so far. And if they can do that, they'll be able to hang with it. Now, if this tremendous beating core from the Outlaws is able to speed the game up on them, I'd expect to see quite a few turnovers from New York.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's going to be interesting to see what Devin Lee does kind of bring in that big moment. I mean, obviously, playing against San Antonio, playing against their first game as well against Charlotte, they've seen some really solid beater sets, and and that's been a good test. But I think it's the combination of the quaffle play and the beating level that we could see from one of these teams in the final that might require a little bit more out of their beaters, and it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust.
Yeah, and New York has, you're right, New York has had a road that has been fraught with tough beater pairs, but they haven't, I'm not sure they've seen anything quite to the level that you'll see with the Outlaws.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Or you could even argue the Forge. I mean, when you look at the 4 beaters that we've highlighted so much in the series, Max Havlin, Leanne Dillman, Jackson Johnson, and Howie Pace, I mean, there's just very few that can compare to that kind of level of play. Just so everybody knows, the injury timeout portion of that break has ended. Kesey Beavers walked off with help and is currently seated on the sideline with an athletic trainer. Meanwhile, both teams have started their 20-minute break, and we're probably going to get started here in a few seconds. Kind of different breaks there. I mean, Austin obviously showing respect for both teams, showing respect for the injured player, but Boston had kind of taken an earlier huddle up. Austin a little bit more focused on their teammate, which obviously completely understandable. It's going to be interesting to see what strategies these teams try to come out with, whether the focus will all be on the seeker play or whether Boston might try something else. We did see them against New York when trailing in Game 2 by a much larger margin than 4 goals, to be fair. They did put their beater focus on the quaffle play and said, hey, maybe we can get back in this game. Our only route getting back is doing something like this. We're going to have to take that gamble. I don't think they have to take that gamble, especially with how quickly Harry Greenhouse and Tyler Beckman can deliver a catch for your team. But we will see how they do end up playing this out.
Absolutely. And players now walking towards their brooms.
So Freddie Salinas is going to be the one picking up the broom and wearing the headband here for Austin, not taking the start over Josh Andrews in this one. I imagine we've seen pretty much consistently that Harry Greenhouse does get the start for Boston, even though his shift tends to be very short before he swings over to Tyler Beckman. Greg Bento unavailable this weekend, so we won't see anything out of him. Just be the 2 beaters, the 2 seekers out of Boston. Refs having a lengthy discussion here. I think we're pretty much should be just about up with the timeout, 2-minute timeout. So the ball is going to be back behind the hoops. It was a turnover off that tackle, so it will be Boston ball. And I think importantly, they have Ryan Fenning on the field, and I'm excited to see what he can potentially do in this situation. We saw Snitch on pitch against New York, and we've talked all weekend about how bruising that New York waffle core is. Nobody could bring him down without a bludger. He's that kind of player. He bounces off some of the biggest players in the league. So it'll be interesting to see if Boston can get something going with him, especially if they run some pick and rolls with him just to open up that little bit of extra space.
And Fenning been quiet so far in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be the time for him to make an impact, or Ian Skura as well to make an impact. Havlin and Dillman, I believe, did they lose bludger control at the very end of that possession? I can't tell if Havlin has a ball. He does. Okay, so it is bludger control with Havlin and Dillman, and it is going to be Boston ball. Justin Barnard, our snitch for this game. The goal score is 130.
So about to restart play here.
Yep, and it's going to be in the hands of Fenning, who's not going to pass it off here, which kind of speaks to the game plan that I think Boston's going to be looking for here.
And a quick sub out there from Costa. Zach Doyle's going to come into the game for Boston, as is
Jake Archibald.
So
here's the thing. The last time we saw Boston, because they were dominating the secret game, slow things down. But I think Boston needs to take advantage of this opportunity to score as many goals as they can, because they're not scoring a lot of goals in actual half-court sets.
And an absolutely tremendous play to catch 2 beats there from Cole Travis.
Yeah. Zach Doyle also now in the game. Hadn't played so far in this one. Salinas trying to shoot some shots at Barnard. He's getting all the time in the world. Dastu has the ball free on the side.
Zach Doyle coming behind to support, as with Archibald. Fenning up top, marked by Johnson.
Yeah, I really want to see Boston take these goal opportunities.
Yeah.
When else are they scoring these goals to get to the set score?
Yeah, I think they need to go fast here. You're right.
Yeah.
And a throw off pitch by Cole Travis.
Yeah. Really dislike the strategy here from Boston as Fenning has the ball up top with Johnson. All the time in the world so far for Salinas. I do not think Greenhouse has gotten anywhere near a shot. Haviland trying to take a different angle approach on Monroe. They just end up exchanging beats. Greenhouse gets quickly beat.
And this has been all Austin so far.
Yep.
Boston still with the quaffle, ending up top.
And no rush to get things going here, even against no bludgers. Cole Travis having a giant shift here for Austin. But Selena's not close so far.
Archibald calling for the pick.
Yeah, at some point, Boston needs to start running its offense. Because Selena's getting very close here. A nice little wrap there from Justin Barner to keep him off. Dastu is in the lane. She does get wrapped, and it is a pass over to Archibald. Finally starting to see some confrontation in the quaffle game.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous here if Boston somehow. If Boston
oh, and that's a horrible pass there, picked off by the good efforts of Luis Sanchez. And that's the problem. You can't do it forever, and you might as well take the goal that's being given to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. That Boston's really going to have to speed the game. Was going to have to speed the game up, and they've chosen not to. Now Austin content to be the one to give Josh Andrews an attempt at this.
Tate K comes flying into the game, but misses his beat. It's not going to matter, though, because I think they had all three bludgers.
Aaron McBride with a really
good
move.
And Josh Andrews has the catch, and this series is as good as done.
Yeah, the ref's going to confirm to see if the catch is good, but if it is, it's going to be almost the last nail in the coffin here. For
the catch has been ruled good. Austin, 2 goals away from avenging their 2019 finals loss and advancing to a finals matchup with the New York Titans.
Yeah, and this series has been a lot of Austin here. They've been really controlling the tempo and the pace. They've been better in every facet of the game. Boston just hasn't been as sharp as they need to be to close this to get through this series.
Yeah, so only going to be a matter of time here. 2 goals is going to be what Austin needs. It's going to be versus 10 goals from Boston. Boston is going to take their time out off of that. But the problem is it's just going to take more than a strategic adjustment here. The numbers are just not in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to take a new team to get over this one.
Yeah. So we'll take a break here, and just another reminder: if Austin is able to complete this win and advance to the finals, where they'll take on the Titans, that game will be played at 3:30 after our closing ceremonies, which I don't believe will be live streamed at 3 o'clock. Turn in. It'll be a 3:30 sharp start here in Troy Park. It's been a fun tournament, and I do think we're going to get a fun final between New York and Austin.
Yeah, I think that game is going to be good. I'm excited to see what Lee can do, and the rest of that New York beating core.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how these quaffle games are going to play out against each other. We've seen how physical New York is, but they kind of haven't necessarily seen the exact kind of zone concepts that Austin is running. Obviously, New York has the advantage of being able to scout this entire game. They've known they've been in the finals for about an hour and a half now. I'm sure when I talked to Michael Parada in the week upcoming, he said, ultimately they knew their goals in this tournament, and even though they were on the other side of the bracket, they were watching some Austin film because they know that that was the most likely path to a championship. So fresh off the goal there, it's now 11-3 in favor of Austin. It's going to take 10 goals without allowing 2 for Boston to keep this series alive. Tate K has a bludger alongside Augustine Monroe, taking on Haviland and Montero. Destu gets pressured by Sanchez, just ends up taking it down the wing.
Fenning going to set a pick here.
Yeah, but they tried to roll off of it, and the pass doesn't get there. We get a stoppage when all is said and done.
Yeah, the beater came with the chaser, and when the beater comes with the chaser, it's really hard to run that pick and roll.
So it's going to be a quick turnover, and I think it's going to be no bludger in transition here. J.J. Johnson looking to run the length of the field, marked by Fenning, does end up having to slow it down.
Continue to cut.
Oh, but it's a wide open Casey Irwin, and she puts it away. Austin is knocking on the doorstep of the finals.
Yeah, really, I mean, we've seen it her entire career, but incredible spatial recognition from Casey Irwin, and a quick catch and release.
Yeah, Aaron McBride put away game 1. Casey Irwin looking to put away game 2 here. Haviland exchanges beats with Tate K. Yep, and it's going to be Mia Munoz who ends up coming up with bludger control, protecting it. It's a nice cut here by Zach Doyle. Zach Doyle, though, can't put it through, blocked by JJ.
Yeah, just lost a little bit how far away from the goal he was.
Yeah. And it's potentially gonna be very important for Mia Munoz to get some minutes here, get some feet under her, because we're not sure that Casey Beavers is going to be ready for the finals, which means more minutes for Munoz, who the Austin core has talked about, has put in a ton of effort and improved an absolute ton over the course of the season. Nick Zoner also in on the pitch, the old RBI player playing against a ton of his former teammates. Sanchez pops one up into the air, looking for a passing option, gets in the lane, wrapped by Fenning. Casey Irwin, back-to-back goals, and the Austin Outlaws are headed to the MLQ Championship 2021 finals. Dominant performance there from Austin top to bottom.
From beginning to end, game 1 and game 2, they really looked great.
We have to wait for the final call here. Has to be something in the beater game. Everything that Austin did offensively in the quaffle game was definitely clean. And it's going to be Tate K who prolongs the game with a dangerous kick.
And it's funny, K kind of swaggered off the field a little bit after Austin put it away. Ends up extending the game here.
You never brag until the final whistle's been sounded. So Boston can add one more here now on the power play. Archibald's looking to run. Fenning has a head of steam, finds Zach Doyle, and Zach Doyle finishes behind the hoops. 12-4 now the score. And it is bludger control off of that beater turnover as well. So costly for K, but obviously has a lot of rope to work with.
Yeah, and important here for Boston on this defensive possession to have bludger control. That way, Austin can't bring both balls up with them on offense. Let's try and look to close this one out.
Yep, Zoner swings over to Johnson, who goes back to Irwin. K is attacking from behind. A floated ball from Irwin, a little over Sanchez's head.
And a nice wrap there from Zach.
Yeah,
Doyle.
and Fenning forces the ball out. We'll see if there's a call on the play.
Yeah, and Sanchez there pleading with the referees for a call. Fenning pleading his own case.
Sanchez played a lot of minutes in this game.
Played them well.
Yeah. We're not just saying that because he's part of our commentary crew. Fenning is, I think, just going to get it back to Hoops' offense, and it's going to be Sanchez's ball. 12-4 the score. It's 1-13. Austin looking to punch its ticket to the finals against New York. A high beat from Haviland, but Johnson has the answer with a block.
And good ball pressure here from Boston.
Irwin with the ball on the wing. Centers it. Sanchez, slow approach. A big block there from Tate K. Sanchez in the lane, gets by Doyle, trying to get by Fenning, slips off of him, has to reset to Johnson, and Max Haviland has the beat, and then Serena Montero has the beat. I think it's going to be a late kick from Irwin, but it's going to be no harm, no foul. Jake Archibald has the ball. Jake Archibald's looking to run here. Boston looking to pick up a little momentum, but Tate K makes the big beat.
Tate K coming back into the play after chasing down the ball. Archibald doesn't see him and gets blindsided. Boston's still with the ball.
Yep. Haviland doesn't like the call, but he is going to keep bludger control. Fenning's looking to run on no bludgers. Floats it above to Doyle. Doyle makes it 2 in a row. It's 12-5 now. If Boston come down with that catch, things would be getting very interesting at that point. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Jackson Johnson, Howie Pace back in the game. I think Johnson's actually been in the game for the first time since his initial shift. Haviland wins an exchange with him there.
Yeah, and we talked about Cole Travis and Augie Monroe in that snitch on pitch situation. Really were able to spread that game out. We're really able to spread that beating game out and take advantage of their ranginess.
Yeah, learn from the mistakes they made in game one. Haviland shows a very rare little squat block. You don't see that much from Haviland, but the end result is just a pair of beats on both of them. J.J. Johnson looking to get by Zach Doyle.
Defended by 2 Boston players now here.
Haviland is beat. Johnson down the right side. Johnson a lot of space to work with. No, Serena Montero comes back into the play, forces them back. Now Jackson Johnson is looking to attack Montero and ends up coming away with all the bludgers. Fires one off pitch. It's going to be a long no bludger opportunity here now for Irwin. Irwin up to Monroe. Monroe through the far hoop. And this time it will be game.
We've got
It was a very long whistle in my defense from Andrew Canto that time.
We've got another beater play foul. As the two teams looking to come together, this time Austin coming off the sideline. There's going to be a conversation here between Canto and his assistant referee. We'll see if the game is over.
Yeah, and I believe this game is over. Augie Monroe with the game-winning shot. And Austin advances 13-5 into the finals.
And a dominant performance there by Austin from beginning to end.
Yeah, and this is going to be a rematch of the 2019 MLQ Championships semifinal. A hotly contested matchup that went 3 games and came down to the very last goal. Next goal wins. So I'm excited to see if we can kind of bring back some of that going into our finals. We will be live on air at 3:30 after our 3 o'clock closing ceremonies. So please tune in. What are you expecting to see in this series?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. We've seen what Austin can do. They've got dominant beaters. They've got great. They're very patient. They're very patient and space oriented with their chasers. Look for them to be possession oriented. Look for New York to be possession oriented. Neither team's really been sped up so far. Both teams can break. Neither team's chosen to make that a style, the linchpin of their game. And so it's going to come down to who can control bludgers. And we'll see who has the edge.
Yeah, these are the two teams with the best spatial awareness in the offensive zone in the sport. I expect to see really a master class in that kind of play, and I'm very excited to see how it all breaks down. Like we said, we'll be back a little bit before 3:30 for the finals. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. For Noah Schwartz, for Reed Marchman, and for Nick Jablonski. We will see you back very soon for the finals. Take care.
who we are.
All right. What are you doing to me? You good? I'm starting. This
Yeah, are you blind?
Oh my God. Hello. I'm Ethan Sturm, along with Amanda Dallas. We're the commissioners of MLQ, and we're about to get our closing ceremony started. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone for joining us this weekend at the 2021 MLQ Championships. It's been an honor for both of us to bring back Quidditch in the U.S. this summer with all of you, and it's been our pleasure to welcome you all to Howard County and this beautiful facility as we bring back a national Quidditch tournament for the first time in 2 years. Before we continue, we wanted to take a moment to thank all of you. First of all, to our volunteers who sustain this league week in and week out. From the COVID task force, headed up by Rosie Crane and Josh Mansfield, that got us through the summer, to our MLQ virtual core, who gave us the season last summer, to our digital and social media teams, who've taken massive steps improving our product, to every other one of our departments, we're eternally grateful. Next. Next to our players, we know there has never been a more difficult summer to navigate as a player than this one. You had to adjust to constant COVID policy changes, virtual tryouts, changing divisions, and a return to the sport for the first time in a year and a half. Your responsiveness and malleability in the face of a constantly changing public health climate has allowed us to return to play as safely as possible, and we thank you all for that. Finally, to our fans, your support is what sustains our league. You inspire our players, you drive our volunteers, and you add an important level of character to everything we do. None of this would have been possible, nor would it be worthwhile without you. Thank you for your unending support. In what has been a crazy year, we're proud of the steps forward we've taken as an organization. Our regular season streams have reached new heights thanks to the hard work of our digital media team, and we've consistently been able to provide high-quality midweek content throughout the season. On the gameplay side, we had unprecedented parity amongst our teams, and we've continued to refine a rule set that we think has epitomized the sport to this point. On the marketing side, we've developed unique social media brand voices for each of our teams that have greatly increased engagement. We will, of course, continue to work to improve our league, and we will never be content. But we appreciate your continued support year in and year out as we go on that journey as an organization. And now we're going to take a chance to announce our regular season awards. We will start with the divisional MVPs. Each MVP will be receiving a plaque as well as a gift box courtesy of Under Armour.
And now we're going to awkwardly shuffle mics. First up, the East Division. This player was a key contributor in their team to its first ever divisional title. While they were a consistently strong offensive presence through total in 9 games, biggest moment, a massive season against the Boston Forge and scoring at will from anywhere on the pitch. Their team needed it most. And if all that wasn't enough, they were part of the team's seeker rotation as well. A catch to their name as the cherry on top. JC and Sibia. Oh, imagine winning MVP and you're not even there before the finals. All right, we'll get back to him later. Fourth division. Was a consistent as their team secured its first ever divisional title. The division leader in plus minus an impressive 29 in 9 games while adding 5 takeaways. Step out of place. And they were particularly dominant with the division on the line, constantly getting the best of the Indianapolis Beater Corps. Please give a round of applause. April Grabner. for you too, of course. There's a custom mask in there with Minneapolis and your number on it. It is a little surprise to many where this award is headed. This player finished the regular season with a league-leading 53 goals while missing nearly 2 games in completion. By comparison, in all of MLQ was only 33 goals. Consistently weaving all but untouched through some of the most physical defenses the sport has ever seen, they constantly left defenders in the dust. And were at the heart of their team's upset victory over the Austin Outlaws, the first regular season loss in Austin franchise history. While they're not here to accept their award today because they're running like speak, please give a round of applause to your South Division MVP, Miguel Esparza of the San Antonio Selectos.
We don't have it out here. Don't worry about it. Here?
Back. There's a custom Titans mask with your number on it in here.
That's all.
You can, yeah. Nice. Good luck. Next up, we will award our Manager of the Year. This manager's team coming into the season. They jumped into them with
I wrote the speech.
I'm sorry. They were a consistent resource for MLQ at every series they attended. Whether hosting or not, they sent weekly update emails to their team to keep them in the loop. Additionally, they produced unprompted their own digital media content series and continued it throughout the season. Please give a round of applause to your Manager of the Year, Lacey Hutton. Way to travel from the bleachers. Alright, we can shuffle during this.
No, I just talked with my hands. Congrats, Lacey. Oh, we need a picture.
No, what's a photo? I told you not to look for your award.
And finally, our Volunteer of the Year. One of our goals this year was to take a big step forward in the digital media arena, and doing so would not have been possible without this person. In the off-season, they single-handedly created a new live stream setup from scratch that allowed us to heighten the live streams of our Series of the Week throughout the season. They then executed that live stream setup not only in their home region and at this weekend's championships, but also at the North Division Series of the Week all the way in Indianapolis. As though that weren't enough, they also shot highlight footage, edited full game footage, produced 2 pieces of our digital media content weekly, and as recently as last night, were awake long past midnight getting a day of highlight reel pushed out, which you might have seen on our social media this morning. They also may have had to head referee a match on 5 minutes notice at the East Super Series when me and Dallas both refused to. Without further ado, though I don't think he's going to come down to accept it, we'll bring it to him. Please give a round of applause for your Volunteer of the Year, Nick Jablonski.
So we don't shuffle mics.
And finally, we just want to give another thank you to Howard County. Troy Park has been an absolutely exceptional venue, and I'm not just saying that because I've been able to be in a press box all weekend. But the fields are absolutely beautiful, and your staff has been so helpful. For those who don't know, in 2020 was originally when we were going to host here, and Howard County worked with us as we had to transition through this difficult year and make it happen a year later, and we're so glad to be here. Thank you to Eric, to Mike, to Jamie, to Mark, and to Will, and to all of the Howard County staff. We're just going to get one word from the Howard County executive, Calvin Ball, who's looking great in his Washington Admirals jersey. doing?
Welcome to Howard County.
I need to put this here too. I'm so sorry.
In a year and a half of physical and social distancing, and then the disappointment of not being able to get together last year, this is the perfect way to start coming together, to uniting, and making sure that we're going to beat COVID together. I am just so honored that Howard County could welcome and host you here, and I have an honorary certificate that I want to read. And it reads, to celebrate the important role of recreation and sportsmanship in our lives, this certificate is hereby presented on the 22nd day of August, 2021, to acknowledge Major League Quidditch. Originating in 2015 with 8 teams, Major League Quidditch now boasts an elite 15 teams across 3 divisions in the United States and Canada. Howard County values diverse recreational offerings intended to promote organized sports and encourage athletes who devote their time and talent to compete. During the 2021 Benepi Cup Championship, we join with Visit Howard County to congratulate Commissioners Amanda Dallas and Ethan Sturm and volunteers of Major League Quidditch for your shared commitment to athletics and fair competition. Congratulations, everybody!
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a quick picture.
Yeah.
So much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much for having us. I love the jersey. That will conclude our closing ceremonies. Thank you so much, Calvin. Our final start right here at 3:30 sharp, and we will see you there. Make sure it's green. It's been 2 whole days, and 12 teams have been whittled down to 2. The MLQ Championship 2021 finals are upon us. The New York Titans returning to the finals for the first time since 2015. The Austin Outlaws looking to avenge their finals loss in 2019. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Reach Marchman. We've got a great 2 of 3 series coming. Reed, what are you most excited to see here?
Well, I mean, obviously it's finals, right? I don't have to mention any sort of excitement about it. You feel it, I feel it. We're all here with it. But we finally get to see a matchup that has been anticipated, I think, for this whole time.
Yes.
No real upsets other than the fact that Charlotte took a game off of New York. They've really bounced back and played more of a game that we're used to seeing. The beater matchup is, I think, going to be the most pivotal part, which isn't new to Quidditch, I think, for anybody. But given how strong New York's quaffle game is, if the beater game can match that, with Devin Lee taking over, you've got, he plays a little bit like, and I'll throw it back to Austin's loss against San Antonio, like a Williams, Daniel Williams, who was able to really take over that game. If Devin Lee can do that as well, I think that is how we do it. I think that's like New York's avenue into the game.
Alrighty, we are about to get started here in Game 1. It's been since 2016 the last time the elements had any effect on an MLQ championship match. Reed, you were at those championships in League City, the Mud Bowl of MLQ. We're not getting a Mud Bowl, we're on turf, but there has been a little bit of rain in the forecast. We saw the dew affecting teams a little bit early this morning. We'll see if the rain has an effect. I think it has done us a favor and slowed down here right as we're about to get brooms up. Andrew Canto in the white Pantos, at the middle of the field, ready for the call. Just a consistent HR that we've seen all. To
be fair, I think I still smell the mud from League City in some of my worst nightmares. Gabe Garces having a 1 hour and 20-minute game with us against League City. I never want to remember that again.
Yeah, so. I mean, as hard as it is to catch Gabe, imagine trying to do it in a mud pit. It's that much trickier. We are about to get started, a rematch of the 2019 MLQ Championship semifinals, and Sam Ham and JC Arancibia are running brooms up. Sam Ham, as he generally does, coming up with the quaffle. It's Michael Parada that's run a long way for a bludger all the way back behind Austin's hoops, but it is bludger control for Parada and Devin Lee. And Devin Lee, obviously the revelation for New York this championship weekend.
I mean, we talked about it so much, and it's not to say that there hasn't been big impact. I mean, Frank Minson has been showing up huge after just this enormous improvement over the course of the season. Parada mentioning how much of an improvement he's had, and his day one yesterday was just absolutely enormous.
Yeah, Devin Lee is all over on the press here. Tate K tries to make tackle on him to no regard, and JC Arancibia goes up high for the catch. There's going to be a bludger. Oh, it's going to be Peter Lawrence, I think, for tackling out of bounds. Some kind of dirty play. We're going to get the call here from Andrew Canto.
And I want to mention Lawrence. Lawrence coming into the postseason with 6 goals to their name, but in just 2 games in a semifinal matchup, Lawrence not only scored the first 2 goals of both of those games, but they also added another goal later on in the second game. And accruing 50% of your regular season goals in high matchups like that, I mean, Lawrence is obviously displaying a lot of clutch mentality here.
Yep, Axel has the ball on the wing here, back to Augustine Monroe. Bludger control was turned over during that scrum on the far sideline. Augustine Monroe looking to drive on Arancibia, gets by him, but John Jackson reads the pass shot like a book, but then it's immediately Cole Travis with the beat, and the ball's going to stay with Austin. That's not going to be a reset used either to the possession. It has been this stifling, long possession style Austin offense that got the better of Boston for 2 straight games in the semifinals. They're looking to do the same to New York here. They've already possessed the ball for 90 seconds.
And don't get it twisted. Austin coming in as the highest scoring team in the league does not want to slow this ball down, but
yeah, and now Andrew Axtell's trying to prove that right now. He puts a mid-range shot through the top hoop, and we are on the scoreboard here in our final match, 10-0 in favor of the Outlaws.
Yeah, Juan Martinez mentioning that one of the biggest misconceptions of this team is that they slow ball it, but in fact, they really are just waiting for that optimal moment. The beater play is going to dictate a lot of that pace. If any defensive chasers then step out of bounds, I think that, or out of line and out of position, then they can attack. But I mean, it should just be a credit, not necessarily a slight to this Austin team, but more of a credit to the defense if Austin has to take it slow, because it's not something they want to do. It's something that they have to do.
So Cole Travis is going to pick up a yellow card here, and that yellow card is going to disallow the goal, I believe. So that is a costly one from Travis. New York's now going to have a bludger power play, a stopped goal, and an opportunity to score. John Jackson loves attacking in these bludger advantage situations. JC Arancibia, always a weapon behind the hoops. The recently named 2021 East Division MVP. He gets the ball where he likes it. Irwin is stepping out. He's going to bring his body into Irwin. Irwin, one of the most physical players in the sport. But JC Arancibia gets by her, forces his way through Monroe. 10-0 in favor of the Titans.
Proving exactly why that MVP was so well deserved. The big moments is what Arancibia rises to in these games, and you just watched it. Casey Irwin, notoriously one of the hardest players in history to drive on like that.
Yeah, and you know, we've kind of been watching this two-man offense that Jackson Arancibia and Taylor Crawford and Michael Parada have been running all weekend, and it seems like hypothetically so easy to stop, but it's a combination of the spreading, the way they spread the defense, and the way their beaters have been playing that makes it so much harder. It's Devin Lee there that just leaps over a Howie Pace beat, and it's going to force an immediate reset out of Austin. Austin usually so good at avoiding having to reset every time their beaters lose an exchange, but that's kind of the speed of Devin Lee at play.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking for this New York team, is to have that aggression and control from the beater play to kind of press Austin into this reset mentality.
Peter Lawrence now marking Andrew Axtell. Axtell, who had his first goal of the day taken away. It's a beat on Devin Lee. It's a no-budger situation. Man. Casey Irwin easily takes the drive and dish opportunity from Andrew Axtell. We are knotted up at 1.
I can't emphasize how hard that pass is. Andrew Axtell having his left shoulder pulled back as he makes the pass, that more often than not is going to rip that ball straight down into the ground. But he's able to get that ball to Casey Irwin, a perfect catch and a perfect score.
Yeah, and you know, when these things are going to happen, it's going to be because these are some of the most talented players on the planet. Every single person on the Austin Outlaws pitch right now has been a Team USA player at some point in their career.
I mean, it's such a crazy stat to say.
JC Arancibia taking the same path. This time his shot rims out, but because of the angle, John Jackson's able to easily clean up the rebound. This Austin defense remains compact, and right now they have brought back out the Baylor zone. Of course, we've got a Baylor announce here right here in the booth with us. John Jackson, though, in no rush as his beaters look to try to get bludger control back. It's a missed tap beat there from Devin Lee. Arancibia has it on the wing, just going to throw it all the way across to Morella. Just a lot of patience here, and that's what we're expecting to see from both these teams. Patience until they get the perfect opportunity, which usually is going to come with bludger control.
Yeah, these are the two teams most comfortable with the quaffle around the hoops and able to create time and space for their beaters to do what they want to do.
John Jackson's deep in the zone. He dodges a beat from Howie Pace. He's going to eat a lot of contact. His shot goes wide. Peter Lawrence has the rebound. Augie Monroe is immediately on Lawrence. Augie Monroe has stripped the ball out of Lawrence's hands, and now it's just going to be a matter of who was the last to touch it. Augie Monroe is psyched about the physicality he just showed up there.
I have to think with Augie Monroe's hand going downwards and Peter Lawrence's hand going upwards, it would have been Peter that was the offender out of bounds, but it appears the officiating crew is going to give it back to New York.
So a clarification on our part.
No. Yeah, it is going to Austin.
The Cole Travis beater foul that we saw early in the game, according to the scorer's table, that was still a goal. It must have happened after the goal, so it is a 2-1 lead here for Austin.
Okay.
I apologize for the misunderstanding.
Meaning Axtell has assisted on the second one and scored the first one. Big impact in the first
The
shift.
chaser out of the Michigan program long ago.
Oh, yeah. Played for the Heat in the regular season.
Augustine Monroe coming down the pitch. Nobody really stepping here. J.C. Arancibia with the late step, but eventually Devin Lee does. Devin Lee with the beat on Casey Irwin, but now his beater's briefly out of the play. Augustine Monroe into the lane, tries the floater. It won't go. Josh Andrews towing the line, comes down with the rebound, trying to get by John Jackson. A huge wrap from Jackson. I think there might be a penalty, though, for propelling himself into that tackle.
I actually think, John Jackson's right hand did appear to be on top of the shoulder. I don't know if they're going to call it as a net contact, but.
Yeah. Unlikely they'll give cards for both. So one way or another, I think it will be a John Jackson yellow card.
Pretty sure. I do want to mention John Jackson. Obviously an incredible player. Usually, he came into the after the regular season. Oh, it is.
There's a no call.
Yeah, no call. Like I said, the hand on the top of the shoulder, maybe not enough to create the contact on the neck. But John Jackson comes in as New York's leading scorer from the regular season. But in this weekend, he's been much more of a facilitator and a defensive presence rather than that scorer for New York.
Yeah, a lot of his goals come more in Snitch on pitch or no bludger fast breaks. When he's running the offense in the half court, he does, as you say, like to be more of the facilitator. And as the games get tighter, as the beating gets better, you see a lot more half court possessions, a lot less chances for those just no bludger fast breaks.
Yeah, and it's not to say that John Jackson was New York's only offense. Obviously, the MVP Aaron Sibia being a big part of that. They've got 5 players with over 20 goals.
Allie Pace makes a big play there, though. It is going to leave their beaters out of position, and great ball movement. It's John Jackson to Lawrence to Aaron Sebia. Aaron Sebia puts it away. Lawrence puts it away, and we are all knotted up at 2.
Yep.
But right down the other side of the field, a quick goal from Augustine Monroe. Great recognition there.
And that's a fast-paced Austin that nobody wants to talk about, I think, and that Juan Martinez is more than happy to praise this team for. So you love to see New York get that goal. I think maybe getting back on defense, the 2 of the chasers were tapped out from the beater play after the goal, but I mean it's a lot of hustling to do out here.
Yeah, so Jason Rosenberg and Rachel Ayala Silver now in the game. The first time we've seen their starting beaters out. Tate Kay and Hallie Pace still manning the minutes here for Austin. It's Lindsay Morello with the ball on the left wing and back over to Jackson. A missed beat there on Jason Rosenberg, but Tate Kay might be able to recover from some mistake. He can, and an excellent beat there from Hallie Pace to force the turnover.
Yeah, we got a fast break going, Ethan.
Yep.
Oh, no, I lied.
You talked up their pacing, and then Axtell just slows it down.
Yeah, well, Tate Kay, he waved the entire chaser line down. He says, we're going, and yeah, Axtell, like you said, waving him back.
Cole Travis back into the game. 8 minutes in, we've yet to see Jackson Johnson, who was a force for this team, in their semifinal against Boston.
Yeah, you're going to look for this Cole Travis. A great tackle.
Yeah, huge hit there from Taylor Crawford on Augie Monroe. He's a little bit slow getting up.
Yeah, those spinning tackles can be dangerous. It's hard to brace yourself with the arm whenever you're pinned to the broom. So
Taylor Crawford was a huge problem for Austin in their semifinal 2 years ago because Austin loves to drive and win one-on-one matchups so well, and it's so hard to win one-on-one matchups against Taylor Crawford.
Yeah.
Josh Andrews has the ball on the wing. He's just going to float it all the way across to Axtell. Axtell's trying not to use the reset. Aaron Sibia is pressing high, but Cole Travis has a beat. It's a pass over to McBride. McBride gets knocked over by Lindsay Morella. Morella wins hard there and forces the turnover.
Yeah, rare bobble, I think, from McBride. She is the most sure-handed player on this Austin team, I believe, right now. Time and time again, you're going to see the clean catch and clean score. I think the angle, maybe she's fishing for something post-catch that caused her to take her eyes off the ball there.
Yeah, I do got to say, Lindsay Morella, who started this morning actually in the ER and only showed up halfway through the game, looks also a little bit worse for wear after that tackle.
Yeah, I mean, to say that she's got the guts to finish a game like this is without question. It's just how effective can she be? Yep. What kind of percentage?
Parada, a beautiful move there around Sanchez, but does end up flinging it back to Morella. There's a race for the Bludgers. Cole Travis is trying to get off Jason Rosenberg. Can't quite do it. It's a long sprint for nothing there from Travis.
Rosenberg, I mean, just really impressing me this day two. He's stepped up and played some huge minutes, and it feels like it's next player up kind of situation for New York.
Tara Crawford trying to attack this Baylor zone from the back. Sam Ham has the wrap, and I believe it was Luis Sanchez wearing the green headband with the block through the hoop.
It's a well-known rule that keepers can goaltend reaching through the hoop, and they're the only players that can. It's honestly very rarely that you actually see it. So Luis Sanchez, with that green headband, just like you said, using something that we honestly just don't get to see very much.
Yeah, and we've seen Austin be very fluid with the green headband. We've seen basically any quaffle player wear it. So they're a little bit lucky that he was the one wearing it there. It's a long pass there from Sam Ham, and that is a little bit outside the norm from Austin.
Yeah, and Sam Ham may be one of the lesser experienced players as far as playing with this quaffle team, and that can lend to some of the miscommunication for sure. But I mean, we have to praise Parada for being able to get to that ball. It was outside of the hoops, and Parada was squarely in the center to begin with.
We're going to get a blue card. It's going to be on Cole Travis, and it's going to be another Cole Travis.
Number 8, ignoring the beat.
Today. It's going to be another beater opportunity. A beater power play opportunity for New York.
The blue card's not stacking. 3 yellow cards, and it will be a red, a 2-minute uninterrupted.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen one of those this entire weekend.
No, I haven't personally.
Parada bringing the ball down, a couple stutter steps, trying to get through Josh Johnson. Pass behind to David Fox. Fox has a lot of space, but JJ recovers and just puts his body in front of the hoop.
David Fox with the right play. You catch that ball, and you're already moving towards the cut. Fortunately for Austin, though, JJ making an exceptional play to make that block. It's 2 great players making great plays, and it almost feels like a coin flip who's coming out on top.
David Fox, originally of the Emerson program, has been in the New York area for a very long time at this point. Basically changed his entire game, was a keeper in his college career, has played both positions for a very long time. It's a misbeat there by Hallie Pace, forces the reset from Austin. And I got to say, Hallie Pace is yet to come out of this game, and she's looking a little bit exhausted out there.
Especially whenever you're running down these types of bludgers.
Oh, she just stripped Jason Rosenberg. Rachel L. Silver cleans up for him. It's a misbeat there from Jackson Johnson. No, he is going to come up with a bludger. Meanwhile, it's a swarming defensive point defense from Taylor Crawford. Luis Sanchez does eventually get by him, goes to Sam Ham. Sam Ham is looking for JJ. JJ out jumps Morella, dodges the beat, puts it through the center hoop. No, he's going to be called beat. The goal is no good.
I have no idea what even to say. It was such a crazy play. I was like, New York's going to be able to get that turnover. No, Austin's going to make a great pass to get JJ the ball behind the hoops, and then JJ makes a great move, and no, it's a beat. Every single play, if it lives up to this, I'm going to need a paramedic
things are still being
myself.
resolved 20 seconds later. One of the ARs finally ended up gifting bludger control back to New York at the end of that sequence. Jackson Johnson is finally in the game. Oh, and that is a mistake from David Fox. And, we saw a bit of that from him in Game 1 against New York, where he was just struggling with some kind of the basic passes. Ended up coming out, and that's when J.C. Arancibia got huge minutes in Game 2, ended up making all of the difference. So just going to be something to watch for how they end up modulating Fox's minutes, because he seems to be filling in part that Mo Hagag role. Mo Hagag usually playing with Parada, but he will be out for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And Casey Beaver's going out as well, so both of these teams not coming in necessarily at the fullest strength.
Oh, Sanchez, a beautiful drive and dish, and Aaron McBride is not going to mess up 2 of those in one game.
No.
Finishes with authority, 4-2 in favor of Austin.
Yeah, one of their faster possessions of the game outside of the fast breaks we've seen. It was a true half court where, Luis Sanchez really only had the ball for maybe 2 seconds after he crossed mid-pitch.
I got to say, Luis Sanchez has really been demanding, at least to his coaching staff, time on this pitch, because they have used him a lot this weekend.
To be fair, not verbally, it's the play that definitely warrants the attention. And you're absolutely right. Defensively, just a great player. Offensively, so confident, and the passes are always on target, it seems.
Yeah. So Taylor Crawford bringing the ball up slowly. Parada usually the ball handler here. Trying to get by Sanchez. A pass into traffic is knocked down. Parada does come up with the ball. Still wrapped here by Sanchez. Can he get the ball out? The beaters, meanwhile, on the opposite side of the pitch. And eventually Sanchez just strips it from him, just as we were talking about.
Yeah, and that's something, if you've watched Luis Sanchez play, he does it all the time.
Yeah, and Axtell, the fast break opportunity, coast to coast. He puts it in. It's his second of the game, and Austin has a 5-2 lead.
And JJ, playing a traditional keeper defensive position, even though he is not wearing that green headband, it's well documented at this point that Austin likes that point defender to have the green headband to maintain the defensive immunity from those bludgers within the keeper zone. But those shot blocking ability that he picked up from Texas and has developed over the course of the season on display right now.
Yep. John Jackson now back in the game. It was a bit of a rough shift from that second line. A number of turnovers. I don't think they even got more than 1 or 2 shots off.
Yeah.
Devin Lee gets beat by Jackson Johnson.
Oh.
Hallie Pace still has not subbed out. Gets the beat, though, on Frank Minson. Now it's a time for New York for Austin to press. Can New York maintain the possession? Peter Lawrence has it behind. Fires it all the way up in the area of John Jackson. He dodges the beat from Pace. It is going to be a turnover. Yes, it's gone out of bounds. And now J.J. Johnson's looking to run.
Oh, yeah, they're going to reset this play. I think it was a bit awkward with how they reset the quaffle, but I just want to take it back a little bit. Devin Lee almost with a heroic possession there, able to dodge one bludger, block one bludger, and almost dodging the second to get single-handed bludger control back for New York, and just gets clipped and has to drop. But thanks to a very timely beat on Hallie Pace, they are able to get the ball back.
Yep, so Titans do have bludger control here as Austin's looking to attack now, up 3.
Yeah, Marilla's still in the game, just making sure that she's in the right position defensively to ensure that Austin does not have any more easy goals on that hoop.
Axel does have to use his reset here, and New York is pushing high. Frank Minton, though, is finally called back because Axel can just kind of operate in that area between the half pitch line. Now he's pressed up, which means that now it's going to be an opportunity for New York to make something happen. And Lindsay Morello, towing. Oh, yep.
Oh, it might be a push from behind, though. Her back was naturally
to
the field.
So they're going to give Josh Andrews just a back to hoops for a push from behind. It's not egregious contact.
Correct, yeah.
But Lindsay Morello obviously deserves that possession off of the illegal play.
Definitely.
So now can New York run? We haven't seen them much in transition in this game. John Jackson's definitely thinking about it. He's got Aaron Sibia down the left.
Yeah, and no bludgers
Yeah,
here,
and it's back to Aaron Sibia. Josh Andrews steps out. Aaron Sibia tries to put a spin move on him. Andrews has a good wrap. Aaron Sibia launches one, and John Jackson gets beat. And there is no quaffle player here. Augie Monroe's going to get to pick it up. He has immunity until he walks it back in. So Minson and Lee have to fall back. But it has been a strong shift from Minson and Lee. And I think part of the issue, as we talked about, is that Hallie Pace is 16 minutes into a shift at this point.
But, I mean, still so effective. That turn and beat was a 10-yard beat without any visual understanding of where exactly they are, just instincts.
Yep. And that's why they're the best in the game. And Jackson Johnson there misses a beat as well. But Austin's still trying to create offense out of it. But it's a swarming tackle there from John Jackson.
Yeah, more of that defensive impact that I was talking about earlier.
John Jackson looking to run, gets past Augie without any contact, fakes a move around Josh Andrews, shoves his arm through the hoop. A much-needed goal for New York, who had been silent on the offensive end for quite some time.
And it's John Jackson doing more of what he did in the regular season instead. I mean, from one end to the other, just a big play from him.
Tate K and Claire Costanza coming into the game. Hallie Pace's shift finally ends. She likely won't be seen again until after the snitch grab because they do like that Augustine Monroe and Cole Travis stitch on peach beating pair. We'll see what Kay and Costanza can do against a new beating pair of Jason Rosenberg and CJ Jr.
Yeah, and Jr. with just an incredible play in the first series, but
Sam Ham gets into the lane and runs into a bear hug from John Jackson. We're going to see whether that bear hug remained clean.
It is a pretty classic move from John Jackson, especially with the two-hand wrap-up that is legal here in MLQ. He's such a tall
77
defensive keeper that for anybody shorter than he is, it is really easy to come over the backside.
Yeah. John Jackson's really made his career all over the Northeast, right? Started at Harvard in Boston, developed a cult following there, moved to the Rochester area, was part of the Rochester team that went all the way to the U.S. Quidditch Cup Finals before losing to Boston. And now for a number of years has been part of this Titans and Warriors core that just seems to go further and further with each passing year and each passing graduating class. Lindsay Morello has the ball up top and then dishes over to Michael Parada.
Yeah, Claire Costanza caught sleeping a little bit there.
It's a big moment for a young beater here from the Baylor program. Parada back to Aaron Sibia. Aaron Sibia attempts the two-arm shot and zips it through. The East Division MVP has cut the deficit to 1.
Yeah, and such crafty play from CJ. I mean, able to create and exploit a back-turned beater. Gets the beat on it. The pass is then very confidently thrown behind the hoops, and Aaron Sibia just two hands. Teddy Costa somewhere smiling, I'm sure.
The whole RPI program, really.
Yeah, true.
Tate K creates bludger control by himself with a very nice catch. So now Austin will finally look to attack. JJ has the ball. The offense has been quiet with this chaser set so far, but they're looking to produce with bludger control. Sam Ham now has the ball up top. JJ Johnson switches to the wing. Sanchez is in on the far side. And Casey Irwin's behind. Sanchez working on Peter Lawrence down the right side. Swings to a cutting Sam Ham. Sam Ham finishes. There is not a better off-ball chaser in the sport than Sam Ham was. He shows you why again. Single-handedly turned a World Cup match against Australia a few years back with help from Jake Archibald, who he just beat in the last series. He has a great idea of where to cut, when to cut, and his athleticism is obviously off the charts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, sure-handed, just as I mentioned before, as so many of these players in this finals are. But the decision-making, the speed, the first two steps, honestly, for him are just enormous and unmatched, like you said.
Yeah. We're getting to the last couple possessions of the first period of the game here. A missed beat by Costanza does give bludger control to New York. My assumption here is that Austin will try to take one last
possession
after this with their usual snitch on pitch beaters to try to get budget control. But first they have to defend. They're defending a 2-goal lead here. Michael Parada looking to drive by Samham, his player on Team USA where he coaches. I think Molly Potter is headed for the box as well with a very dangerous kick.
Yeah. But, I mean, great swat. Honestly, I don't think see it enough because you have that 2-arm tackling ability. If you get that first hand on the ball with any sort of force and the fact that it's a little bit wet out here, some of the ground collecting some of that water, you can dislodge so many more quaffles than
I had to ask a question. That's why.
You still have that second hand to maintain contact.
No call on the play, so 1 minute left in the period. We'll see if we get the switches that we were talking about. So far, Kay and Costanza are walking up on the field.
Yep, and we just got Aaron McBride coming in as well. So you're absolutely right about it. Claire now subbing.
Yeah, it looks like Kay might stay, but Augustine Monroe is not going to come out. It's only going to be Cole Travis.
Yeah, and this is a very intentional strategy from Austin here. They want Tate Kay and Cole Travis on together to accentuate some of Tate Kay's elite abilities to trade.
Yeah, and he wins a trade hard on Jason Rosenberg right there to take away budget control.
Oh, and CJ Jr. gets beat from real long away. I believe Cole Travis on the throw.
The beater play is chaotic. Now they're looking to score. Luis Sanchez is in the lane. He just bounces off JC Irancibia. Did that beat hit him? I don't think it did. He dishes across to Casey Irwin. A quick 20-0 run here from Austin extends the lead to 3 as we go into what is almost surely going to be the last possession of the period as we tick down the final seconds.
Yeah, credit to this Austin coaching staff. I mean, they were able to find out the synergy that they thought was going to be most effective come this snitch on pitch area. Take Cage is huge on the offensive end, creating an opportunity, and Cole Travis complementing that so well.
Yeah. And just as a heads up, we and our scoreboard are both working off of an unofficial clock, so it might not be exactly the 20-minute mark, but we definitely should be in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Parada with the ball, swings it over to Crawford.
You have to think
New York is now looking for budget control. Yeah, definitely last possession here. Beat on Monroe. CJ Jr. slips in, gets one bludger, but they are able to pick up 2. Swift play from Monroe and Travis.
And a pass.
Yeah, CJ Jr. does get another beat off, but it's just how deep the Austin beaters are sitting because all they care about is budget control. A block there by Parada on the beat attempt. But now Travis is pressing as well.
Ooh, are they going to call that?
Possible step out of bounds. We've seen it be a problem throughout the tournament.
Less so recently. I think players are becoming more and more accustomed to the lines the way they are laid out. And it might just be me seeing the field more often, but I think that it very well is, honestly. The field is the lines do appear a little more clear. Just to me, with that white line, with the orange cones being the out-of-bounds line closest to us.
Yeah, for sure. So Parada is going to be giving back the ball. I'm not exactly sure what the call is. That is a free reset behind. It's not considered a reset if you immediately throw it back upon getting control. Again, this is the last possession of the first period. 7-4 is the score. Austin with the lead, looking to win their first MLQ title since 2018. New York looking to win their first ever in only their second trip to the finals.
Molly Potter and Morella both behind the hoops here.
Yep. Crawford swinging through the lane. He's got Parada up top, and then, as you mentioned, Morella and Potter behind.
Yeah, Rosenberg really pressuring, I think, using his feet as more of an intimidation tactic towards these beaters. But Augie just seems relatively unfazed, knowing that he doesn't have help relatively close and is not threatened because of that.
Yeah, I think they would rather give up a goal at this point than give up budget control, and that is the way they're positioning.
Yep, absolutely.
So now Parada bring it down the right side. Go ahead.
We've seen how dangerous New York has been at snitch on pitch and how many stitches they've been able to catch this season, but this is the opportunity for Austin to create a turnover.
Yep, Parada now has the ball way back. Again, we talked about field awareness, how much these teams are able to spread the pitch. This is a chance to attack, though, on the pass to Potter. Casey Irwin presses high, but Potter gets it off deftly, and Parada knowing where to be. They don't even end up using their reset there, and they give their beaters another chance at budget control.
Yeah, if I were just told about that play, I would have no clue whether that was New York Chasers keeping possession or Austin Chasers. They play that so similarly, using both behind and in front of the hoops to prevent having to use that reset.
Yeah. Taylor Crawford just rips it over to Molly Potter, who just rips it back to Lindsay Morella. And again, there is no rush at all
Yeah.
on the side of the Titans.
And there's a reason both of these teams are in the finals. They protect the quaffle and limit the turnovers more than any other team in the league. They're going to take their opportunities exactly where they want them, and the play is going to dictate their decisions, not the other way around.
Another attempt, and finally going to be a press attempt out by the beaters. Cole Travis steps high on Molly Potter. All it took was one pass back to Morella, and it assuages those fears. Luis Sanchez is now way up top guarding Parada, but he's not getting any support, so really all Parada has to do is keep shifting. He does eventually get around Sanchez, is trying to make a bit more of an incisive cut there. The floater into the lane is no good. Aaron McBride knocks it down, and Austin will take a 3-goal lead, and most importantly for them, bludger control into the extra period.
It's so fun to watch. I mean, it is mental chess out there. Both teams understanding exactly what the other one wants, not wanting to allow the others to get that advantage that they're seeking, and Austin able to come out on top with a floater pass over the top of the hoops. Very commonly ill-advised whenever you have two beaters defensively ready to swarm that play.
Right, yeah. I'm not sure if it's the look they were looking for. I don't know if Prada was honestly just getting a little exhausted from the length of that possession, the amount of effort they had to go to keep the ball in the offensive zone that whole time. It's obviously not to be, but honestly, I think New York saw a lot of the looks that they wanted.
Yeah.
I think when it came down to it, Austin just executed around the hoops 1 or 2 times more than them, and that's really been the difference in the game.
Absolutely, yeah, and we've seen even some long shots go through. Aaron Sibia with that two-handed shot, most notably in my mind, was one of the better conversions for New York on the backside. But New York needs to get that bludger control. There needs to be a big catch from any of their beaters to create that advantage. Rosenberg was doing that a pretty good amount in the first, I would say, 10 minutes on his first shift. But since then, it's been all Austin ever since that Take K and Cole lineup, and then now the Augie and Cole lineup.
Yeah, if I had the ability, I would be showing a video montage right now of what Cole and Augie did in Game 2 of the Boston series with Snitch on pitch. It was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen against 2 of the best beaters in the world. And if they can do that again, look for their seekers to walk away with the catch and probably walk away with a victory in Game 1.
Yeah, if you're an Austin fan, fortunately, in the Boston game, conversely from here, they did not go into that with bludger control and had to make 3 catches of bludgers to get it. Here, they can dictate the pace of play themselves without having to make these Herculean efforts to get that advantage. And Josh Andrews seeking here for Austin. Again, he caught the last snitch in the Boston series, as well as, tough to see the number. Oh, Kellen Cupid, I'm pretty sure, yeah? Yeah, absolutely. We got amazing crowd energy on Championship Field. Best of 3 series. Austin, obviously, with a 3-goal lead, but if you had my my preference, I would want a 3-game series, no doubt. And JJ's going to be able to take it and score right before Snitch Seekers are released. Austin getting the first crack at it here. Kellen Cupid tied, I guess, here for the youngest player on this New York team at 22, but he's going to have to fight through 2 of the best beaters in the nation to get a shot at it.
Yeah, not getting there so far. 4-goal lead now on the side of Austin. Kellen Cupid is trying to take his chance when he can get it, and he does get a brief one here. Meanwhile, Taylor Crawford puts down the alley-oop with authority, closes the lead back to 3.
Yeah, good to see Taylor getting back into this game offensively.
A nice dismount by John Smutney right as Josh Andrews was looking to make the catch.
Yeah, was curious if they were even going to deliberate on it, but from my eyes, it seemed like, yeah, absolutely a no catch. Cole Travis getting a catch of the bludger to save face, honestly, on what was a great New York beater play. But Austin still with control. Take K and Augie Monroe now, the beater pair for Austin.
Yeah, Josh Andrews still getting a ton of time. JJ looking to make a move on Peter Lawrence. Can't find an angle yet. Finally does. Oh, it's the backhanded pass. John Jackson overcommits on Casey Irwin, and she puts it through 9-5 in favor of Austin.
Been hearing about that play for a long time, and finally getting to see it in person. JJ almost minting it as a signature move.
Yep. Kellen Cupid now getting some time with Smutney.
Oh, a long beat onto Sam Heimowitz.
Yep, and it's John Jackson in possession of the ball now, down 4, looking to take on JJ. He gets a screen from Lindsay Morella, drives into the lane, flings it back to Lawrence. Lawrence puts his body, first of all, through the defender, Casey Irwin, and second of all, through the hoops. It's 9-6. Now, though, it's Sam Ham looking to go all the way the other way, wearing the green headband and scoring effectively. 10-6 now the score. Game is to 130. A catch immediately wins the game now for Austin.
Yeah, no slow ball anymore. It is no longer a methodical play. There are no beaters in the Quaffle game whatsoever outside of an accidental beat, honestly. New York with possession of bludger control for only a moment, and then you've got to sell out to beat that Seeker. They know how dangerous both of these people can be on that Snitch, and now it's just a matter of who's got the hustle, who's got the energy, and who's got the will to win.
John Jackson has the ball, down 4, goes over to Crawford. A new look here from Austin. Freddie Salinas into the game. Can't make the grab there. It's JC Arancibia now in its Seeker for New York, and it's a turnover. It's a quick turnaround from Tate K. Noticing he had a chance to create a Quaffle turnover, and just like that, it is put through by Johnson, and now Austin only needs 2 more to win.
And to be honest, I can't blame New York. They didn't think that Austin beaters would even look at the chaser game, and Tate K with 5 seconds to look back notices a ball carrier right next to him and just takes the easy beat and goes about his day. That's a quick turnover.
Yeah, Kay's playing an excellent game here around the Snitch. Really, he and Monroe are both doing so. It's now John Jackson with the ball on the far side. New York's probably trying to slow things down a bit because even if they're exchanging goals, it's going to be game over for them in a hurry.
A very heads-up play there. TK throwing a bludger all the way across the field to Peter Lawrence, who's way behind the hoops, and that's going to delay New York getting a bludger back.
Peter Lawrence takes the entire Austin defense, meanwhile, and now there's a scrum behind the hoops. That will be Austin ball after 10 seconds if the scrum is not broken. Meanwhile, Freddie Salinas, another chance to end the game. Can't get it done there.
Such an underrated rule, and we're going to see exactly why it's implemented.
Yeah, we've in our day seen plenty of pileups just go for a minute or two during stitch-up pitch.
Really one of the hardest things to watch.
Yeah. Salinas continuing to get shots at Smutney, who's doing an excellent job out there in this game 1 of the finals.
Yeah, these New York beaters are getting really gassed. Every beat is just so hard to track down afterwards, and CJ Jr. is just trying to make sure he can get anything going, and Augie's not going to let him.
JJ in the lane, looking to put the penultimate goal through for Austin. That one trickles along the hoop, though, and John Jackson takes it, and now he's running. Luis Sanchez is back, and the rest of the defense falls back with him. Taylor Crawford, though, is streaking. He gets the pass. Oh, it's the hoop is knocked over by McBride, and it's Taylor Crawford who wants a call, and I think he might get one.
Yeah, that feels about right. I think maybe the goal doesn't go through depending on the shot, but Taylor Crawford absolutely with an opportunity, and McBride just trying to get a hand out to block, hits the hoop instead, and it goes down before Taylor has a chance to shoot. That's absolutely the right call.
Yeah, so that's an unintentional dislodgement.
Yes.
So it's just going to carry a blue card, and intentional dislodgement carries a red card.
Absolutely the right call here.
The hoop
officiating crew with a perfect game, in my opinion, thus far. I can't think of anything that I disagree with.
That's what we've been getting from this crew headed by Andrew Canto all weekend long. Taylor Crawford actually fakes everybody in the arena out, turns back around, goes over to Lindsay Morales. She puts it through.
Yes, you love to see it. I think the mind games of a stopped play there with a person in scoring position is so fun to look at and be a part of even. And you're right, just faked everybody out, including myself, to be honest.
Yeah, starting Seekers are back in, and Josh Andrews is actually just doing defending because it's not worth Austin to take a 50-50 risk here when they're only 2 goals away. Speaking of 2 goals, it's about to be 1 goal as Luis Sanchez goes all the way through the defense. And at some point, New York needs to put their beaters back in the Seeker game and Snitch catch be damned.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's the right play. You already heralded Josh Andrews, the seeking strategy there for it. You don't need to risk it, for sure. And Austin selling out now, I think with the beater play, going to be looking at only Quaffle possession. Yeah, right. Once they get it on offense.
Yeah, once they have a bludger. And
unfortunately,
that is going to spell doom for New York here in game 1 as Josh Andrews finally does seem to get around Johnson Mundy. We do have to wait for the call, but a good grab will put Austin, and the catch is good.
Yeah.
The Austin Outlaws are now 1 win away from a championship. A very strong game top to bottom from the Outlaws.
Yeah, there were flashes, right? New York with bludger control, a totally different team than New York without. And I think that if they can get that consistency and that level of play that we know that both parts of that aspect, or both aspects of that game can hit, I think that's the way that we see New York take a game off of Austin, but credit to Austin, honestly. They're fast when they need to be. They are slow when they have to be.
Yeah.
And that is why we saw a performance like that just now.
Yeah, they're the best pace team in the world, but they also got a lot of the better of the beater game in that game. It definitely wasn't even during Snitch on pitch play. It 100% was not even. That's really been the story for Austin in their last 2 wins, the second game of the semifinals and the first game of this final. And the one game where they didn't have that edge, which was game 1 of that semifinal, was the only one that ended up being a lot closer. So we're going to have to see if there's any adjustments New York can make. But that triumvirate of Augie Monroe, Cole Travis, and Tate K in the Snitch on pitch period are just blowing everyone out of the water.
Yeah, and we didn't see a lot of Jackson Johnson, and I think that's because of the matchup that we were talking about that in Austin, it's so crazy that somebody who got them through a semifinals practically by themselves with how much
Hallie Pace, of course, was a huge part of that as
yeah.
well.
I just mean the one that we didn't see, of course. Like Hallie Pace was the
14
reason.
minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean exactly, just a huge contributor already in game 2 or game 1. But somebody rode the bench pretty much that whole game and was like such a big contributor of that semifinal contest.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I think it's just going to be able to wrap it up here for game 1. Maybe we'll get back with the desk. I'm not exactly sure the timing, but the next game should be starting right at 4:30. We thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll be back with game 2 of the finals. Austin with the 1-0 lead, 1 game away from a title. We are back with Game 2 of the 2021 Championship Final. Austin takes the first game after a dominant Snitch on pitch period, 155-70 the score. As we move into the second game, what exactly is New York going to need to do to flip the script to some degree in this beater game?
The moments that I saw New York make Austin pay for some of the mistakes, no team is going to be flawless, was when they had bludger control and they had the confidence to go in and get that ball behind the hoops on these long passes and then drive and dish. So I would look for more bludger control. We're going to the field now. Look for more bludger control, and they have to catch a Snitch in my mind. I just given how prolific Austin has been in the post 20-minute play, it feels like it's unquestionable that we need a big Snitch pull from this New York team.
Well, one script has already been flipped because I think it's the first time Sam Hammett hasn't cleanly run a run to the quaffle all day. He was 3 for 3 or just taking off that time at least. JC Arencibia is able to slow him down, and arguably more importantly, New York also comes away with bludger control.
Yeah, and all they got to do is keep this for 30 minutes, and my condition is complete.
Well, they're going to have to do that against the combination of Jackson Johnson and Hallie Pace, who have been all over the pitch all day. Starting lineup in the quaffle game for Austin is going to be Augie Monroe, Andrew Axtell, Casey Irwin, and Josh Andrews.
Axel
just goes right into the lane and takes a mid-range shot. So that's almost an uncharacteristic Austin possession, but it clearly means they're feeling themselves a bit here early.
Yeah, fast possession for sure. But the uncharacteristic part of it is what I would say is that mid-range shot. We've got defenders there as well.
When I say uncharacteristic, I only mean in the sense that New York comfortably held bludger control through that possession. And they still pushed for it.
Exactly. And you mentioned the beater pair of Jackson Johnson and Hallie Pace. Hallie Pace being what has to be one of the MVPs of this beater core so far. Just I wouldn't be surprised to see her with the highest plus minus on the team, hands down. And Jackson Johnson now, after that semifinal run, is getting some good minutes in this New York game.
Yeah, another small alteration there to the Austin zone with Augie hanging back instead of sitting on a hoop after the ball went back behind. Axtell stepped out, but now it is back to that Baylor zone with 3 at the hoops. John Jackson, the starting keeper for New York, Lindsey Morrow in the game, JC Arencibia, and Peter Lawrence.
And it's just so much major respect to the shooting ability of this team.
Oh, and that time, Andrew Axtell has no answer for JC Arencibia and just lets him slip right into the lane. He makes the team pay. A big dunk through the center hoop. We're not up at 1.
Posterized. I mean, in basketball, we see it all the time. Twitter starts blowing up, and I'm sure we've already got people on it. But my goodness, Arencibia just with all the confidence in the world, man-moding it straight through the top side of the hoop, and the receiving end of that play, unfortunately, being Josh Andrews.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Devin Lee and Frank Minson are blowing up plays a bit here. They actually forced a turnover back across the keeper zone line. Augie had never crossed half pitch. There's a dispute here in the beater game. It is going to be Austin with all the bludgers. Yeah. This time, Augie Monroe goes right around Peter Lawrence, deposits it through the middle hoop, and they're up 2-1.
Huge possession. Bludger control now firmly in the hands of Austin. New York going to need to focus on getting that back, and they may – no. I thought Minson might be making a play towards Hallie Pace. Probably a good decision with how strong she's been in these trades.
Yeah. And it will be John Jackson bringing it up slowly. Austin 2 for 2 in the game here early. 3 minutes in. And I don't think anybody – I think maybe New York has failed to score in one possession. But outside of that, it's been a lot of scoring on both sides.
Yeah, and I look to get Morella, I think, incorporated into this game as we get it passed towards her here.
I mean, that's definitely been a bit of a struggle for the team all year. She has not had the goal output she usually does in a season. They've really pared down the offense. We've seen that 1-2 punch down the right side we've seen all weekend from them. Morella, though, will be a comfortable stretch outlet here for the team. She does have to end up using the reset. And then she throws it all across a second restrictor line. So that is a costly error there for Morella.
Extremely uncharacteristic. She is one of the smartest players on the pitch at any given time. And to see that kind of play is just a lapse in judgment, a misunderstanding. You mentioned that they're struggling to get her incorporated offensively, but defensively she's been one of New York's best players. She had 2 interceptions of the quaffle in the first game against Austin and one crucial block. And now, if she can repeat that performance and get in on the offensive end, I think New York has not only a better chance, but a favorable one.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the keeper headband moving around a lot for Austin. This time it again falls favorably for them because Monroe is the furthest player up the pitch.
Yeah, and he's going to take it easy. He's staring at what was a bludger coming from behind the hoops in time.
Yep. Monroe with the ball down the left side. JC Arancibia stepping up high. Josh Andrews now has it on the wing. Back to Axtell. Axtell looking to attack. John Jackson's a little slow getting there. Axtell goes right over Morella. Another goal for Austin. They are laying it on early.
Yeah, and this is the start that Austin, I think, wanted. Obviously, the goal against them, not something that they look for, but you can't argue, I mean, that Austin is firing now on all cylinders.
Jackson bringing the ball down just over 4 minutes in. Like we said, I think New York's the only team who's blinked so far. 3 for 3 on possessions for Austin, 1 of 2 for New York. Big play there. Frank Minson taking bludger control off.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Rosenberg now throwing his bludger back and trying to create an offensive option.
Yeah, went for the 1.5, but no answer. And as we see a potential fast break here against bludger control, no, that's going to be stopped in a hurry. No, it's not. Josh Andrews was right there. But he to beat as well. Frank Minson popping off in the middle of the pitch.
Are you kidding me? That's one
oh,
of
and
the
then he dodges the Haley Pace beat. Oh, but I think he might lose bludger control, but it is no bludgers if John Jackson recognizes. He goes all the way back to Arancibia. Arancibia bobbles the pass.
Frank Minson just carrying that possession on his back. That was so incredible. 2 long-range beats across the field to keep the fast break from Austin from happening, and then jumping over the Hallie Pace beat. I mean, highlight reel material.
Yeah, and it just felt like the Quaffle game from New York has been a step slow in this one. Peter Lawrence, I think, was not the most effective on the possession before that. And then, obviously, Jersey Arancibia, how often does he actually drop that pass?
Almost never. As far as I've seen, never so far. But, you know, in game 1, I felt like the Quaffle play from New York was the one that was really performing at a high level. And now that we have the beaters for New York doing that, we're not getting the same from the other end.
Yeah.
If they can put that together, they've got a chance here, Ethan. But I need to see it on the pitch.
Well, unfortunately, Frank Minson has also picked up a yellow card now. Bludger control now with Austin.
Probably just too good of a play. They can't allow it to happen too long.
Just illegal by default.
Yeah.
Which means Austin now is going to get another chance to score. Potentially on the fast break. Maybe they'll slow it down, let their beaters create the free no bludger opportunity. It does seem like they're going to choose the latter.
Yeah, and Hallie Pace is just going to love this possession now without any real repercussion of
I'm not
losing
sure the beaters
control.
know how far the Quaffle players are from them, to be honest.
But, I mean, it doesn't matter. How do you
all.
lose control? You can't.
Yeah,
and
you can't.
Hallie Pace knows that well. Casey Irwin on the receiving end of that Jackson Johnson. I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Jackson Johnson and Hallie Pace play. Honestly, probably the Austin coaching staff just having mercy on me in the first game, not playing Jackson Johnson as much to avoid the mishap verbally.
Really, 20-something years ago, I think the Jackson's family and the Johnson's family should have thought about this and how difficult it was going to be for us.
Yeah.
But problematically here for New York, Austin is really threatening to run away with this game. 4 scores on 5 possessions. The only one that wasn't a score was the Frank Minson out of his mind possession.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do see a shift change, and we have seen good results from this shift, but again, Mohagog not playing with them. It is going to be David Fox again. We haven't seen much Mike Lee. I wonder if he might figure in at some point along the way as well.
Yeah, classic Rosenberg pump fakes with the leg forward to possibly bait, but it's the one that comes out that might surprise you, honestly.
Yeah, Howie Pace clears out Rachel Silver, and
So
it's going to
good.
be New York who's going to have to use a reset again here. Jackson Johnson pressing high. Lindsay Morello is going to need to be more careful than she was last time. David Fox, I believe, did get back across mid-pitch. It's not going to matter because Jackson Johnson is everywhere. Aaron McBride picks it up. Louis Sanchez bringing it down the side.
Oh.
A missbeat there by Rosenberg. No bludgers again. Sanchez is in the lane. David Fox comes off broom making his tackle. So Sanchez is going to continue. Sam Ham was waiting at the center hoop. 5-1 Austin.
Huge play. I mean, honestly, just full-on improv. We're at the nightclub essentially, and it's open mic, and Austin's the one stealing the show.
CJ Jr. now in the game for New York. Had a good shift in the first game. Was one of those beaters who was taking advantage of, though, a bit in the Snitch on pitch situation. So far, no changes in the beater game. I mean, how do you get away from Jackson Johnson and Howie Pace the way they've been playing?
Such long minutes as well. Hallie Pace not unaccustomed to it. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and Sam Ham is all over that lofted pass. They're going to run the other way in transition. It's Sam Ham to JJ. JJ gets by Taylor Crawford. Never an easy task. Finally, though, a reprieve from us. New York. No, it's not a reprieve yet because David Fox couldn't handle the loose ball, and it goes off balance off him. Sam Ham swings it back to JJ. JJ now trying to drive again. He gets hit, so his dunk comes up short. Parada's now trying to close on McBride, throws her to the ground, and I think this pile might finally mean a New York stop.
Yeah.
No, it's a rugby scrum, and JJ has it. There's no stopping this game.
Ooh!
Taylor Crawford may have tripped JJ. No, it's going to be a no call. Now call is to come.
Credit that defensive stop to the Troy Park facilities. JJ getting eaten up there by the turf. No, but all jokes aside, I mean, such a huge effort from the Quaffle players on New York, honestly. They came up with 2 no bludger stops. Then it goes to the backside of the hoops, the rugby scrum, as you mentioned it, getting it to JJ, and then still able to control the loose ball afterwards. I mean,
unfortunately, while you did give it credit to the
whoops.
Troy Park staff, as I originally alluded to, I think the credit went to Taylor Crawford's foot. And
okay, I see.
It's going to be a tripping call there, a yellow on Taylor Crawford, and it's going to be another power play opportunity for Luis Sanchez. Jackson Johnson is just sitting in the zone. But, oh, wow, a mistake here. One of the first of the game for Austin. Loose ball out of Sanchez's hand. And now TJ Jr. comes flying into the play, gets a beat off on Howie Pace, and now we're waiting for another call.
She almost made that catch, too.
Yeah. I mean, can't speak enough about Howie Pace and what she's been doing. And David Fox is going to join the box alongside Taylor Crawford. Things going from bad to worse here for New York.
Yeah, so far away from the play, I have no idea what would have been it. Advantage, I assume, from around the hoops, possibly?
Yeah, illegal contact. I thought I saw Josh Mansfield pantomime a shove, maybe shoving a player who wasn't in possession of the ball during that
ignoring
scrum.
the beat. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I mean, all right, we've seen 4 stops,
And hit
4 straight stops from this New York team.
5.
Can we get a 5th?
It's a tall ask. They do have a bludger, though, this time. CJ Jr., or they have 2 bludgers. So they have bludger control. So, unfortunately, they only have 2 Quaffle players. That's the tricky thing here.
Yeah, I mean, Austin going to get pretty much every pass that they want
Yep.
outside of something. Ooh,
Parada's staying at the hoops. And Lindsay Morel is just floating. I don't even know how you design a defense that does this. Cole Travis comes in, does get a beat off. Oh, and almost makes a catch. And now it's JJ into the lane. Yeah. JJ does score, and unfortunately, Taylor Crawford's going to be the only one leaving the penalty box. So it remains a power play and a 6-1 lead for Austin.
Yeah, obviously you wish that New York could have been at full strength for that defense with both bludgers for one of the first times in the game. But now they have both bludgers and can, although not at full strength, get something going on offense.
Yeah, it's going to be Lee and Ayala Silver looking to make the most out of this bludger control.
Ayala Silver really impressing me, honestly, this whole weekend, stepping into a lot of minutes as well and
she
being
has been
incredibly
impressing,
effective.
I think, everybody the entire season for sure. Her presence was terribly missed during that Boston series, even though they did end up winning. Yeah. She's been a revelation for them this season. One of many products that seems to crop up out of the Louisiana area. Another one of those products is beating on the other side, Cole Travis, originally from the LSU program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh Mansfield, who's reffing, also one of the best beaters in the game. Not even crediting him for his reffing.
Yeah, no.
LSU, Cody LeBeau from Charlotte.
True.
And as well as Celine Richard.
Man, they really spread out, don't they?
Yeah, the diaspora of Louisiana Quidditch is really interesting. But we'll get back to the game here. Taylor Crawford has the ball down the left wing, still fighting off a power play to David Fox and fighting off a 5-goal lead from Austin. Devin Lee's working from behind. They do have bludger control.
Yeah, Claire Costanza doing her best.
Yeah, and Cole Travis is just taking it off of – oh, no, a beautiful beat by Devin Lee. But it's a failed opportunity from Taylor Crawford to score in the no bludger situation.
Yeah, throws a big stiff arm out and gets good separation, but loses the quaffle at the same time, and it pops up into the hands of the Austin Outlaws. Their chaser players just able to control.
Yeah, penalty killed and bludger control maintained, but New York's been getting so few good opportunities that you got to put ones away like that.
Yeah, for sure. You're not going to get too many, and Davis Rowe getting his first action of the finals here.
Has been efficient every time he's been on the pitch this Sunday.
The most efficient, I would say, today. Maybe a minute and 15 seconds to his name and 2 goals. Impossible to beat.
Yeah, JJ is taking it slowly in the corner here as they look to wrestle bludger control away. Costanza and I believe it's still Cole Travis. Yeah, there he is. Cole Travis on the pitch. Travis makes a big beat on Ayala Silver. Oh, and a big catch off of Devin Lee.
Oh, but
Loose
it's going to
ball, though, is going to be picked up by John Jackson. I've now fallen prey.
Yeah. It's contagious. I'm sorry. Jack McGovern, our spotter here, watch out. You're next down the table.
So it is going to be New York possession, but they lost bloodsher control off that lovely exchange out of Cole Travis.
Yeah, yeah.
6-1 the score. We're a little bit over halfway through the initial period.
And Cole Travis is so deceptive. I mean, screaming down the field in full stride, rips a beat, first of all, and you think you've got him in an awkward position, not able to catch it, and he just plants his feet and puts his hand out, able to absorb any sort of beat that you put in the midsection.
Just passes around the edge here from New York as they look at a chance for bloodsher control. But Austin is just being so conservative with that control, and you're going to need some incisive movement from the offense to force Costanza and Travis to really do anything here.
Yeah. And I think I'm starting to understand why New York is playing the way they are. Morella is such a sure-handed and confident ball carrier that they want to make sure that their possessions are smart and controlled, so they have her at the top of the key rather than as that traditional scoring threat.
No, she's been a long-time safety valve in the way they run their offense. Even when she was really producing a ton in the 2019 season on the scoring end, it was a lot of from these positions just driving into the lane when the opportunities presented themselves. Floated pass there, doesn't get the job done. Mike Lee's overthrown, who has finally entered this series and this game. We're almost 12 minutes in, 6-1. Augustine Monroe steps back onto the pitch. Tate K joining him. He's going to be playing with Costanza now. Devin Lee outruns K to the ball, which means bloodsher control and a chance to press.
Yeah, and Ayala Silver is pressing up top, making sure that no passes at the top of the key are going to be usable. So they opt to try to get something behind the hoops, but nobody's there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Axel, that was a bit of a strategic miss of Josh Andrews. Because, worst case, you throw a perfect pass and Andrews maybe can do something with it.
Yep.
Best case, you just throw it out, or worst case, you throw it out of bounds, and at least the team can't fast break it.
Yeah, and that's this New York team with bloodsher control. That's what I need to see. They've got a 5-goal deficit that they need to overcome, and it's got to happen through them.
Yep. Parada on the near side, swings it back to Lee. Lee's now being covered by Axtell, swings it back up to Parada. 2-step out, Irwin and Monroe, but eventually Monroe's the only one out. It's a shot pass there from David Fox that goes back to Lindsay Morella. No harm done. Tate K is the one beater in the middle of the defense.
Yeah, one of my favorite, honestly, my favorite plays is just that shot pass from behind the hoops, because you've always got that safety net of your not only your quaffle players, but your beaters are closer to that play than the opposing defense would be.
Claire Costanza, by the way, is putting on a clinic on how to defend against a 1.5. Frank Minson can't get by her to attack Tate K.
Yeah, good feet, good hands. I mean, that's all you need.
Because you cannot run through an unarmed beater.
Correct. Exactly.
Lindsay Morella just swings it back up top to Mike Lee. Frank Minson is still trying this 1.5. Now things are getting a little sketchier on Claire Costanza. She did throw an arm out there. I wonder if there was a warning from the refs. Parada uncorks a shot. It's just going to be wide. I heard a bit of a cheer, and I was like, I didn't think that one went in, and it indeed did not.
Definitely had a question.
Frank Minson did lose his shoe during that play.
So the substitution's going to come through. The offense, obviously, without using the bludger, maybe not effective there. They might go to it again if they think that they had a couple good looks. If they like Parada taking those shots, I would like to see it go again. If they don't like those shots, though, bring up that bludger.
Yeah, so alternatively, Austin could just take bludger control off them right here. Hallie Pace is back in the game. Frank Minson never saw her. She rips it right off. Axtell is in the lane, fires the mid-range shot. It's his second mid-range shot of the game and completes a hat trick of goals on the game.
I mean, once again, uncharacteristic, but I mean, you love it. Hallie Pace, the second she steps on the field, bludger control back in the hands of Austin. Just that kind of impact for her every game that she's played this season. And then Axtell just capitalizing on what were a lost New York defense.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the veteran presence, right? Everybody on Austin is a veteran. I mean, Frank Minson has been playing beater for about 3 months. He plays at a very high level, given that.
True.
But he's been playing for 3 months. Hallie Pace has been playing beater at a championship level, a Team USA level, for half a decade at this point.
Got it. Yeah. And I think that's something that a lot of people misunderstand is that, just because these teams are in the finals doesn't mean that they don't have new players.
Right. Beats exchanged all over the place. Lindsay Morello comes up with the ball out of the pile.
Okay, it looks like they're going to turn over the bludgers to New York after possibly a play after beat by Tate K.
Yeah, there's so much scrum there that it's kind of a situation where a beater tries to get away with maybe a late throwback.
Yeah. Hard to tell.
Josh Mansfield is the kind of AR, though, so he's going to catch that. John Jackson with the ball back behind. Oh, a big hit on the far side. K making a hit on Rosenberg. Axtell looking for his fourth, but Rachel Ayala Silver was right there. Hallie Pace, though, creating problems for her.
I can't imagine what the call is unless it is on this beater contact. Was it an AR coming in? Or are they saying something with Axtell maybe interfering with play post?
Rachel L. Silver might have caught a break here because she was having to balance a lot. She had Hallie Pace on her back. She was trying to protect both bludgers for New York, and Augie Monroe was about to start a fast break. Now she can, first of all, the one bludger rolled a little farther away, which helps out.
A lot.
Second of all, she can now turn around and get a concept of where Monroe is and where Pace is, but also this call could make that all moot.
Correct, yeah.
15 minutes here into the finals of game 2 of the finals, 7-1 the lead. Austin just needs a win here to punch their ticket to the championship.
Yep.
New York needs a win to force a game 3.
Yeah. And, having already used their ticket to make it to the championship, they're actually just going to take the whole thing.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Why ride the train when you can just buy the train?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just own it at that point. Which is not too uncharacteristic of what I would call an outlaw, commandeering an old school train like that in the Old West. So.
All right, so it's 7-1 here. It is going to be a card on Hallie Pace, a rare misstep out of her. So a big opportunity. I think if New York wants to win this game, they 100% need to score on this beater power play.
Yeah, for sure.
Tara Crawford does have the ball. All of Austin sprinting back to get in position to play defense.
No bludgers.
Yep. Parada now has the ball. Josh Andrews steps out. Parada composes himself, puts it through the near hoop. Like I said, it's still a long climb ahead, but that had to be the first step. It had to be a power play goal.
Yep, absolutely. And they've got time. 4.5-ish minutes until Snitch on pitch. You've got an opportunity. Cut this lead down to 3. Get a Snitch catch, and it's back to even playing field. That's, I think, what my goal would be for this New York team.
J.J. Johnson is coming across the zone and getting the pass from Monroe. But, of course, they want to give their beater some time. Jason Rosenberg takes an exchange from Tate K. It's a double beat. Bludger control stays. Hallie Pace tries a beat. She is not able to make it happen. Ends up having to go collect the other bludger. Jason Rosenberg considers a press here on JJ. But, again, Austin with that great control of the offensive space. Just a reset to Augie Monroe. No reset used.
And this is New York with bludger control. Hallie Pace going to try to make sure that isn't the case. And she does. What a great catch.
Ball across to Casey Irwin. I think Casey Irwin went down under her own power. And, yeah, the refs don't seem interested in a call. And it's going to, I think, roll out into the out of bounds. And it's going to be New York ball.
Yeah. I mean, a great play by Hallie Pace to get control. Then turned over again. The refs making a call, Tate having to forfeit that bludger control.
Once the ball goes over, bludger goes off over the hard boundary, the refs assign the closest beater. That's the only beater that can go pick it up.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they assigned it to Jason and Tate tried to take it. So another chance for the bludger control offensive possession. No 1.5 being run by New York this time. Instead, they wrap it around to Tara Crawford, who goes back to Aaron Sibia back in the game for the first time in a while.
Look at Ayala Silver on the backside with that bludger, looking at Hallie Pace, trying to create that opening. And Hallie Pace way behind the hoops. Well, I say way. Just behind the hoops offensively.
Oh, great beat. How many times have we seen Hallie Pace nail a 10-yard beat in this series?
On the tippy toe of Taylor Crawford. I mean, if he clipped his nails, that probably doesn't connect.
Too true. We're seeing some subs, some fresher legs here. Sammy Garza checking in. Hasn't played a ton of minutes today.
No, but impactful nonetheless in every game that he is on the pitch here. Just such an elite mover with the ball in his hands and can shoot it from 10 yards out comfortably, anywhere from on the field.
And his A&M teammate, Luis Sanchez, is now also in the game. He's played tons of minutes. He's the one who takes the mid-range shot, though, when he goes out of play.
Yeah, Aaron giving a good effort to try to recover it, but just too hard on the throw.
You know, I feel like we've seen this pattern of play in almost every game from Austin this weekend where they put the other team on their back early on, and then they do slow down. But it's almost like there's so much momentum that the other team has to spend all that time just kind of getting things back to level pegging, and then suddenly you're in the snitch on pitch period, and Cole Travis and Augie Monroe are running all over the place.
Back to the uphill grind for sure. But now, I mean, it's the bludger control here for New York that's making that possible, that's giving them that confidence. Fiona Weishart now in the game.
Crawford went all the way, either called beat before or it went wide. Hallie Pace again with the beat and tries to get Aaron Sibia again, but he had the quick feet to avoid the beat.
Yeah. Weishart on the left side. escorting the quaffle whenever it does get over there. And she was creating an opportunity for Taylor Crawford to get that goal. But once again, like you said, the beat coming through too early.
Why is that? From the RPI program that has produced a lot of players from basically every team participating Sunday. Oh, and an unforced error out of Jackson and Aaron Sibia.
Man, yeah, they are crushed on that one. You hate to see something like that come down to such a simple mistake that is so preventable. But John Jackson gonna be coming back from that. Short-term memory, one of his best qualities, I think. That sounds so weird to say.
Taylor Crawford goes for a bludger swat. Bludgers are all over the place.
Yeah.
But Austin's in no rush here because this is the possession where they try to get bludger control for Snitch on pitch. Cole Travis and Augustine Monroe do it cleanly.
And there was almost no interaction outside of the beat from Rosenberg and the quaffle with JJ Johnson and Aaron Sibia. Is that on with the quaffle in their hand? Okay,
Aaron Sibia has the ball and Johnson is defending him.
Yeah.
And Casey Irwin's also over there.
Yeah, and this is the New York possession now where you cannot lose bludger control. You've got it going into Snitch on pitch, and that's something that Austin will prioritize almost over anything else. We saw last game, my favorite part of that entire game was that chess match that they had, essentially both teams knowing that bludger control was the main objective and Austin not resting control of that to New York.
Yep, but this time all they have to do is not lose on the offensive side. And as I say that, I believe Jason Rosenberg just lost it.
Yeah, and Weishart is picking up the loose bludger.
Oh, but now a misbeat by Cole Travis. I thought you were saying something about these teams prioritizing bludger control.
Not now, not in game two.
John Jackson absorbs a hit, and it's another errant pass. He has just thrown two balls out of bounds back-to-back here to end the opening 20 minutes.
For how much praise I gave both of these teams for the smart play going into Snitch on pitch, this was Kidditch almost, where balls are just flying back and forth. I mean, you got quaffles intercepted, I think, 3 times in 15 minutes. It was just something uncharacteristic from both teams, but Austin with bludger control, they're going to be happy about that. They've got quaffle control now, I believe. Yeah, and if New York can get that back in the 10 seconds before Snitch on pitch, no harm, no foul. But I mean,
that's going to be 10 seconds where those beaters are not going to be doing much. Well, I don't know. We apparently don't know anything anymore after that last possession.
Yeah, we already tried to say that. We're 0 for 1 in this game.
Yeah, so 70-20 the score. Set score is 130. Stakes of the game. Austin wins. The MLQ Championship is over, and the Austin Outlaws have won their 3rd title, which would tie Boston for the most all time. New York needs 11 points here to force a Game 3. It's a tall task to climb. Matt Cooper will be our Snitch. The question is, what strategy does New York come out with? Is it a concede the Snitch game, go for the quaffle game strategy? Is it a try to get the catch real quick strategy? Because, both have their merits, but this is the downside of being down 50. You're between a rock and a hard place, and both strategies have their risks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, maybe New York and head coach Parada are kind of going down the playlist and trying to figure out anything that maybe they haven't tried yet they can surprise Austin on. But it's hard to find something. It was chaos in the last 15 seconds. Maybe that's the focus.
Yeah. So 7-2 to score, as we said, 130 the set score. We are about to get ready in the extra period with Freddie Salinas and
Kellen Cupid, yeah,
as the seekers.
So much confidence New York has in Kellen Cupid to catch that snitch and JJ.
End-to-end play, beautiful feed from Sanchez to JJ. 5 more goals now separate Austin from a title. Freddie Salinas, I'm worried to say this is a fact, has caught a championship snitch before in USQ. I don't believe has ever caught one in MLQ.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any effect on the confidence that Austin has in Freddie and the unique seeking that he has.
I'm just saying he wants the accolade.
Oh, for sure.
It's not a matter of can he.
Yeah.
Cole Travis starting to dominate here as Cooper makes a nice clean broom.
Oh, and he is frustrated. He throws that bludger, and it's just not close enough to an opposing player for it to be a legal beat is possibly the call. And from the looks of it, Cole Travis might be agreeing with them.
Yeah.
Just given with the initial steps off the field.
Yeah, I call it the Max Havlin. I mean, all top beaters use it at this point, but Havlin was one of the earliest users when the rule got put into effect. And you just have to find someone who's at least in the ballpark to fire at.
And I think it is just a back to hoops, so no card being assessed. Kind of split the difference between John Jackson and Weishart.
Salinas is beat out again here. John Jackson now looking to run on no bludgers. Wrapped up well by Sanchez, who's really plays big for his size, I do got to say.
I mean, it's amazing. I practiced with him for a long time, and one of the hardest players to get through to try to get a score. Pins the arm extremely well.
Yeah, so this is going to be a scrum that's going to result in a quaffle turnover to Austin at the 10-second mark. And all kinds of beater play. Cole Travis comes out on top and beats Cupid. Salinas now has some free time with the snitch off of the absolute intense. Can we just watch Boston, Austin, New York beaters play a simulated snitch on pitch game 24/7?
Yeah,
that was the most entertaining thing in Quidditch.
Yeah, for sure. I couldn't contain myself on it. I mean, Cole Travis just thanking genetics for the fact that he just has a little taller of a reach to keep that ball away from Weishart, who was smartly trying to swat it away to consider him beat.
Meanwhile, that 10-second scrum was resolved, so the ball is going to be in the hands of Sam Ham, who's been wearing the green headband snitch on pitch both games now. Cooper not caught yet. Salinas is going to get a free chance, I believe, off of the restart.
Austin has to be the team with the widest variation of green headband wearers in the tournament.
But that's something that their head coach Juan Renty has talked to us about before the season, or before the weekend at least. It's something that I've been trying to work into some of my coaching strategies as well, because one of the best things about the green headband is you can't be beat in your own keeper zone. So you need to maximize the value of that fact.
Yeah, for sure. And Devin Lee trying to find everything there with a beat on Augie, sailing it through, but unfortunately
stiff-arming the poor guy.
Yeah, doesn't get to the bludger before Augie does and ends up losing control because of it.
Yeah, Salinas still the seeker. The question is, when is Josh Andrews going to come into this game? A huge tackle there from JC Arancibia, but J.J. Johnson's able to maintain control.
Almost a catch there for Salinas. He's so close here. If he's got the energy, he will be close, or he will have a good shot at it.
Yep. Slow walk down here from Hamlitz.
And this is a classic strategy from Austin. They want to give their seekers a chance. Josh Andrews now. Ooh.
Big beat there by Lee.
Yeah, a quick turn into the quaffle play, which has been surprising for both sides. In the first game, I think New York was surprised whenever Tate K turned around and was beating the ball carrier. Now, on the other end, we've got Devin Lee doing the same thing to JJ.
Yeah, but New York needs to start scoring some as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not scoring against these no-budget situations. They're not really scoring for much of anything so far in this game.
Yeah, Devin Lee just trying to get bludger control. Weishart is going to pick up a bludger. We get beat immediately by Augie Monroe.
Jackson to Crawford. Crawford back to Jackson, and then back to Arancibia. And Serbia needs to make this one count. Gets JJ out in the air and dunks on the far hoop.
Another posterization here. And just a great effort from Erin McBride to try to get up there. She's always going to put her body on the line to make a play, and that time Arancibia just getting the better of the two.
Matt Cooper, meanwhile, out here doing something you don't see a ton from top-level stitches, but just shows his respect for Josh Andrews. He is doing a straight-out jogging to keep out of Andrews' way.
Yeah. Ooh, big tackle.
Yeah, big contact, and CJ Jr. comes back into play, and it's pretty obvious that New York is decided they're taking the gamble of playing the quaffle game.
You have to. I mean, it's you have to find something. You need some sort of advantage. This could be your opportunity maybe to close the gap in some of the quaffle game, and maybe, just maybe, you're able to sneak a catch whenever they're, engaged with Josh Andrews instead.
Yeah, I'd say the windows for Iannucci have been small, but they have not been non-existent. I won't go that far.
Absolutely, and Iannucci is sneaking in here.
Yeah. And now I believe when he'll be around, I don't think Josh Andrews is going to risk the 50-50s. Oh, Iannucci's back behind, can't make the grab.
I was so sure that he got it that I almost choked.
Yeah, Iannucci is shooting all behind Cooper. He's got the catch. No. Called no good. Play continues. Taylor Crawford trying to drive on Casey Irwin. Goes right through Erin McBride. It's another goal for New York.
Momentum, you feel it. Even though it's only a one-goal swing in the play, you've got a faux catch of some sort.
And Josh Andrews almost comes up with a grab as well. I'm not sure if he actually caused that sock to go flying, but the sock did go flying off the back of Cooper.
Oh, my goodness. The beater played Jackson Johnson.
Oh, Kellen Cupid just leaped a beat. That was a full-on keeper dodge. Josh Andrews going for more of a Harry Greenhouse approach here. The set and go low, but even that's not having an effect on Cooper here. Davis Rowe, with his efficiency back in the game, goes over to Sanchez.
Yeah,
Kellen Cupid set back to hoops.
We talked about Sam Heimowitz with a quick first 2 steps. Davis Rowe almost puts that on to shame because of how quickly he can get in and out of a break.
Yeah. Oh, Josh Andrews gets close there as his beaters clean up Cupid again. It's a slowdown here from Austin. It will be a reset used as they throw back into their keeper zone.
Yeah, CJ Jr. just got to be walking hip to hip with both not only his beaters but his seekers here, and no matter who it is, but if you're disjointed at all, you're not going to not only get control but a shot at the Snitch.
Yep.
Kelly Cupid just hoping that we can get any sort of advantage here for New York.
Luis Sanchez finally gets a no-budge opportunity, puts that one away. 9-4 now the score. Game is to 130.
Yeah, and Kelly Cupid getting back down. In fact, CJ Jr. trying to work with a bludger. Augie Monroe is the only Austin beater in the vicinity. Yeah. Oh, and Cupid gets it on the receiving end, a friendly fire to the face.
Yeah, I think Kelly Cupid might have to head out here.
CJ Jr., obviously not an intentional play. He's shooting for Augie there to get control. Augie just having beat Kellen Cupid was heading back to hoops.
Yep. Chance for both teams to regroup a bit in what's been absolutely chaotic last couple of minutes since we reached the Snitch play.
Easily my favorite part of the game, for sure. We're seeing the highest level beater play from both sides that we've seen at all in the series. Chaser game is breakneck speed, back and forth, some physicality on both sides. Taylor Crawford notably being a big physical presence around the hoops offensively and defensively. And then, I mean, just such close, almost a catch there for Iannucci. That then, was it a beat that was the reason it was called off? I'm unsure, but
Iannucci, I don't think ever. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I believe it was a beat before.
Yeah. That about had me needing a drink of water just to be able to cast the rest of the game.
Oh, Jason Rosenberg dodges one, can't dodge the second one. Takes control. Freddie Salinas now back in the game, trying to make the grab. Oh, he goes around. I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, reaches with the right hand, goes then with the left.
I
don't think it's going to be a good catch, but I've seen my angle is not nearly as good.
I'm pretty sure that was caught as Cooper was flipped through the air by Freddie Salinas.
Exactly.
Not intentionally by any means.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Not going to be a good catch.
I didn't want to say it, but obstruction did appear to be a very obvious reason why that catch was made.
It did look cool.
It's
going to make for some great content in digital media.
I hope we got a picture of that. I mean, a sideways.
There are a lot of cameras by that Snitch.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. But Freddie, I mean, that's his wheelhouse, and if the Snitch is faltering even a little bit, he's going to be able to make that grab.
Yeah, good movement there around the hoops from New York. Taylor Crawford puts away the goal. That's his third of the game.
Yep. Aaron Sibia now in at Secret.
Oh, Freddie Salinas. Oh, no, he couldn't hold on.
Oh, my goodness.
Freddie Salinas wanted to go right back in there. He didn't even realize the sock had gone flying.
But both the Snitch and the Seeker, for the first time maybe in history, both trying to catch the Snitch.
Salinas is getting closer and closer. I mean, Cooper has been fighting with people for a long time at this point. Oh, he doesn't see Aaron Sibia. Aaron Sibia has the sneak. Oh, I think.
He was beat. He ran by an Austin beater to get tap beat right before the catch. I stood out of my chair thinking.
Oh, Taylor Crawford has the interception. Taylor Crawford's going to get a free goal. No, he lost the ball.
Taylor Crawford, the possession of a lifetime. He just has to walk it in, but he can't pull it off the ground.
Scrum is fallen on by who else? Luis Sanchez. We've called his name over and over again this weekend.
Oh, my gosh. I wish I had a heart rate monitor. It would just be skyrocketing right now. I'm getting cardio sitting in a chair.
Josh Andrews now getting his second look at Matt Cooper. Gets a very quick shot to the back, but to no avail. Yeah, another one. This time he trips up Cooper.
Cooper, credit to him. The longest Snitch I've seen thus far today.
Especially with this much contention, because he's never getting beating help from New York.
No, not at all. Awesome to see.
Cooper on his second game of the tournament, too. He wasn't able to be here yesterday, stepping up in a big way.
Yeah, Austin now getting a chance to use bludgers on offense, too.
Sanchez bringing the ball down the right side. 9-5 is the score.
Devin Lee going to get beat.
Mike Lee now with the tackle. CJ's in the quaffle game, but so is Tate K. He beats CJ right out.
Yeah, this might be a bit more of an investment in the quaffle game from both teams here.
Oh, a big tackle here from Frank Minson in the beater game. Augie Monroe is used to getting hit, not used to getting hit in the beater game.
Yeah, that's a fact. Self-proclaimed Augie not a fan of contact, honestly, even though he is one of the ones who draws it more often than not because of how much he drives the ball, but doesn't praise himself on as a big physical presence. But, you know, you mentioned Minson getting the better of him there. Not too rare for Augie.
I do want to correct myself. Isaac Serna Diaz is actually playing his first minutes of the game, and he's the one who came up with the foul. We're getting another card here out of New York. It's going to be John Jackson, or no, it's going to be Lindsey Morello for the illegal contact. But yeah, Serna Diaz, the young beater out of the Rutgers program, definitely a future contributor.
Number
for
34,
New
New York, push from behind,
young,
1 minute.
No
advantage, it stays right there.
Both on the field, a ton of practice minutes. Definitely will factor in the future. Finally, happy to see him get a couple minutes here.
Yeah, for sure. And minutes felt, I think. Augie definitely not coming up the same way he went down.
Oh, Josh Andrews has the catch, and this one looks clean. It was simultaneous to the goal.
Yeah.
If both things are ruled good, we have our 2021 MLQ champions. It is the Austin Outlaws.
Once again, if this is called good on both
Yeah,
ends.
both things would have to be called good.
Catch is good.
Okay, but it looks like the ball is still with. Oh, I think maybe not a goal was scored at all.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, even still, huge for Austin. Now they can commit every resource into the offensive end and look at
and
this
Axel
opportunity.
still has the ball. He subbed in for Davis Rowe, who must have picked up a knock on that tackle there.
Once again, Morella, one of their best defensive players, is off the field.
I don't know if I could be selfless if I'm Axel here. I kind of think I'd want to try to score the goal. He is going to be selfless, though. Sanchez in the lane. Sanchez goes to the far hoop.
And that's a win!
The Austin Outlaws are your 2021 MLQ champions. They complete the triumvirate, their third title to match Boston.
Such amazing gameplay. They came in thinking they were the favorites. They showed everybody why that confidence was well seated.
Outlaws on top, Austin on top, Texas Quidditch returning from the long break and asserting its dominance once again. Probably the longest we've ever gone without a Texas team sitting on top of the world in Quidditch, and they've proven themselves again there.
Yeah, for sure. Let me fix this just a little bit. Hang with me for just a sec. All right, now we are on. But I mean, one of the best lines of the weekend, I think, was Noah Schwartz mentioning that you are not allowed to play Saturday Quidditch on Sunday. And to be honest, I didn't see any Saturday Quidditch in this finals.
Definitely not in those pitch-on-pitch periods.
Oh, my God.
That was everybody on the pitch giving 120% game minute in and minute out. It was absolutely awesome to see.
Yeah, for sure. And so much credit to both of these teams. I want to talk about New York first with just the heart. I mean, Mo Haga going down in the semifinals, obviously a pretty big blow. Not something that you ever want to deal with as far as injuries. And on the other end, Casey Beavers being the one going down in semis. Hopefully those two are okay. But, I mean, New York with flashes of just, like, absolute dominance. It was tough to get both beater play and quaffle play working at the same time.
Yeah, and that said, this is a great season for New York. They finally sit on top of the East Division for the first time ever. They return to the championships for the first time since Texas teams were in the league. 2015, the inaugural season, was their only time there. Their next hoop to jump is a finals match win. They're now 0-4 in those matches, but it's not for lack of effort. A lot of those matches have been close. I think these matches were both a little closer than the score reflected. Like you said, it's a hard-fighting team. They're not going anywhere.
No.
I mean, this core, you can tell how hungry they are.
Yeah.
They keep proving it year in, year out, and it's a step in the right direction every single time we see them.
Yeah, and credit to what I can definitively say now, uncontroversially, is the best team in Major League Quidditch in the Austin Outlaws, dominating every facet of that game, especially after Snitch on pitch.
Yeah, no, this was a pretty flawless day of Quidditch from the Austin Outlaws. They had to take on two of the best teams around Team USA players, top to bottom in all of these rosters. And they just showed up to be the more disciplined, the more strategically sound.
Yeah.
The team that was being efficient, and
Yeah.
efficiency is so important in
Yeah.
Quidditch. All of that makes them the team that rightfully deserved. I mean, the moment this Austin Outlaws roster was dropped, I remember when it happened. I remember the
Yeah.
response in the Quidditch community. This was an unprecedented roster
Yeah.
because this wasn't just that cavalry core.
Yeah.
They bring back Team USA players who hadn't played in the team for a couple years. You talk
Yeah.
about the Sam Hamowitz who had a
Yeah.
huge day today.
Yeah.
You talk about Andrew Axtell, and of course you talk about Jackson Johnson. That's not even to mention Hallie Pace coming in as
Huge.
well.
I think my MVP. I obviously we've got stats coming eventually, but there's no way she's not the highest plus minus of any player on that team. She was so dominant. I don't think she ever came in and didn't get bludger control when they didn't start with it on her shifts.
And just so much situational awareness. And the thing is, as much as we talk about, those Team USA stars that were recruited back to the team that create all that hype,
Yeah.
it is these other players who were making so much difference as well. You talk about a Luis Sanchez,
Yeah.
who I thought had an excellent weekend. And
Yeah.
even, some people were playing a bit more of a bit role as Sammy Garza, Davis Rowe. Every
Huge.
time they were in the game,
Yeah.
it was not a step down in any way, shape, or
Claire
form.
Costanza being able to complement Tate K on some of their possessions, as
Yep.
well as Cole Travis and some of the beater duos that we've seen. It's so good to see this young talent really hit the pitch and be effective, gain that confidence, and then take that to the college programs if they're still there, obviously, or develop their skills further as they mature into the Quidditch scene.
Yeah, for sure. We're about to switch off to the medal ceremony. I think I'm going to be asked to come down.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
I'm going to let Harry Clark throw us really quick back to the field for the medal ceremony, and I'm going to duck out. I'll let Reed and Jack handle the rest of the medal ceremony call.
All right, sounds good.